This one is, police officer nicknamed Lesbian Nana investigated over pepper spray incident. During our last compilation video, we featured a story of the lesbian grandma, a police officer out in the UK who tends to go on a bit of a power trip. Well, not long after, members of my Discord informed me that she has been in the news yet again for once again getting into some shenanigans. To summarize the last incident, the police were called to take care of a drunken autistic 16-year-old girl and drive her home for her own safety. When they got her home, the girl told this particular police officer that she looked like her lesbian grandma. The officer, who we will be calling Lesbian Grandma from now on as her name has not been made public, didn't respond to this very well. She and her fellow officers decided to arrest the girl for making what they called homophobic remarks. They manhandled her, took her out of her home, and threw her in jail for a whole day until they let her out. Needless to say, it was a PR disaster. Well, Lesbian Grandma is now in the news once again. It all started when West Yorkshire police stopped a local resident due to some suspected traffic violations. After, residents of the Rothwell Council estate came out and surrounded the car, arguing with the police. This was when none other than Lesbian Grandma whipped out a big old can of pepper spray and started dousing the locals while screaming war cries. Once again, a video was taken of the incident that subsequently went viral on social media. In the end, 3 police officers ended up with undescribed minor injuries and 2 men were arrested on the spot. However, police weren't really happy with LG's actions here, leading to a referral being made to the Professional Standards Directorate to look into her. The father of one of the men who got pepper sprayed is now furious and calling for Leslie Granny to get fired once and for all. Hundreds of other people across social media are calling for the same. The man's son was one of the 2 men arrested at the scene, arrested on suspicion of assaulting police officers, possession of controlled drugs, and possession of a knife and offensive weapon. He was released shortly after. The father said, "It's not right. You see that copper, she's been reported before. She wants sacking that woman for what she's supposed to have done to that autistic kid as well. She definitely wants sacking." A neighbor of the council estate says that the police definitely aggravated the situation and should have been a little more mindful while conducting such affairs in an area where they are not so liked. Again, the police released a statement about good old Lesma, saying, Leeds District CID is continuing to investigate the incident which occurred after 5 p.m. on Sunday, October 22nd on 3rd Avenue in Rothwell after a car was stopped by officers for a suspected traffic offense. As is standard following any arrest where force is used, the body-worn video of the attending officers will be reviewed in conjunction with social media footage. Any breaches of the standards of professional behavior identified will be assessed and dealt with in line with police conduct regulations. Now we've got NHS failings enabled necrophiliac murderer to offend for 15 years, inquiry finds. Cannibals and necrophiles, here we go. We're hitting the gauntlet of all things disgusting today. So this is a case that began in 2021 but is still currently ongoing. It is the case of a man named David Fuller, a hospital worker at the Maidstone and Tunbridge Wells NHS Trust out in the UK between 2005 and 2020. This man is believed to have been the worst necrophile killer in all of Britain's history, having alleged to have abused the corpses of more than 100 women and girls over a period of 15 years throughout his workplace. This was due to what an inquiry has called serious failings by the NHS. Police raided his home and found more than 800,000 pictures that he had taken of his activities over the years, along with some 500 videos. Not only that, but they found material that suggested to the police that he had a keen interest in the abuse of living women as well. Not only that, once caught, David admitted to murdering 2 women in addition to the many bodies he partook in over the years in hospital mortuaries. In 2021, he was arrested, jailed, and given a full-on life sentence. During his trial, he fully confessed to killing both 25-year-old Wendy Nell and 20-year-old Caroline Pierce in 2 separate attacks back in 1987. Then, he admitted to abusing the bodies of dead women anywhere from age 9 all the way up to age 100 over a period of 15 years. This case prompted a massive 2-part inquiry, as this man had gotten away with this for years and years, right under the hospital's nose and effectively the NHS. Sir Jonathan Michael, the chair of the inquiry, said, "Over the years there were missed opportunities to question Fuller's working practices. He routinely worked beyond his contracted hours, undertaking tasks in the mortuary that were not necessary or which should have not been carried out by someone with his chronic back problems. This was never properly questioned. More recently, Sir Michael has said, "The offenses that Fuller committed were truly shocking and he will never be released from prison. Failures of management, of governance, of regulation, failure to follow standard policies and procedures, together with a persistent lack of curiosity, all contributed to the creation of the environment in which he was able to offend, and to do so for 15 years without ever being suspected or caught." It seems that there was very little concern with who had access to the mortuary, with David having visited at least 444 times in 1 year despite it being outside of his job description. Not only that, higher-ups in the facility had known that there were problems running the mortuary from as early as 2008 and didn't care enough to do anything about it. The inquiry outlines 17 recommendations designed to prevent something like this from happening again. Obviously, CCTV cameras were recommended to be installed in the mortuary and staff were suggested to enter in pairs. A second inquiry was launched in order to investigate how people who have died are treated all over the country, focusing on safeguarding private mortuaries as well as ambulances and funeral homes. That will likely continue until sometime in 2024. The Trust Chief Executive, Miles Scott, said that he is deeply sorry for the pain and anguish currently being experienced by the families of David Fuller's victims. He said that the Trust would implement the suggested changes as quickly as possible. Next we've got Idaho cannibal charged after cops find microwave body parts. It's not often that we get a cannibal story on this channel, but it does happen more often than you'd think, or more often than you'd expect at least. This one all started when some police found some partial human remains in a car parked outside of a local residence on September 10th. This home belonged to a 39-year-old man named James David Russell. Police naturally got into the home and began a search, wondering why this guy had some body parts in his car. Inside the home, they found a glass bowl, a knife, and a very bloodied-up microwave. They also found more body parts inside the home, along with what they called a thermal artifact, which showed that heat was applied to a portion of the remains and not the entire body as a whole. James had used some sort of cleanup kit in an attempt to destroy some of the evidence of the crime, which he succeeded in doing to an extent, as some of the remains have yet to be found. Still though, there was more than enough evidence to arrest him with what they had. James had killed and murdered a 70-year-old man, David Flaggett, in September. As you might have assumed from the headline, he did this in order to consume him. According to a local newspaper, James had done so because he believed that he could, quote, heal himself by cutting off portions of flesh to cure his brain. Due to this, the police believe that the still missing remains may have already been eaten. James was taken into custody on a murder charge, but since then a charge of cannibalism has been added to the list. This case is actually the first cannibalism charge to ever take place in Idaho, according to Bonner County detectives. They said, "There's a lot of facets we will certainly never know. It wasn't the bloodiest crime scene, but it's more of the psychological, what the heck is going on here and why am I picking up pieces? It's a walk down the dark path that we don't see very often." Court proceedings were halted when, understandably, James was ordered to undergo a psychological evaluation. It appears that he'll be getting a review. And here we've got Alan man caught with 58 terabytes of CP sentenced to 35 years. The kids aren't really catching a break today, and I'm sure it's going to be up for debate which of these cases is actually worse. Now, this is a crime that I can't mention on YouTube without getting in trouble, but it's pictures of kids. CP. I'm sure you get it, so let's move on. A detective with the Plano Police Department in Allen, Texas, was conducting an investigation in internet programs known for trading this specific brand of illegal material. This was when he found a certain user making a whole lot of material available for download. Let me make this clear, it was an absolutely insane amount. While no human being should have any of this material, this guy had an amount that is so astronomical that it isn't even clear how one could possibly find so much. Over only 2 days, the police department found him to have uploaded over 4,000 images to file-sharing programs. After an investigation, this man was found to be 41-year-old man Richard Denver Belden, a resident in Allen. Members of the sheriff's office got a search warrant for Richard's apartment, and upon entering, they caught him right there in the act, both downloading and uploading the material to his laptop. Not only did they take said laptop, but they also found 15 other hard drives amounting to 57 terabytes of storage. In case you don't have a good grasp of how large a terabyte is, all of the material from my YouTube channel, including drafts, videos, and the source material, only has amounted to a little over 2 terabytes in the last 4 years. I would have to run this channel for over 100 years to amount to the same amount of space that this guy had dedicated to CP. Just let that sink in. Richard was arrested and pled guilty to charges of receipt and possession of CP and later sentenced. The trial took a few years to complete. In the end, he was sentenced to a total term of 35 years in prison with 20 years of supervised release whenever he gets out. This was about the highest recommended sentence he could get. The judge has said that his character played a big factor in getting the high end of the deal. The prosecuting attorney said, "These type of cases show the real depravity of parts of our society. We are fortunate that law enforcement is out there looking for these people." Hearing any day now. We'll just have to see what happens. Here we have, Porsche driving investment banker is charged with sucker punching 16-year-old girl. Where would we be without Florida man stories in these compilations? I mean, I don't even look for these. They just come up, and they come up really often. Well, here's one from Hillsborough County out in Tampa. This particular story started when a 47-year-old self-employed investment banker named Stephen Irwin Sanders supposedly got cut off by another car. The driver of this other car was an anonymous 16-year-old girl, allegedly driving out in front of Stephen's Porsche 911. Stephen flew into a rage and decided to get some revenge. He followed the girl's car up to the next stoplight around Florida Avenue North. This time he drove out in front of her and cut her off. He then got out of his car to go and confront her. He ran over to her car, screaming and ranting such things as, "What the fuck are you doing?" and "You stupid bitch, you cut me off." Then this 5'11", 200-pound man-baby clenched his fist and punched the 16-year-old girl straight in the face. She was left bruised, red, and sore all over the left side of her jaw. Stephen then got into his car and fled the scene, but luckily the girl was able to remember the distinct design of his unique-looking black and white Porsche with a big 911 printed all over the driver's side door. The police were able to track him down, and after seeing the license associated with the vehicle, they felt they had likely found their man. The court documents stated, "Based on the investigation, the suspect unlawfully entered into the victim's occupied conveyance and committed a battery upon her." Stephen Saunders was arrested on December 18th and charged with burglary of a conveyance with assault or battery. According to the Hillsborough County Court System's website, this is a felony that is punishable by life, crazily enough. On the 18th, he pled not guilty to the crimes. Afterwards, he was released from the county jail on a $15,000 bond. Stephen's attorney has said that there are more details to the story that will come out over time, explaining why this man decked a young girl. He said, "We'll let the court process play out, and there's more to the story. You can quote me on that." This one is, Tampa woman posed as homeschooled 14-year-old to molest middle schoolers. It's Florida again, and not only is it Florida again, it's also Tampa again. You know, what can I say? I feel like we can't go even 1 month without someone being oddly horrible to kids, but here we go. A woman named Alyssa Ann Zinger, age 22, was arrested very recently for engaging in, at the least, 30 sexual activities with a student and sending very adult, explicit videos of herself to several others. While that's definitely skeevy enough on its own, she did it through truly unusual means. Alyssa created a bit of a persona to use online, mainly on Snapchat, but also on some other platforms, where she pretended to be a 14-year-old homeschooled girl in the local area. It seems that multiple boys at Wilson Middle School in Tampa's Hyde Park neighborhood fell for the ruse and were more than happy to engage. She was able to meet up with one of the boys back in May and started a, quote, relationship, if you want to call it that, up until September. This boy, although his age hasn't been revealed, would have been anywhere from 12 to 15 when it occurred. He told the police that the two had intercourse multiple times, on top of trading a lot of nudes. To other victims, Alyssa openly admitted over Snapchat to engaging in these activities with other minors as well as the previously mentioned boy, although their identities are still unknown. When arrested, she tried to fool the police as well, desperately saying that she had a younger half-sister with the exact same name as her. They could find no such sister on planet Earth. Police had already been on her trail for quite some time, actually. She had been arrested for shoplifting during the summer as well, which didn't really help matters. Alyssa was charged with 2 counts of lewd and lascivious battery and 5 counts of lewd or lascivious molestation on a victim between the ages of 12 and 15 years old. She decided to plead not guilty to all her charges. She was released only 1 day after her arrest after posting a $7,500 bond on each of her charges, both of which were second-degree felonies. The police have since said, "It is disturbing and unsettling to see an adult take advantage of a child and prey on them. Anyone who may have been a victim of zingers, we encourage you to come forward. The Tampa Police Department will support you and ensure a predator like Zinger doesn't cause you or others additional harm. There are believed to be additional victims." And now we have, 11-year-old Brownsville honor student was put in solitary confinement. Here we have a truly bizarre story that is honestly unlike any other story I've covered to this point. Here we have the story of an 11-year-old boy named Timothy Murray. Timothy here was an honor student, winning various awards for science projects, science fairs, coding programs, and chess competitions. One of his last big projects was with his father shortly before he passed away. After his passing, Timothy decided to speak up and request counseling for himself at his school, Palm Grove Elementary School in Texas, at the start of 5th grade. For some reason, the principal, Murda Garza, didn't take kindly to this. Shortly after, school administrators pulled Timothy out of class and told him that another student was claiming that he made threats against him. Timothy denied this, but the principal then called the police on him. They detained him and put him in solitary confinement for 3 whole days at Darrell B. Hester Juvenile Detention Center in Brownsville. Cameron County prosecutors attempted to push for felony charges of terrorist threats, arguing that he be locked up for another 2 weeks. The judge found all of this incredibly bizarre and instead ordered him to be released back to his home and undergo a simple safety risk evaluation rather than lock him up and throw away the key. Timothy's family felt that this was nothing short of some extremely strange retaliation against him for seeking counseling. Although that assertion was pretty wild, they couldn't think of why else this possibly might have happened. Timothy didn't do anything else. He was far too timid and serious of a student. Experts have come to say that the Brownsville Independent School District and the police have violated various state laws and other rules throughout this case, laws that are intended to protect kids that age. They had not even conducted a fact-based threat assessment around the incident in order to show that there actually was some sort of credible threat in the first place. Not only that, but a minor isn't even allowed to be in solitary confinement for more than 24 hours. The detention center said that he was left in there due to COVID concerns. Runeka Reed, a policy advisor at a nonprofit called Texas Appleseed, says, "This was the choice of the school to refer to law enforcement, the choice of law enforcement to detain the child, the choice of the prosecutor to charge him and try to trump up the charges. All of these things are failures in serving young kids." The Observer, a local paper, requested info from the superintendent and the principal of the school. The only response they got was from the Director of Public Relations and Community Engagement, who said, "This case has been transferred to the Cameron County Juvenile Justice Department and is pending education. Brownsville ISD cannot comment any further on this matter." Now we've got, high school basketball player and family beat coach in parking lot after being benched during game. Well, here's a case that kind of sums itself up in the headline. For those of you who played high school sports, I'm sure you understand that being benched is a feeling that really sucks, but would you really go out and beat up your coach for it? Well, that's what's happened here. This happened when a Texas boy named Jevin Allen, 17, was benched during a basketball game after showing bad behavior to a player on the opposing team. Something that infuriated both him and his family, who, I guess, thought he should be able to be as unsportsmanlike as he pleased. The high school coach, after the game ended, returned to their home school at about 9:52 p.m. This is where he came to see both Jevin and his whole family waiting there for him in the parking lot. He walked past them and went into the school. After he came out, he was surprised to see that they were still waiting there for him. The boy's relatives first confronted the coach, cussing him out and berating him for benching the boy. Then things really got out of control when Jevin sucker punched him right in the face. This was when Jevin's older brother, 22-year-old Jarek Allen, jumped into the fight as well, with the two beating him all over until several bystanders and another coach came in to break them up. The assault left the coach with injuries to his neck, arms, face, and head. The police were called and deputies were sent out to Willis High School. Police got a hold of the CCTV footage and interviewed various witnesses, which were all in line with what the victim had claimed had happened to him. He also had the injuries to back it up. Both brothers fled the scene shortly after the attack. It didn't take too long to track them down, and they were both arrested and charged with assault on a public servant. After posting a $23,000 bond each, both of them are released from the Montgomery County Jail shortly after. The coach is now recovering from his injuries while Jevin no longer attends the school. It seems that the whole family has packed up and fled the area, with police saying, "The investigation is ongoing, but we did determine that the student's address was no longer valid, so he has been withdrawn from the district. We are deeply saddened by this incident and will not tolerate this behavior from students." Alright, this one's a doozy. Raunchy, alcohol-fueled Taco Bell party included open sex, lawsuit claims. I think it's safe to say that everyone out there loves Taco Bell, but some people might love it for reasons other than what you might imagine, such as the orgies. It seems that a former employee at a Taco Bell restaurant in LA is suing both the franchise owner and the company as a whole after a Christmas party at the location that she says included a drunken mess of burrito-filled, alcohol-fueled, gassy orgy. This woman, Alana Betcham, has officially filed her lawsuit with the Los Angeles Superior Court. In her suit, she says that her supervisor invited her to a Christmas party on December 18th of 2022 being held at the San Pedro Taco Bell where she worked. She was told to bring some food for the occasion, so she decided on some guacamole. When she got there, she found it quite odd that her supervisor had covered the windows of the establishment with wrapping paper, but being Christmas, it wasn't fully out of the question. What was weirder was that they had also covered the cameras in the lobby. She said that the supervisor then provided alcohol to all of the workers, saying that many of them were, in her words, overserved. After a few hours of partying, Alana decided to step outside for a bit and get some air. When she came back in, she found her coworker having sex with his wife in front of everyone at the party while onlookers cheered on. This wife was even kissing the female manager and another female coworker while doing the deed. Alana ran out of the establishment, but then thought, "Oh shit, my guacamole, can't forget that," and ran back inside. Then she saw that several of the people getting it on were now vomiting all over each other. One of them threw up right into her guacamole bowl. Alana says that she then reported the incident to HR, who I'm sure had a bit of a field day with this one. She then reported it to the franchise based in Colorado. The manager and all of the co-workers involved were fired shortly after. Someone, likely one of the disgruntled firees, shattered Alana's car window shortly after, and she began to receive threats against her life. Instead of doing anything to the people who had threatened her, Taco Bell and the franchise just transferred her to a new location. After a while, though, she just quit. She says that she has suffered, quote, actual, consequential, and incidental financial losses as a result of the drunken Taco Bell bangfest. A Taco Bell spokesperson has since said, "While we don't own or manage this location, the franchisee who owns and operates this restaurant has shared that they take these claims very seriously." Now we've got Taiwan man fined for calling woman cart titan on social media. Here we have a rare case from out in Taiwan, and the subject matter of the case is even rarer. Like some other countries in Asia, you can actually get punished for bullying on social media, and you might even get a fine for what you say. That's where this case comes in. Taiwanese media reported on November 21st that a man is facing both a lawsuit and a fine of the equivalent of about $380 for posting some less than complimentary comments on a woman's social media post. On this post, the man compared her to that of a monster from the Attack on Titan series, which oddly enough has come up in a different video I made, a monster called the Cart Titan. If you haven't seen the series, the Cart Titan is a giant humanoid horse-like creature with a very elongated, goofy-looking face. It's likely not the type of anime girl, yeah, it's a girl that you'd like to be compared to out of all the options out there. It has a reputation for having both one of the funniest and ugliest designs in the series, especially when compared to the much cooler looking titans out there. The woman took action against the commenter, filing a lawsuit against him. Another man bandwagoned on the original comment, also adding some, what they called sexual implications as well, which got him an even worse fine of $790 and 25 days of jail time. The public in Taiwan was generally more in support of the insulted woman, finding the Cart Titan quite ugly indeed. Her lawyer commented that the court found the action both malicious and defamatory, legitimizing the lawsuit claims. This case has now become somewhat of a meme throughout the country, with fans of the series proud to exclaim that the cart titan has now reached court-approved levels of ugliness. Here I've got a good little bonus story. Florida man caught feeding wild alligator resists arrest. So what do we have here? A little bit of a redemption arc? Are we finally going to wipe the Florida man slate clean? Well, let's find out. Here we've got a story of a Florida man who resisted arrest for possibly one of the best reasons ever. This guy here, a 67-year-old man named Paul Fortin, was feeding a 10-foot-long alligator in his neighborhood pond, causing him to come back time and time again. He says that the alligator is both a good boy and a good friend to him. It seems that a neighbor saw a video of Paul feeding the alligator on Facebook one day, got butthurt, and reported him to the police. The cops came out and gave him a citation for feeding the gator boy. Paul apparently thought this was stupid and refused the citation. The police insisted he take it, but he refused, notably without violence. Paul was interviewed by News 6 when he said, "He's a good boy. He lets me pet him. He just sits there and he loves bagels. He was such a good friend." When speaking of the legal ramifications of doing such a thing, he stated, "It's illegal. It's totally illegal to do it. Did I know it? No. Did I know I couldn't feed a turtle? Alligators? Yeah, I kinda knew that. I don't know. Maybe I'm a Dr. Dolittle." Oklahoma man arrested after leaving scene of crash that killed 16-year-old daughter in Bixby. Elliot Binney was driving home on January 11th with his wife and 3 children at around 9:30 p.m. in Bixby, Oklahoma. This wasn't any sort of normal family drive. Elliot was all over the road. He was driving 70 miles per hour, passing multiple cars in a no-passing zone, all during heavy rain. This was when Elliot slipped, the car flipped, and rolled over several times. One of Elliot's kids, his 16-year-old daughter named Shelby, wasn't wearing a seatbelt. She was ejected from the car and thrown down the road. Ambulances arrived and found the family, taking all of them to the hospital. All survived except for Shelby. They did all they could, but she was pronounced dead at the hospital. When I said that the family was taken to the hospital, that was a bit of a lie. One member of the family had completely vanished, that being Elliot himself. Elliot had fled the scene. He ran over to a family's home and switched cars, running from the area. The police began to investigate the scene. They found an open bottle of vodka next to the passenger door of the car, with a good swig clearly having been taken. They also found marijuana, empty pill bottles, pipes, and all manner of empty alcohol bottles in the trunk of the car. The police managed to track Elliot down electronically the very next morning in Chickasaw. They got him to stop, where he came out of his car, still slurring his speech even the next day. They loaded him into the car, where he appeared pretty dazed. Elliot told the police plainly that he had bought the vodka on the way home and taken a good gulp before hopping in the car. Elliot was charged with leaving the scene of a collision resulting in death, first-degree manslaughter, and, to a much lesser degree, passing a vehicle in a no-passing zone. The Bixby police chief, Todd Blish, spoke out saying, "These situations are tragic in every sense of the word." As it turns out, Elliot has a pretty long rap sheet involving all sorts of vehicular crimes. In fact, he had 3 other charges of leaving the scene and even another DUI. He was freed on a $102,000 bond on the same day as his arrest. It isn't really known what he's up to now. 3 men found dead at Kansas City home days after watching football game. Now this story is a very strange one involving 3 men in their 30s, Ricky Johnson, David Harrington, and Clayton McGeeney. Living out in Kansas City themselves, all 3 of the men went to their friend Jordan Willis's home to watch the Chiefs game one Sunday night. After that, nobody ever heard from the 3 men again. Given that they all went to Jordan's home, naturally he was the first person that people were going to call after all 3 of the men vanished. However, all of the calls to his home went unanswered for days. The friends and families of the men couldn't really wait any longer. Clayton's fiancée went over to the home 2 nights later, only to get no answer once again. Desperate, she broke into the home through the basement and got inside to look around. This was when she came across a horrific discovery, a body on the back porch. She then left the scene. The police were called, rushing out to the home. This is where it was reported that Jordan finally came to the door, naked from the waist up, holding a wine bottle. Upon a bit more investigation, they came to find 2 more bodies in the backyard as well. David Harrington's mother has said that Jordan plainly told the police that his friends must have frozen to death. Jordan, the man living at the home, hasn't been charged with any sort of crime. The police say that there weren't any signs of foul play at the scene, but they are admittedly still waiting on medical examiners to shed a little more light on what went down that night. The police did obtain a search warrant for the inside of the home, but it doesn't appear that they found anything unusual. Jordan said that he didn't hear anything any of the other times people came out to his home because he had a loud fan and sleeps with earbuds in. He has said through his lawyer that he didn't have any reason to go into the backyard, both because he had been working often and because it had been snowing. Friends and family have voiced their frustration online, writing comments such as, "This man was inside his home alive while my friends were dead in his yard for Lord knows how long. They were all hanging out since after the game Sunday. He knew people were looking for them." Another wrote, "He read messages of people searching for him on Tuesday. My husband banged on his door for 20 minutes. My friend banged on his door and then busted a window and yelled and announced her presence while she's inside and still nothing from him. Then the cops came 10 minutes later and he comes out nonchalant in his boxers with an empty wine glass in hand." Another friend said, "3 men do not just go outside and freeze to death while the owner of the home, their friend, stays inside and only when police show up comes outside in boxers like you've just been chilling for 2 days while your 3 friends are dead outside. Make noise here, people. This story is not okay. He had been contacted for over 24 hours prior about where our friends were, and also their car is still parked at his house and didn't reply to anyone." Jordan's attorney has said that he was close friends with all 3 of the men and had nothing to do with their deaths. He also said that Jordan had no knowledge that they were in his backyard or needed any medical attention. He also didn't know when they left his home or how they died. He said that he simply saw the 3 men leaving the house that night and went to bed. The family of Ricky Johnson, who is a married father with 3 kids, has started a GoFundMe page in order to help out with the funeral expenses. If you can, please throw a few bucks their way and help out. I'm posting a link down there in the description and in a pinned comment. The toxicology reports on the 3 men could take weeks to come back. I guess we'll just have to see how it goes for now. Let me know your theories in the comments. Update. So, just since I recorded this video, a lot has come out. It turns out that the homeowner, Jordan Willis, was known as the chemist in high school. He had a history of making and mixing drugs for his friends. The cousin of one of the dead said, "Jordan's the chemist. Jordan is somebody that is known from high school as, like, creating drugs for people to make them feel better in certain situations. They all knew him as that." The police have told the families of the victims that they had very high levels of drugs in their systems, including 3 times the lethal dose of fentanyl as well as THC and cocaine. A 30-pack of beer had also been purchased. The consensus among the families is now that drugs were likely responsible. The current most prevalent theory is that the men were simply so zonked that they passed out and froze to death outside. Jordan Willis, despite saying he had been going to work previously, admitted that he had been passed out cold from the substances for a full 2 days before the police arrived. With the whole country looking at him as a murderer, he's taken this as a serious wake-up call. He has since moved out of his home, put his things into storage, and went into rehab. This one is, retired judge killed by son after he refused sleeping pill. Alfred Carnes, the son of an FBI agent, was a retired judge living in Austin, Texas with his wife Susan, who is a retired elementary school teacher. Both were known as pillars of their community. What people didn't know, though, was that their son was a bit off. Their 45-year-old son, Seth Carnes, was living with his elderly parents. According to Seth himself, his mother was trying to make him take a sleeping pill. He didn't want to take it. He says that she tried to put it into his mouth despite his wishes. So he went back into the garage that his parents had converted into an apartment for him and grabbed his Remington 870 shotgun that he kept in the nightstand. He went back to his mother and shot her in the left shoulder and collarbone. He then turned to his father and shot him in the left side of the chest, also injuring his arm and elbow. Seth's own daughter ended up calling 911, telling the operator that her father had just shot her grandfather. Police rushed out to the scene, surprised to see Seth coming out the door, seeming very chill, holding a cup of coffee with one hand and waving with the other. He casually told them that he had just killed his parents. The police entered into the home to find Alfred dead on the living room floor with a single spent shotgun shell near the kitchen. Further inside, they found Susan lying on the ground in her son's bedroom. Paramedics did what they could, but they couldn't save them. The police weren't really sure what to make of all of this, simply stating, "The preliminary investigation suggests that the murders resulted from a disagreement, escalating into family violence and death." Seth Carnes is now being held in the Williamson County Jail without bond. He was charged with capital murder and the killings of his parents, both of which were 74 years old. Given that this is Texas, he could be facing a death sentence. At this point, it's all but guaranteed that he'll end up with a life sentence at the very least. Here we've got, woman arrested for using vibrator on a Georgia beach found dead. Here's a very strange story that happened back in July of 2021 in an area of Georgia called Tybee Beach. A family was on the beach at around 5:30 p.m. when they could hear a woman moaning, clearly enjoying herself. This was when they saw her using a tool upon her junk right there on the beach. It lasted for several awkward minutes until the family finally decided to call the police, and that's when the woman ran off to a local restaurant. The woman who called the police was able to show them a video that showed the whole incident, with the woman going ham on her ham right there on the beach. It didn't take too long for the police to find the woman, 34-year-old Christina Revels Glick, that very day. Body cam footage was taken of the arrest, where Christina told the police that she was simply lying down on her towel, nothing more. The police asked to search her bag, causing her to admit that, yes, she was having some fun, but said that it was only for about 20 seconds or so. She said that she was just trying to relieve some stress. But then she started to break down once the cops slapped the cuffs on her before taking her away from the beach. Problem is, once the story broke and the body cam footage leaked, it ended up getting over 2.5 million views all over social media. Christina, charged with indecent exposure and disorderly conduct, apologized and said that she didn't think anyone had seen her. She was facing up to a year in prison, but it seems she got away without much damage. Aside from humiliation, she had managed to dodge the consequences. However, this case would take a tragic turn months later. What seemed like a sad case of internet ridicule was actually much deeper and just sad. Christina's landlord had failed to contact her over the phone time and time again after she failed to pay the rent for her apartment in Hinesville, Georgia. So this landlord decided to go out to her home and meet up with her in person. Getting no response, she peeked inside to see a blood trail leading all over the home. Going inside, she found Christina's badly decomposed body. She panicked and called the police. The police estimated that she had been dead for quite some time when she was found, about 30 days at the least. A lot of people online immediately came to the assumption that she must have ended her own life due to the previous online humiliation. This was the story for quite a while, as it seemed to make the most logical sense. However, it was Christina's own family who came out to set the record straight. They felt that her death had very little to do with the beach incident. They revealed that she had long been on a downward spiral of drinking and abusing drugs. They said, in their own words, that she had went off the rails when her marriage ended just 6 months after her most recent child was born, which she had 3 of. She went out to Florida, got arrested, went to prison, and came back. Surprisingly, her husband took her back after all of that, but she had changed. Despite once being a very well-off university graduate, she had fallen in with a pretty bad crowd. She had numerous run-ins with the law in both Georgia and Florida. In fact, she was avoiding Florida due to being a fugitive there. This was after she had stolen a car just a few years prior. The same year as the beach incident, she had been arrested multiple times for public intoxication. She also had several lawsuits against her for unpaid rent, property damage, and stolen property. She was barely even in contact with her family anymore at the time of the beach incident, living alone in squalor. Here we've got, man shot roommate to death in argument over remote. In a case that took place in Springdale, Maryland, a 38-year-old man named Richard Benaw was sleeping in his apartment. That was until his roommate, Scott Hayes, repeatedly started making a lot of noise at about 5:30 a.m. Richard said that he tried to ignore Scott, but soon enough Scott came up behind him and asked him where the TV remote was. Richard claims that he took the blankets off from over his head to see Scott holding 2 large knives. Upon seeing this, he pulled out his own gun and aimed it at his housemate. Seeing that it was now getting all Wild Wild West style in his apartment, Scott backed off, saying to Richard, "You won't shoot." That is when Richard claims that he said, "There's only one way to find out," and fired at Scott. That's where the case goes from unbelievable to stupid. Richard then says that Scott ran upstairs to his own bedroom. Richard, upon seeing bullet holes but no blood, said that he felt Scott was probably fine and went back to bed. Later on, he woke up and drove out to a friend's house to tell him all about what had happened. They then went to a marijuana dispensary together and bought some goods to smoke. Richard went back to the home with his items and decided to clean up the bullet casings and flush them down the toilet. Given that my toilet can't even handle a Q-tip, that's quite a feat on its own. He then swept up the dust from the hole-punched drywall and called it good. It wasn't until several of his friends urged him to call 911 that he decided to do so. The police came out to the apartment to find Scott dead in his bedroom, face down on the ground with a knife in each hand and a third in his waistband. Richard insisted that he shot him in self-defense, but admitted that he decided to get some sleep, go to a friend's house, go buy some weed, and then come back home before he bothered calling them. He was charged with manslaughter, assault in the first degree, assault in the second degree, and possession of a firearm as someone convicted of a violent felony. And now we've got, pastor tried to push wife's co-worker into McDonald's deep fryer. Here we have a story from High Point, North Carolina, in which a woman was working at a local McDonald's when she got herself into a little bit of a bind. She was working as a new manager in training when another employee was disrespecting her, as she put it. She called her husband, a 57-year-old pastor named Dwayne Waden, who quickly drove out and came to her defense. The pastor picked the disrespectful employee up by his collar and punched him in the face. He then held him down on the counter and attempted to push his entire head into the deep fryer. He wouldn't stop until several other employees freaked out and pulled him away. The victim suffered a large gash across his forehead and right eye, along with some scratches along his neck from the countertop. Police were pretty surprised to see that this man was the pastor of Elevated Life International Ministries and a respected truck driver, here on CCTV laying the smackdown on a McDonald's employee. He was quickly arrested on an assault charge and released on a $1,000 bond. His wife was subsequently fired from her job very shortly after. And now we've got Ohio woman charged after pretending her daughter had cancer to collect donations. Here we have a tale from Pleasant City, Ohio that isn't very pleasant. A 41-year-old woman named Pamela Reed has been hit with some pretty heavy allegations recently in relation to her daughter's supposed cancer diagnosis. Pamela had told her daughter's elementary school upon signing her up that she was, quote, blind in her right eye and would be having a port implanted in the near future for her cancer treatments. She didn't limit these comments to the school, posting much of the same rhetoric on Facebook, speaking often about her daughter's battle with cancer. This is when the money really started rolling in. Several local organizations started making an effort to help Pamela, her daughter, and their family out with medical expenses. This included a fat $8,000 check in order to help out with the cancer treatment expenses. However, things took a wild turn when all of the students in the daughter's school were required to take a routine eye exam. The young girl, likely unaware that she had to fake being blind in one eye, performed just fine on the vision test. The school was also concerned that she had missed about 280 hours of school by January, which is roughly 35 days of class. A school administrator took the initiative to call a healthcare provider who had seen the daughter in the past, who seemed to be a bit confused. This provider confirmed that the girl didn't have, and never had, cancer or leukemia. This was when the school decided to contact both the police and children's services to inform them of what was going on. The police went out on January 8th to give Pamela a bit of questioning. During this, she openly admitted that her daughter didn't have cancer and never did, fully admitting to altering documents from her healthcare provider and sending them to the school. She also admitted to shaving her daughter's head in order to make it appear that she was on chemotherapy, and said that she did all of this simply because she enjoyed the support she was given as a result. Pamela was swiftly arrested and hit with a charge of theft by deception, a felony in the 4th degree. Her bond was set at $50,000, and it appears that she was unable to pay, as according to news media, she has remained in jail. If she is convicted, she's going to face up to 18 months in prison. Both the daughter in this story and Pamela's other child, age 10, were taken from her custody over concerns for their safety. At this point, it isn't really clear if they're with relatives or with state custody. It isn't likely that anyone's going to be making any donations towards Pamela's bail anytime soon. And here we've got Washington, D.C. police searching for man who allegedly lit another man on fire. Here we are in the capital of the United States, Washington, D.C. This is where the police are looking for a man who partook in a particularly brazen crime just 1 mile north of the Capitol building. On a Monday afternoon at about 3 p.m., a man took out some sort of liquid he was keeping in a clear bottle and poured it all over another man at the intersection of North Capitol Street and P Street Northwest. He then pulled out a lighter, lit the man on fire, and ran off as he panicked and struggled. Police aren't really sure of the motive in the attack and don't even know if the two people knew each other. What they are able to say is that the victim was sent to a local hospital with some pretty severe injuries. The police soon released a statement saying, "The Metropolitan Police Department currently offers a reward of up to $10,000 to anyone who provides information that leads to the arrest and conviction of the person or persons responsible for a violent crime committed in the District of Columbia." If there's any chance that someone watching this video right now recognizes the suspect here, you should call the police at the number on screen or text their tip line. Who knows, you might get a pretty nice reward. And this one is, New Mexico man arrested after police find dozens of diamonds in anal cavity. Now here's the tale of a lovely man out in the state of New Mexico who is facing some odd charges. This all started when he was caught riding a motorcycle without a license plate, leading to other things. The police spotted a 23-year-old man, Eusebio Padilla, driving down the road on a motorcycle with no license plate. They pulled him over and noticed that he clearly had a knife on his possession. After seeing that, they decided to pat him down. After the pat down, the police walked away momentarily. When they looked back at the suspect, they realized that he was really digging into his ass. In fact, it appeared that he was trying to pull something out of it. Well, it seems that they helped him with this little endeavor as they managed to see exactly what he was trying to get, a literal buttload of diamonds. 44 diamonds, to be exact. When questioned, Padilla said that he had gotten them from his uncle who, quote, usually has stolen items. He said that he was hoping to trade the juicy jewels for some drugs. Shortly after, he was arrested on charges of both receiving stolen property and tampering with evidence. It doesn't seem like he has an attorney. And now we have, Florida woman used aunt's dog's urine for court-mandated drug test. Did you really think we'd get through a whole video without a Florida case? There's no chance of that happening. This one is a short, sweet, and juicy one. A 42-year-old woman in Florida named Jessica Beatty had previously been arrested and released after possessing some drug paraphernalia and driving with a suspended license. As a result, she was subject to some random drug test as a condition of her parole. Well, it seems that Jessica wasn't too diligent in avoiding drugs, as she panicked and had to find a way to pass her test. Somehow, she was able to collect a bottle of pee from her aunt's dog right before the test. She handed that in, hoping that she would get away with it. That wasn't the case. She was caught, and pretty easily. It wasn't clear how exactly, but she was out of luck. Jessica admitted to collecting a bottle of hot dog piss and attempting to pass it off as her own. She then provided a valid example of her own nectar and was promptly arrested. It doesn't seem like she passed the test, not to mention the fact that she just tried to pass off a fake sample. She was booked into the Pinellas County Jail, where she remains on a $500 bond. And now, father who hasn't stopped breaking wind since he ate a ham roll at a Christmas market 5 years ago sues for £200,000. Here we have one of those bonus stories that isn't really necessarily a crime, but it is a lawsuit, so I'm gonna go ahead and throw it in. I can't leave it out, and you'll see why. This case involves a man out in the UK who, after eating a ham roll 5 years ago, hasn't stopped farting since, and he's ready to sue. The story all started when 46-year-old Tyrone Prades went to a Christmas market in Birmingham with his wife and kids. There he bought a ham roll at a stand and chowed down. And then he farted, and farted again, and farted again, and he continued to do so for the rest of his life up until this point. Within hours, he claims he was hit with stomach pain, a fever, and diarrhea. He says that he was bedridden for a whole 5 weeks after. Even after getting out of bed, he said that his gas is so frequent and so horrible that it wakes him up at night, disrupting his sleep and frequently embarrasses him in public. His lawyer, surprisingly, yeah, he did find one that would take this case, says that, even though his sickness subsided, his stomach continues to churn and cause him endless farts and great embarrassment. The lawyer says, the symptoms are, primarily, fatigue and altered bowel function associated with churning within his abdomen and flatulence. The barrister also chimed in, saying, the extent of the symptoms has been life-changing. It seems that the case mostly hinges on whether or not Tyrone had contracted salmonella after eating the ham roll. It has been said that there were other customers who felt ill as well, but not quite to this extent. It seems that E. coli had been found on a knife at that stall, but no salmonella, so it'll probably be an uphill battle to prove that he ever had it in the first place. Either way, Tyrone is aiming to sue the operator of the stand, who denies all blame, for £200,000. This case actually will be going to trial later on. We'll have to see how it goes. Here we have Kansas City mother charged in death of 1-month-old after allegedly mistakenly placing infant in oven. You know, I'm always more than ready to talk about a Missouri case, but unfortunately this is one that's pretty awful. Very recently, a mom out in Kansas City, Missouri, the 4100 block of Forest Avenue in Midtown to be specific, was arrested and charged in the death of her 1-month-old baby for what she says was nothing more than a very, very big mistake. 26-year-old Mariah Thomas was living with her grandparents and raising her baby in their home. She called up her grandfather at about 1 p.m. one Friday afternoon, telling him vaguely that something was wrong with her baby and that he needed to come home as soon as possible. She called her grandmother up as well, this time in hysterics, barely able to convey anything. Once the grandpa came home, he immediately smelled smoke inside the house and, upon walking further in, found the deceased baby inside her crib. This was when Mariah told him that she thought she had put the baby in her crib, but had accidentally put her into the oven instead. The police and ambulances were called, and as soon as they arrived, the cops came inside to find an infant with apparent burn wounds. The Kansas City Fire Department declared the 1-month-old child dead right there on the scene. Mariah once again reiterated that she was simply trying to put the baby down for a nap and accidentally put her into the oven. Mariah was arrested and charged with a Class A felony, first-degree endangering the welfare of a child in the death of her baby. She was taken into custody and consented to detectives looking through her phone data and taking a blood sample. It doesn't appear that she has an attorney to represent her yet. If Mariah were to be convicted, she could get anywhere from 10 years to life in prison, according to Missouri law. Her sentencing will likely hinge on whether or not she was going through some sort of psychosis at the time of the crime. This one is, woman arrested for sending man 159,000 texts after their first date. Now, here's a case that you might have heard about before. It actually happened several years back, but it seems that the whole thing has finally wrapped up and we have a conclusion as to what happened to this woman. Back in 2017, a woman in Phoenix, Arizona named Jacqueline Aids joined an app called Luxy, a dating app for millionaires. To join, it seems that you either need to make over $200,000 a year or be voted into the app by other users for being attractive enough. That sounds like an absolutely horrible way to meet an actual serious partner, but to each their own, I guess. Jacqueline was able to get voted in and immediately set her sights on a local business owner. This guy was the CEO of a Scottsdale area company that sells skincare products. She was a beautician herself, likely finding this to be her perfect, filthy rich match. She hit him up and the two talked on the app for a few days before deciding to go on a date. Apparently, this date didn't go very well. The man didn't want to see her again after one date and started ignoring her calls and texts. So upon being ignored, Jacqueline decided to send him over 159,000 text messages with some calls and voicemails sprinkled in as well. In these texts, she threatened a good amount of violence against him, even dismemberment.
I met him online. I was looking for my healing angel. The psychic I met told me I would meet a healing angel. I felt like I met my soulmate and everything was just the way it was. And I thought we would just do what everybody else did and we would just get married and everything would be fine. But that's not what happened. You don't stop giving, even if you don't receive. You all of a sudden receive a lot. No. Oh my God, no, I love him so much. I just want to love him so much, that's it. And if he doesn't like it, then I'll go home and I'll love my ex-boyfriend.
She has since claimed that these threats were merely hypothetical. Attempting in vain to downplay her creepiness, she has said that these threats were what she would do if they got together and he happened to leave her, which in her mind seems to make it all fine.
You remember?
I would never do that. Well, I said if he left me, if we were together and he left me.
Okay. So if you were saying that if
we ever were together, that I love him so much that I would do those things.
If he left you?
Me, yeah.
Okay. So if he didn't want to be with you right now.
Oh, that's okay.
That's different though?
Yeah.
How's that different?
Oh, because he's not here yet.
In July of 2017, she was caught on camera parking outside of this man's house. Her relentless stalking didn't end there, though. It continued for about a year. In April 2018, surveillance footage from inside the man's home sensed movement. Through his phone, he was able to see that Jacqueline was there, inside his house, just kind of wandering around. Luckily, he was out of the country at the time, but he alerted the local police immediately. When the police came out, they caught her there and found a large butcher knife in her car after a search. She told the police that she had been abducted by Walt Disney, a member of the Illuminati, on his spaceship. While being taken in, she told the police, "He said to me, go away for the last 16 months, and I couldn't, because the more I loved him, the more I learned the secrets of the universe." She was arrested on counts of stalking and criminal trespassing. For the last 10 months alone, despite being completely ignored, she had sent a further 65,000 text messages to the man, sometimes up to 500 in one day. The messages got increasingly threatening, with such gems as, "I'd make sushi out of your kidneys and chopsticks out of your hand bones," or, "I'd wear your fascia on the top of your skull and your hands and feet," with fascia being a thin layer of tissue over the internal organs, by the way. The police said that she was showing signs of mental illness. When the police asked her why she was in his home, she said, "I guess I made up a whole scenario in my head where I live here, so I came here and pretended that's what was happening." Even after this arrest, she didn't stop. She continued to text the man, saying, "You do whatever you have to get here, but don't ever try to leave me. I'll kill you. I don't want to be a murderer," while comparing herself to Hitler and calling him a genius. She once again showed up to the man's home, pretending to be his wife, which got her arrested once again. She told the cops that she had no intentions of causing him any harm. She thought her text messages were funny, not understanding why anyone found them scary or weird.
I wouldn't actually do that.
But you said it.
It's funny.
No, it's not.
Okay, sorry.
It scared him a lot.
Sorry.
You're talking about taking out his muscles and his organs and
Oh, God.
wearing his skin, and I mean that.
I didn't think it was scary. I mean, he does this to me. He calls the police on me.
Yeah, because you say things like this.
I mean, I didn't say that the first couple times he did call the police on me.
After a trial and spending some time waiting in jail, Jacqueline was offered a deal where she could be released on time served if she accepted 10 years of probation and was no longer allowed to contact her victim. She didn't agree to it. Instead, she pled not guilty to all charges. She said that she felt this was all a test by her victim to see how dedicated she really was to him. Her court-appointed attorney requested that mental health professionals evaluate her mental competency and ability to understand the gravity of the charges against her. After much time passed, the charges against Jacqueline were completely dropped. She was found to be mentally incompetent and completely non-restorable. Her attorney agreed with the court's decision. She was all set to be transported to a behavioral health center to stay for a while. Then, after her stay was over, her parents picked her up and took her back home to Florida to get additional treatment under their watch. She is still forbidden to contact the man she stalked for so long. This one is Georgia reigning beauty queen charged in murder of 18-month-old. I'll be honest with you here, I have really no idea what any of this pageant stuff is about or the significance of it, so I'm just going to tell you exactly what the article said, so bear with me for just a moment. Here we have the story of Trinity Madison Pogue, an 18-year-old beauty pageant contestant and reigning beauty queen. After graduating from Southwest Georgia Academy in Damascus with honors, she became the current Miss Donaldsonville, participating in some pageant called the National Peanut Festival. She went on to Georgia State University in Americus. There she was one of only 22 freshmen chosen for the President Jimmy Carter Leadership Program. In 2023, she was named Miss Seminole with a photo of her holding a young child on stage, a dark bit of foreshadowing. Her mom shared a photo of her on Facebook, along with a quote Trinity wrote herself. God does not give us everything we want, but he does fulfill his purpose, leading us along the best and straightest paths to himself. And then she was arrested and charged in the murder of an 18-month-old baby boy. It has been rumored that this boy was the son of her boyfriend, but it seems that we still don't really know that for sure. The police haven't stated her relationship to the child. The Georgia Bureau of Investigation was contacted by the Georgia Southwestern State University Police Department after the baby was admitted into the emergency room at the Phoebe Sumner Hospital. Originally, the child was unconscious, but he later passed away in that hospital. Initial findings have reported that the cause of death appeared to be blunt force trauma. After multiple interviews with the police, Trinity was arrested. She's being held at the Sumner County Jail without bond. She's facing charges of aggravated battery, felony murder, and cruelty to a child in the first degree. It came to be known that the name of the boy was Romeo Anglais, according to his birth certificate. While the boy's family asked for privacy, they did set up a GoFundMe page to raise some money to support the father. The page states, "A man that was the sole caretaker of his only child now has the tragedy of having to lay him to rest." Here we've got California woman who stabbed boyfriend 108 times sentenced to probation. Here's a very controversial case that has both infuriated and confused a lot of people out there for pretty understandable reasons. Our case starts in December of 2017. This was when 32-year-old Bryn Spedster was hanging out with her boyfriend, 26-year-old Chad O'Mala, smoking some weed and enjoying some conversation. However, with no warning, Bryn suddenly snapped, pulled out a knife, and stabbed her boyfriend about 108 times, stabbing herself in the process as well. Police arrived on scene where they found Bryn sitting in a pool of blood, still holding her knife. She wouldn't go quietly, ultimately leading them to having to use a taser and a baton to get the knife away from her and take her into custody. Once her trial began, a medical expert came forth to say that Bryn's behavior was the result of cannabis-induced psychosis. Apparently, this diagnosis is given out whenever one hallucinates or suffers from delusions immediately upon taking the drug. Her attorneys argued that she was bullied and intimidated into smoking more than she wanted to, saying that she was involuntarily intoxicated. Medical professionals or not, many people found their assertions ridiculous, and the case quickly became very divisive. However, it seems that many more people were on the side of THC psychosis being a lame excuse for what she did. At a hearing, Bryn had to face her boyfriend's family and express remorse for what she did. She told them, "My actions have ripped your family apart. I am broken and aching inside. I hurt that you never see Chad again." Chad's mother was not impressed, saying, "It's been 5.5 years where she has got to live with her family and we get to live with a box of ashes." However, in the end, the Ventura County Superior Court Judge David Worley surprisingly decided to sentence Bryn to no jail time at all. Speaking of the moments after she smoked weed, he said, "From that point forward, she had no control over her actions." Instead, Bryn was sentenced to 2 years of probation and 100 hours of community service. It seems that the number of people outraged at this outcome far outnumbers the people who actually agree with it. Now we've got 17-year-old shot and killed by officer conducting welfare check. Here we have an extremely counterproductive incident that recently took place at a family home in Nebraska. The police in Columbus were called with a request to perform a welfare check on a resident who had been showing signs of committing self-harm. A few of the police went out to the home, making contact with the 17-year-old boy in question. He was holding a knife, so one officer shot him with a taser while another opened fire and killed him right there. The boy, later identified as Chase Ditter, was pronounced dead right there on the scene. It goes without saying that people weren't very happy upon hearing about this case. The Columbus Police Department contacted the state to conduct an in-depth death investigation. Now, the Nebraska State Patrol is conducting an investigation of the entire situation. Both of the officers involved in the killing have been placed on administrative leave. The Columbus police attempted to reassure the public, saying that there is no threat to the community. They're being tight-lipped about any more details involving this case for the time being. And, oh boy, here we have. Transgender woman loses bid to sue ex for throwing out her surgically removed testicles. Alright, so this one's just weird. I mean, it's perfectly fitting for a compilation like this, but beyond that, I really don't have any words. This story started out when two people, Brianna Kingsley, 40, and William Wojciechowski, 37, met on a Facebook community in April of 2020. They quickly fell for each other as, by fall of 2021, Brianna was moving in with William to live in the house that he had bought. It seems that Brianna had a bit of surgery, getting those good old balls chopped off and thrown into a jar. Going by Rhino Witch Sanctuary on TikTok, Brianna uploaded a video, titled The Unboxing of Dee's Nuts, of the nards in a jar, kept in the family fridge for the time being. Sitting on a fancy chair, Brianna held up the bottle of jewels for the camera, pondering the orbs, delighting in a significantly reduced chance of testicular cancer for all to see. Brianna said, "I deal with trauma with comedy. Shakespeare did it." However, unfortunately, the couple broke up in December of 2022, unable to stand each other any longer after living together for 1 year. Brianna, having moved out, realized that she forgot her container of peanuts back at William's house. She had already gotten the rest of her belongings, so when she went back to the home again, William denied her entry and told her to go away and stop harassing him. He said that all of her belongings were gone, so he had no more reason to interact with her. So Brianna decided to sue. Granted, gotta go get gonads, guys. The claim said, for real, William retains possession of my surgically extracted testicles preserved in a mason jar kept in the fridge next to the eggs. It demanded both the return of the balls and $6,500 in damages. So William decided to countersue for being humiliated by the case. The judge tossed out both Brianna's case and rejected William's as well. He called the whole thing a wash and said that his decision can't be appealed. Part of his reasoning was that he had no idea how to even go about calculating damages in a case like this, saying, "I can put a dollar amount on, say, if you were missing work at $16 an hour, but as to testicles, I can't really put a number on it." In January, Brianna was arrested, fined $100, and put into jail for 3 days for violating a personal protection order William had filed. After, a sheriff's deputy accompanied her to William's house. This time as well, she neglected to snag the boys. The judge noted that Brianna kept neglecting to take them, so this was on her, saying, "We allow a one-time visit with a sheriff's officer in situations like that for people to go back and get their belongings. Ms. Kingsley failed to retrieve the testicles from the refrigerator at that time. If they were so important to her, she had the opportunity to grab them, and she didn't." To everyone's shock, William told the judge that he had already thrown the nuts in the trash, saying, "They were rotting in my fridge. It was disgusting. I've got food in there I wanted to eat. She didn't keep them in a biohazard container like she was supposed to." It seems that the removal of the balls had costed $20,000, but it was paid for by the state due to Brianna being disabled. So the whole removal was basically free in the first place. The judge finished by saying, "The state paid for that, you didn't. You're not going to be unjustly enriched." And check this one out. Thieves somehow steal 200-foot WJLX radio tower. So, out in Jasper, Alabama, we have a heist of pretty epic proportions that honestly seems impossible, but yeah, here we are. Out of nowhere, the WJLX radio station in Walker County had their 200-foot-tall AM radio tower completely stolen, and nobody knows who did it or how they even managed to do it. The radio station's signal has been pretty negatively impacted by the theft. The general manager of the station, Brett Elmore, feels hopeful that somebody will come forward with information as to who stole their tower. After all, this is a theft of such incredible proportions that it would be hard to keep anyone from talking about it. Regardless, he's left pretty flabbergasted by the entire thing.
I've tried all weekend to figure it out, and I just can't. I've been in the radio business, around it all my life, and then been in it for 26 years professionally. And I can say I've never heard of anything like this. And this one, I've seen it all now.
He said that he first learned about the theft when he sent a cleaning crew out to the base of the tower to get rid of some brush. This was when they realized that not only was the brush cleared out, but so was the entire tower itself. It was just gone.
When he arrived, he called me on Friday and said, the tower's gone. So I said, what do you mean the tower's gone? And are you sure you're at the right place? And he said, no. He said, the tower's gone. There's wires everywhere and it's gone.
Now the station is working with the FCC to get some temporary permissions to keep the station going while they rebuild on the AM radio side of things. They don't really have an estimate as to how long that might take, though. They said, "This really hurts a small operation like this, but like I said, I believe we will find out who did this. It is a federal crime and it absolutely will not be worth it to them." It seems the Jasper police are still on the lookout for who might have stolen the tower. The general manager, after doing some calculations, has found that they were robbed of about $200,000 worth of equipment. If you happen to know anything about this case, it's recommended that you call either Crime Stoppers or the Jasper police directly and give them a tip. This one's, sex noises from San Diego massage parlor interrupt church services, lead to prostitution bust. Oddly enough, this isn't the first time I've talked about some raunchy naughtiness making things a little awkward for churchgoers and causing them to stop their services. It's been a while, so let's get into another one. There's a quote day spa out in San Diego called the Ocean Sea Massage Parlor that's been bothering local residents for quite some time now. Not only have the patrons of the spa been getting some happy endings, but they've been very, very vocal about their excitement in doing so. People were getting a little tired of hearing their happy times. Things had gotten so raunchy that they didn't even limit their activities to the inside of the spa. They began to take their clients out to their cars and, in turn, to the bone zone as well. Things were especially awkward for a local church youth group who would hold services and Bible study in the same complex next door. After hearing people getting it on and screaming throughout so many meetings, they eventually decided to end their lease and just move somewhere else. All sorts of businesses and residents made so many complaints to the police about the noise that they couldn't ignore it any longer. First, the police sent some undercover cops out to the location in order to see what was really going on. They were offered sexual services immediately upon asking. They also found well over 1,300 ads online advertising those services at that spa right there in the open. After an investigation, 4 people were arrested for prostitution, and the city began to try and shut the business down. The city attorney is also giving them about $100,000 in fines and civil penalties to reimburse the city for the legal costs. She said in a press release, "The owners of Ocean Spa have been masquerading as a legitimate business for far too long. Ocean Spa is a sex shop, not a massage parlor, and it has no place in our community or anywhere else. We look forward to holding those perpetrators accountable and to restoring peace in this complex." Local California business owners have said that recent laws put into place to cut down on prostitution on the streets have done nothing but force them into situations like this and make things even more awkward. One local business owner said, "It's always been pretty common with massage parlors to offer more than massages. But with the new law, the whole industry is emboldened because they know nothing will happen. The prostitution has steadily increased." As it turns out, some of the girls at this massage parlor would actually sleep in the rooms after hours, seemingly living there. Although it isn't known for sure yet, some wonder if the establishment might have been participating in human trafficking. With a very busy border crossing in San Diego, the trafficking problem coming in from Mexico is only growing worse, and incidents like this are happening more and more. And now, Afghan migrant masturbating on train tracks halts rail traffic across Kessel region. As if we didn't have enough raunchy stories this time, well, here comes another one. On January 16th, out in the German city of Kessel, it appears that a migrant from Afghanistan had gone out in the middle of the train tracks to conduct a little self-maintenance. The man, who lives in Niest, laid down on the middle of the tracks and started stroking the pickle. The conductor of a train had to pull the brakes and slow the train to a grinding halt to avoid turning him into hamburger meat all over the tracks. He managed to completely shut down the entire Kessel rail system. He was swiftly arrested and hopefully cleaned up. Despite the massive upset to infrastructure, information about the case was withheld and wasn't published until a week later on the 22nd. A police spokesman said, "Because of him, the driver of a Regio tram in the direction of Kessel had to brake quickly in the area of Kessel-Junkfinkofen train stop." Some witnesses had recorded the 30-year-old man goinking it on the tracks, which they later leaked online. Luckily, nobody was injured during the whole incident. The man has been charged with interfering with train traffic. And wife tries to kill husband over postcard from woman he dated 60 years ago. And you should see this coming by now, a Florida case. Florida woman this time. Here we go. A very elderly woman, 71-year-old Bertha Yalter, was apparently quite angry with her husband when he received a postcard from his ex-girlfriend, a woman he hadn't dated in 60 years. At their condo in the Eastern Shores area of North Miami Beach, she flew into a complete rage. She both bit and beat her husband, tried to smother him with a pillow, and for some reason urinated all over him. Police came out to the scene, only to see a victim that they described as extremely fragile, with serious bruises and open lacerations on both of his arms and stomach area, as well as open bite marks that were bleeding. It seems that police were able to find cell phone video of the assault, which is now being used as evidence against Bertha. She's now facing charges of attempted murder, aggravated battery on a person 65 and older, and tampering with a victim. She's being held without bond. Now, the detectives are asking anyone with more information to please come forward and contact the authorities. Right here we have, daughter said she cut out her mom's heart because she wanted to inspect it. This story all started when a woman named Erlene Tucker, a health worker, moved in with her mother, Lucille, and another health worker in Tallahassee due to her health declining in recent times. Erlene had a history with pretty severe mental health issues dating back over the last 30 years. 15 years ago, she had been completely hospitalized due to their severity. However, nobody knew how severe these problems would really become. That was until Erlene killed her mother, cut out her heart, and inspected it before throwing it to the floor of their home. During the act, it seems that a delivery driver arrived at the home to deliver a package. That was when Erlene, completely naked and covered in blood, wandered outside and attempted to get into the driver's truck. Police were called by two parties, one likely being the driver and another being Erlene's own kid, saying that she was standing outside naked and refusing to come inside and put some clothes on. The police arrived shortly after, finding Erlene still naked outside the house. She began to lecture the cops on the philosophy behind free will while they tried to get her back inside the home. This was when she told them, plainly in a cold tone, "I have committed a grievous crime." After some coaxing, she agreed to come inside and at least put on a robe. When the cops went inside with her, she walked over and stood over what appeared to be some sort of bloodied body part on the ground, her mother's heart. When the police asked what it was, she started to grunt and breathe heavily. Another officer, looking for some clothes, stumbled upon Lucille's body in the other room. Erlene sat down on the couch and began to laugh hysterically while mumbling to herself. She told police, "It cannot end. It will not end. The saga will continue, people, until I am in a jail cell. I have to be in prison for my actions." Like she said, Earlene was swiftly arrested and taken into custody, charged with first-degree premeditated murder and the killing of her mother. However, her severe mental health problems became apparent immediately upon being taken in, if they weren't blatantly obvious before. In her first interview, she told the investigator that she could not speak to a white man but would tell anything to a black person. So the investigator left to go get a black colleague to continue the interview. This colleague didn't have much luck making sense of the situation either, as Earlene told him that she, quote, had discovered through investigation that she was a white woman and she could not give up power and control to a black man. At least this investigator got a confession, with Earlene saying, clearly, "I killed my mother," before adding that her mother was a sacrificial lamb and that she was going to die along with her. A second time she confessed, saying, "I murdered my mom in that house. She was mean to me, but I didn't care. I loved her black color, but she didn't love mine." She then admitted to cutting her own mother's heart out to inspect it and continued to talk to herself for hours and hours afterwards. She's currently being held without bond at the Leon County Detention Facility, and she has pleaded not guilty. Given that she's pretty clearly insane, we'll just have to see where this case goes from here on out. Here we have: man poisoned grandma with drain cleaner and beekeeping chemicals to keep her from selling the family farm. This bizarre case started when the police and ambulance teams responded to a call regarding an unconscious woman back in July of 2021, a woman named Diana Way. She was found unresponsive in her bedroom in the 3400 block of Hunter Hollow Road in Dodgeville, Wisconsin, an area out in the country about 50 miles west of Madison. The call was placed by a man who had an appointment with her to buy a collection of books she was selling online. Diana was pronounced dead shortly after. An autopsy showed that she had died from carbon monoxide poisoning, but she had also previously suffered an injury to her left eye and cheek. Investigators found that the carbon monoxide levels in the house, especially in Diana's room, were exceptionally high. They did have trouble pinning down the source of the gas, though. Diana did, however, have a trail cam in her driveway. Police took a look at the recorded trail cam footage, showing that a very unique-looking truck with the words "panty dropper" written across the windshield had pulled up to the house at around 3 a.m. and left a few hours later. It was found that the supposed panty dropper was none other than Diana's own son, Eric Way. Eric told the police during an interview that he was very upset that Diana was going to be selling her house and farm to her friend. He felt that this friend was only trying to swindle her. But given that Eric ended up killing Diana and not her friend, it became immediately clear that he was likely more concerned with losing his inheritance more than anything. What complicated things was that he was actually not going to receive any inheritance from his mother in the first place. His son was. The police were able to find texts between Diana's son Eric and her grandson Philip, showing that Eric and Philip were discussing how Eric had tried to become the legal guardian of his mother by declaring her mentally incompetent before she could sell the farm for, what he called, a handful of beans. Eric, not being the brightest bean in the handful, texted his son immediately after the cops searched his text for the first time, telling him to stay away. It seemed he was vaguely telling him that the cops were on their trail. Soon after, the cops searched his car, finding that he had bought a carbon monoxide detector. And as you might expect, on his phone they found a load of incriminating Google searches related to carbon monoxide poisoning in his history. Eric had apparently been searching for beekeeping supplies and drain cleaner products that contained the most sulfuric acid possible, and he tried to find out whether carbon monoxide poisoning can make one hallucinate. Investigators confirmed that he went through with it all, buying the drain cleaner and beekeeping supplies shortly before Diana's death. Eric Way was convicted on charges of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. That brings us to now. So after a few years of investigation, just recently Philip was also arrested on charges of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison just like his father. That finally brought this case to a close. He will be eligible for parole in 20 years. And now, man allegedly beat mom to death after argument over his plan to cut tattoo off leg. Well, here we've got a sentence that has probably never been uttered in the history of the world until this headline came about. A 30-year-old man in New Jersey named James Doran was living with his mother in her home when the two got into an argument. James, much to his dismay, had gotten a tattoo on his lower leg that he wasn't all too happy with. He expressed to his mother his intent to simply cut the entire tattoo off of his leg. His mother told him that this idea was, without a doubt, stupid as hell. Going by the language in the articles, though, it seems that he actually did go through with cutting the tattoo off, although it isn't stated 100% clearly. Due to the butcher shop tattoo removal, James' mom was already angry. Things were made even worse when he began to carry a baseball bat around the house like some sort of hoodlum, angering his mother even more. The argument got very heated, and it seems that James hit her over the head with that very bat, resulting in her death. Police were called out to the home when neighbors heard a lot of banging sounds along with a garage door opening at 4 a.m. When looking outside, the witnesses saw James' mother's car was missing. Police came to find the mother dead with some blunt force trauma damage to her head and soon noticed that James was nowhere in sight. James Doran was later caught and arrested in Pennsylvania. This wasn't due to the murder, but due to him driving well over the speed limit and attempting to evade the police when they tried to pull him over. He was charged with murder shortly after. He was still covered in blood and still had the baseball bat in the trunk of his car when the police caught him. Needless to say, it was a pretty open and shut case, as strange as it was. And here we have, couple used Amazon delivery disguise to attack mother in her home and kidnap infant in extraordinarily unusual case. Here we have a very strange case where two people, a 42-year-old man named Chun-Ho Vincent Lai and his 33-year-old wife, Marley Jarina Ardila Arrego, decided to perform an elaborate scheme in order to kidnap the baby of Marley's cousin for some reason. Vincent and Marley drove out to the victim's apartment about 20 miles south of Seattle. They dressed up as Amazon delivery drivers, even carrying brown cardboard boxes and holding up a clipboard to seem extra legit. They pulled up to the parking lot near Marley's cousin's door and waited around for about 10 minutes. It is believed they were waiting for the victim's husband to leave the home. Vincent and Marley then walked up to the front door in their Amazon get-ups and knocked. Marley, making extra sure that the victim would actually open the door, had texted her cousin beforehand and told her to expect a package. So she opened the door without much hesitation. This was when Vincent attacked her, hitting her in the face several times and pushing her down to the ground. The two then entered the apartment and grabbed the victim, binding her arms and legs with zip ties. They then placed a piece of tape over the mouth of her 2-year-old daughter. Both Vincent and Marley wore masks and refrained from speaking in order to prevent their identities from being known to the victim, who would obviously recognize her own cousin and her husband. It seems that they actually succeeded in this regard. They placed the baby into the Amazon box and gestured towards her as if they were threatening to stab her if the mother resisted. They then put the box into a red bag and started heading back to the car, getting in and driving away. After not too long, the mom was able to break free from her zip ties and ran out of the house in hopes of catching the two, but they were long gone. She called 911 and frantically gave them a rundown of everything that had just happened. The victim's father, who was also Marley's uncle, told the police that Marley was likely the kidnapper for a number of reasons. She wasn't exactly subtle in her plans to him than the weeks prior. She had asked him repeatedly for the mother's address, which was immediately suspicious as she didn't have much contact with her cousin or her family in general. He also had reason to believe that Marley couldn't have children of her own, but also had delusions of making a bunch of money as a surrogate mother. With those tips, the police were quickly able to identify Marley and Vincent's car as being the one in the surveillance footage. So the FBI were able to get a warrant to look into the GPS on their phones. They reported the location of the vehicle to the Washington State Patrol, and troopers were able to stop the car as it drove east on the highway. They came across the kidnapped baby in the car, giving them plenty of reason to arrest Vincent and Marley on the spot. Luckily, the baby was unharmed. The odd couple were taken in and charged with a whole slew of crimes, full-on felonies like kidnapping, burglary, and assault. The two are each being held on a $750,000 bond, and they're scheduled to appear in court sometime very soon. And this one's a doozy. Israeli diplomat's crying son, 19, intentionally ran over Florida cop with motorcycle. One afternoon in January, a police lieutenant was performing a pretty normal traffic stop on Collins Avenue in Miami, one of the busiest roads in the Miami Barrier Island, when he noticed a young man on a motorcycle weaving back and forth between traffic. He yelled at the young man to stop. However, not only did he not stop, he continued accelerating forward and intentionally hit the police officer. The cop ended up with a pretty severe injury to his left leg, one called incapacitating by his work, but he was still able to reach up and grab the suspect, pulling him off his bike and throwing him down into the street. The young man was 19-year-old Avraham Gil, the son of Eli Gil, the consul for administration at the Israeli consulate in Miami. Abraham told the police that he did what he did because he simply hates waiting in traffic. Due to his impatience, he was charged with aggravated battery on a law enforcement officer and resisting an officer with violence, which are both felonies. The thing is, due to Abraham's father's diplomatic immunity, he seems to have felt that this meant he had diplomatic immunity as well, being his son. This was something that his lawyer felt would be the case as well, telling the courts that his charges should be dropped as the local law didn't apply to him. And it seemed like they might be right at the time. According to the US State Department's policy on diplomatic and consular immunity, family members forming part of the household of diplomatic agents enjoy precisely the same privileges and immunities as do the sponsoring diplomatic agents. This meant that Abraham really might be immune to any criminal jurisdiction in the United States, no matter what he did, unless his immunity would be waived by the State of Israel. But there's one area in which they made a mistake. Diplomatic immunity isn't usually given to consular officials or anyone who isn't the head diplomatic agent of a foreign country. Eli Gill was not that high up on the food chain. Abraham had been getting more and more bold with Miami police for quite some time, feeling that he was above the law. He had once fled the police before after a traffic violation and had gotten away, something caught on camera at the time. It was easy to spot him as the license plate on his motorcycle was, no joke, "Please chase," taunting the police at all times. Abraham's mugshot quickly went viral after he was photographed bawling his eyes out, finally coming to realize that he might be facing criminal punishment after all. The officer who got ran over and ultimately captured Abraham was all set to be out of work for a while due to the injuries to his leg. Abraham was all set to have a hearing in February in order to find out if he really did or didn't have that diplomatic immunity he needed to get out of this. There was still a possibility that his lawyers could make it happen. He might be getting out of it. But is that where Abraham's story really ends? Well, no, because in the beginning of March we were graced with this headline. Israeli diplomat's son, accused of hitting cop with motorcycle, assaulted in Florida jail over sausage argument. So long story short, as much as Abraham's lawyers argued, he wasn't getting diplomatic immunity. Abraham was charged with 2 different felonies, one of these being aggravated assault on a law enforcement officer and violent resistance against an officer in order to evade arrest. At the end of January, he was sentenced to a bunch of house arrest before ultimately having to come back to jail once more. He was all set to get a new mugshot, something to replace his previous legendary mugshot. While in jail, Abraham was sitting with another inmate, 32-year-old Elvis Ermis, when the two got into a very heated debate over sausage, of all things. While we don't really know the full details of the argument, we do know how it ended, with Elvis beating Abraham to a pulp. Elvis was originally in jail on a domestic violence offense in the first place, and now he's also accused of assault on a captive. All Abraham was able to tell the officials was that he and Elvis were having a heated conversation about the ingredients of sausage when Elvis approached him and punched him multiple times. Abraham eventually got his new mugshot, in which he looks substantially more subdued than the last time he came into jail. An investigation is currently ongoing that hopes to find out what exactly happened during the sausage argument. It seems that Abraham is still either in police custody or back on house arrest, while Elvis is now facing some new, additional criminal charges. It appears that Eli Gill still holds his consulate job, but he is likely fairly humiliated by the actions of his son. And now we've got cruise employee hid under guest beds to record them naked after showers. Here we have the strange case of a 34-year-old cruise ship employee named Arvin J. Marisol, a citizen of the Republic of the Philippines. He was the stateroom attendant on a ship called the Symphony of the Seas, which left from Port Everglades in Florida. Arvin, allegedly at this point, would use his position to get himself into different rooms on his cruise ship in order to spy on certain passengers. He took a keen interest in girls who were not quite of age, hiding cameras in their bathrooms and photographing them in various states of undress. Arvin didn't stop there though. He didn't keep his distance. In fact, he got very direct with his spying, even going as far as hiding under his victims' beds to film them changing himself. Arvin's plans were foiled when a young girl reached under the sink in her bathroom to get a new roll of toilet paper and touch something strange, coming across a hidden camera screwed into the underside of the counter below the sink. She was in horror, realizing that she had used this bathroom to change, shower, and do her business multiple times by this point in the trip. Not only that, she was staying with her mother and older sister in the same room. The family notified security on the ship and they quickly came out to inspect the room. While the victims were being interviewed, Arvin actually showed up to the room himself. He was detained and placed in a confinement room on the ship, basically held in a makeshift jail until the ship returned to its port a few days later and he could be arrested. The police got a hold of all of his devices: a cell phone, a micro SD card, a camera, an Apple Watch, and a flash drive. On the flash drive, they found a mountain of lewd videos and images of women undressing in their bathrooms, both adults and children. As criminals tend to do, he made a lot of incriminating Google searches and failed to clear his browser history as well, making searches such as hidden cameras and teen on bed. In an interview, Armin admitted to using his position as a stateroom attendant, which is responsible for cleaning and restocking rooms, to place cameras in the rooms of certain guests he fancied. He would then go back and grab the cameras after he felt he had gotten sufficient video to get himself off on. He said that he had been doing so ever since being hired in December of 2023. He made statements such as, "I want to control it, but I can't," and "If I like who's in that room, I place it, usually females approximately 16 and over in age." He also admitted that, yes, when his victims were showering, he would sometimes enter their room and hide under the bed, recording them as they changed with his cell phone. He was taken into the Broward County Jail, where he would be held without bond. The Royal Caribbean Company made a statement, saying that they have zero tolerance for this kind of behavior and fired Arvin, noting that they would continue to cooperate with the police. Arvin has been charged with 6 counts of video voyeurism, 1 count of producing child content, and another of possessing child content, according to court records. And this one is, Texas mother arrested and accused of mixing drink that sent son's bully to hospital. Now here we've got a case where I feel like a lot of you out there may actually empathize with the criminal. That's because this mother was arrested for giving her son's bully a bit of revenge in a, well, strange and bizarre fashion. A son went to his mother one day, 45-year-old Jennifer Lynn Rossi, and told her that his bully had recently taken his prime drink that morning. The alleged bully had a different story, saying that he was merely only accused of stealing the drink and was even threatened with a punch. Either way, Jennifer decided that it was a prime time for revenge. She took another bottle of prime, mixing some lemon, salt, and vinegar into the drink to use as a decoy bottle in case anyone were to attempt to steal her son's drink once again. And, well, it seems that was the case immediately, as the next day, the alleged bully would be swigging down the nasty concoction in PE class. Strangely, he didn't feel that the taste was off and seems to have ingested a good portion of the drink, enough to end up with some pretty severe nausea. The police were called out to the school to deal with the sick kid. While the drink wasn't exactly toxic, just really gross if anything, nobody knew what the kid had actually been poisoned with, and as a precaution, he was sent to the hospital. He was discharged shortly after when they didn't find anything wrong with him. The school contacted the most likely suspect, Jennifer, and she admitted to having mixed the drink, saying that it was in retaliation for her son being bullied, stolen from, and taunted. Jennifer told the police that, as she is a nurse, she knew how to mix a drink that would be both revolting in taste but not actually harmful in any way. All in all, she said she just wanted to teach the bully a lesson. While the child wasn't actually harmed, Jennifer was charged with injury to a child causing bodily injury. This one is, suburban mom ran complex crime ring that stole nearly $8 million in makeup. So a 53-year-old soccer mom living out in San Diego, Michelle Mack, came up with a massive, elaborate scheme in order to steal and sell makeup at a marked-down price online. She hired at least 12 other women from across the country to make this crime ring happen, stockpiling stolen makeup and cosmetics in order to sell on her Amazon shop. She called this crime ring the California Girls and ran it out of her $2.7 million, 4,500 square foot mansion in an affluent area of San Diego, keeping most of the goods in her own garage. The crime ring had operations all over the United States, in places like Texas, Massachusetts, Ohio, and yes, even Florida. Eventually, police got word of what she was doing and raided her home. Given that she had legitimate designer products that she was somehow able to sell for much less than their worth, suspicion was bound to fall on her sooner or later. They found over 10,000 items worth well over $387,000 in her estate alone. She had a whole little warehouse going, with everything from beauty products to designer sunglasses to designer bags. They found a bunch of packages labeled and ready to go to customers all over the country. It seemed that all of her products were originally stolen. Her crime ring is only one of many taking place in the United States at this moment. With certain states basically refusing to prosecute retail theft, people are getting more and more bold about blatantly entering into shops and taking whatever they want with no consequences. These goods then end up with people like Michelle, bought for a fraction of the price to be sold for a slightly higher price elsewhere. In the past few years, annually, retailers have been losing billions of dollars due to this blatant theft. Michelle Mack was found to have been responsible for at least $8 million of theft from all sorts of stores like Ulta, TJ Maxx, and Walgreens. She was hit with 140 felony charges, as well as her husband, who is complicit in one way or another. 7 other members of the crime ring were also caught and hit with their own charges as well. These charges were for the crimes of conspiracy to commit organized retail theft, grand theft, and receipt of stolen property. All of those involved have pled not guilty, but the investigators have found plenty of incriminating text messages between Michelle and the other criminals where they blatantly talk about their business in clear terms. Some of the texts were as bold as some of the underlings saying, "I'm not stealing regular, I'm going to start filling up my bag quick, so I want to know stuff I can grab in bulks too." Michelle herself also openly talked about the shady dealings as well, saying, "Did you get some new girls? I really need products, so if you have anything, please let me know." Talking about the Smurfs they would hire to steal these goods. Amazon, not wanting to get any heat, shut down Michelle's shops and cooperated with the police investigation closely afterwards. They released a statement where they spoke of their satisfaction with the arrest, saying, "This sends a strong message that the sale of stolen goods has severe consequences." And now we've got Florida woman allegedly poisons boyfriend's tea with bleach tablet. Florida man is a big meme out there, as I'm sure all of you know. We like to take risks on this channel though, so lately we've been on a real Florida woman kick. We haven't been disappointed yet, and I've got your fix again right here. A 49-year-old woman in Florida named Yvette Diaz was living with her boyfriend out in the Sunshine State and had been doing so for several years. Her boyfriend was making a meal for himself along with a cup of tea one day when he had to step outside and answer a work-related call. When he came back inside, he offered Yvette a bite of his tortilla, which she complained was very spicy. He offered to give her a drink of his tea to help out, but she oddly, adamantly refused to drink any of his tea, opting to get her own drink instead. While this was a bit odd, it wasn't alarmingly odd. So this boyfriend got on with his day and took a swig of his drink. This was when he began to feel a strong, bitter, burning sensation inside his throat. He investigated the drink, which seemed to reek of bleach. He went over to the sink and poured out the remainder of the drink, finding the remains of one of his bleach tablets that he used to purify 5-gallon containers of water. He turned to Yvette and screamed, "There's bleach in this drink. Did you put bleach in my drink?" She did. Police were called. Yvette was arrested later and taken into the county jail. Her landlord reacted to her arrest in disbelief, saying, "I don't know what happened with them because they look like a beautiful, very happy couple. When the police was here, he went to the hospital. She was in the police car for about 3 to 4 hours. They were waiting for the detective to come to the property." Yvette was hit with charges of poisoning food or water. She told the police that she thought the white substance was merely a sugar tablet, but investigators pointed out this was ridiculous as the bleach was stored in a much different place far off from their food products. The victim was sent to a local hospital but luckily has remained alive. Nobody knows why Yvette did what she did, as the couple didn't really seem to have any problems. Here is a little bonus we have. Florida woman sues Kraft mac and cheese over preparation time. Here we have another one of those beautiful cases that isn't necessarily a crime but is a lawsuit, so I'm going to include it because I just couldn't pass it up. So as it turns out, the Kraft company has these little microwavable cups of macaroni that I'm sure you've all seen at one point. On the packaging, it says that the cups are, quote, ready in 3.5 minutes. However, this is something that one woman in Florida, Amanda Ramirez, feels is blatantly false. Amanda decided to sue the Kraft company for false advertising, saying that the time of 3.5 minutes listed on the package is inaccurate because it doesn't include the time it takes to open the lid and the cheese, add the water, and stir. This is something she felt would realistically maybe add a whole minute to the prep time. Feeling slighted, she decided to sue the company for $5 million. The Kraft Heinz Food Company immediately came out to label the lawsuit as frivolous, saying, "We are aware of this frivolous lawsuit and will strongly defend against the allegations in the complaint," a company spokesperson told the BBC. Amanda's lawyers in court claimed that she had suffered because she would not have paid for the macaroni had she known the truth about how long it would really take to prepare. The lawsuit demanded that the company, quote, "cease its deceptive advertising and be made to engage in a corrective advertising campaign." Much to her dismay, Amanda lost the lawsuit. She didn't get her $5 million, and she will never recover the 1 minute she lost opening a lid and pouring some water. Here we've got, Georgia father is sentenced to prison for poisoning his daughter with antifreeze to avoid paying child support. So here we have the story of a man named Curtis Jack. Curtis was working for Delta Airlines when he met his coworker, a woman he would soon get into an intimate relationship with. After a while, the woman became pregnant. Curtis, though, wasn't going to stand for it. Immediately after finding out, he began to urge her to terminate the pregnancy, but she refused. He continued to beg her to do it for the remainder of the pregnancy. Regardless, the baby was born in September of 2020, exactly 9 months after their first romp. Well, now that Curtis was way past the point of terminating the pregnancy, he was left with one other worry. He didn't want to pay child support. He didn't want to get with the mother and wasn't about to pay any money, so he came up with a different plan. He collected bottles of breast milk set aside for the baby by the mother while she was in the hospital. There he made his little witch's brew by putting in a dose of antifreeze into the milk before sending it off to his new daughter's grandmother. The grandmother gave the little girl some milk and, within 24 hours, the child was critically ill. She was rushed to the hospital where she tested positive for ethylene glycol, a chemical found in antifreeze. As I'm sure a lot of you know, consuming even a tiny amount of antifreeze can be extremely toxic. More than likely, it will cause vomiting within a few moments. In more severe cases, it can lead to kidney damage and even death. Curtis became the main suspect pretty quickly and was taken in for questioning, during which he admitted to adding antifreeze to the milk pretty quickly. He told them it was all done in order to avoid paying child support. It goes without saying that the case went to trial soon enough. During the trial, there were testimonies from the mother, the grandmother, law enforcement, and even medical experts who demonstrated how easy it would have been to poison the milk. The South Fulton County Police Sergeant, a man named Dickerson, said, "It hit home because it was an 18-day-old baby. It's beyond getting a confession. We still have to prove that someone committed the crime. You still have to prove that the person is guilty." And find him guilty they did. They found Curtis Jack guilty on all counts, one of which was attempted murder. He was sentenced to serve 40 years in prison. Luckily, the baby is doing perfectly fine now after some medical care. This one reads, "Son busted after elderly mother found fused to bedsheet covered in feces and maggots." This all started when a concerned neighbor called the police to perform a welfare check on their neighbors who they hadn't seen in months, a man and his mother. Given that packages were piling up at their door and no one was answering when they knocked, they felt that something was likely very wrong. The occupants of the home were a 51-year-old man named Daniel Klein and his elderly mother. Neither of them had been seen in quite a long time before the police came to perform their check. When doing so, they knocked on the door and rang the doorbell to no avail. Getting no answer, they decided to walk around to the back of the home and look through the sliding glass windows. There, they could clearly see heaps of trash all over the floor and a disgusting amount of flies swarming about. Fearing that someone was in a dire situation or even dead, the police forced their way into the home. They were immediately hit with a pungent odor, one that they felt could likely be the stench of death. Once inside, though, the police were surprised to come across Daniel, alive and well. They asked him to take him to where his mother was in order to check on her too. While making their way throughout the home, they came across more and more trash and bugs. Daniel told them that his mother was sleeping at the moment, but they were free to check on her. They found her lying in a bed under a disgusting, soiled blanket. To their relief, though, she was alive, but she was unconscious. However, they were relieved to see that she was at least breathing. Paramedics were called to take her to the hospital. When the medics arrived, they removed the nasty blanket and found that the woman's entire lower half was covered in dried poop and maggots. They said that her toenails resembled, quote, ram's horns. When trying to take her, they found that she was actually fused to the bed and couldn't be moved. Eventually, they were able to cut her out and take her to the hospital, where she was found to be in critical condition. Daniel told the police that he was his mother's only caretaker and that she hadn't wanted to get out of bed for 3 to 4 weeks, but the police suspect it was likely for months. Daniel Klein was charged with abusing a dependent person and reckless endangerment while his mother remains in critical condition in the hospital. The Delaware County District Attorney told news outlets, "This is one of the worst cases I've seen in my 4 years as district attorney here. And for this person, the defendant Klein, to do this to his own mother is just, I can't even imagine." Daniel has remained at the George Hill Correctional Facility as he is unable to pay his $50,000 bail. He's due back in court any time now. Now we've got parole board members release a man who fatally stabbed 11-year-old boy less than 24 hours later. A 37-year-old man named Cressetti Brand was serving 16 years behind bars for home invasion and aggravated assault when a judge decided to hold a hearing for his possible parole on March 13th. Cressetti had originally been paroled in October before being reassessed shortly after when he threatened a woman over text. Both the judge and Cressetti were expected to attend this new hearing, with the latter being informed while he was still in prison. However, for some reason, the parole board chair, Leanne Miller, decided to write a report that approved his parole on the 12th, one day before the court. Cressetti Brand hopped out of jail and, in less than 24 hours, made his way up to the home of Lataria Smith and her son. Cressetti ambushed them both and stabbed them in the doorway of their home, injuring Lataria with a stab wound to the chest and murdering her 11-year-old son, Jaden. It soon came to light that Lataria had actually begged for an order of protection against Cressetti in the months leading up to this. This sparked national outrage, as not only was the order of protection not even a factor in his parole, nothing was done to prevent him from attacking the woman and her son. The chair of the Illinois Prisoner Review Board, Donald Shelter, along with the board member, Leanne Miller, who signed the papers, received heavy backlash for their random decision to grant Cressetti parole in the first place. The two soon decided to resign. Both the Illinois Department of Corrections and the Illinois Prisoner Review Board claimed that they didn't know anything about the protection order, but emails leaked that showed they did. So, the agency stated, "The department sincerely apologizes for any confusion its previous statement may have caused." Now, Cressetti Brand is facing a murder charge along with a whole load of other charges, one of which is violation of a protection order. This is hardly even the first time this has ever happened, and that brings us to this next case. This case is, fiend who punched 9-year-old girl at Grand Central in unprovoked attack says he hit her because he was thirsty. A man named John Carlos Zaruzella was arrested on April 4th for punching a woman multiple times, leaving her with a bloody nose and a black eye. He was arrested that very day and was arraigned on assault, reckless endangerment, and harassment charges. It wasn't long before his bail was set. With the police unable to hold him due to recent bail reforms, he was released shortly after on April 9th. Prosecutors have to have what they call good cause to hold someone for longer than 5 days on misdemeanor charges, so they had to let him go. Jean was no stranger to this process, as he had a long history of other arrests. In fact, he was on supervised release from prison just 1 year prior. Well, the exact same day he was released, on April 9th, Jean walked up to a random 9-year-old girl at Grand Central Terminal and punched her right in the face. He then attempted to assault another person while security was called. While he tried to flee, the police came out and took him into custody. He told the police that he had punched the little girl because he was thirsty. Well, he was arrested again, and this time he was given a $100,000 bail. He told the detectives, "I hit the girl in the face because I was thirsty. Maybe I hit her in the face by accident." The little girl was taken to the NYU Langone Tisch Hospital following the attack. She is expected to recover. Jean Carlos Zarzuela is now facing 2 charges of third-degree assault, endangering the welfare of a child, third-degree attempted assault, and second-degree harassment. He has been ordered to undergo a psychiatric evaluation. He's all set to be back in court soon enough. Now we've got, crazed woman shoots random drivers on Florida interstate because God told her to via the solar eclipse. There wasn't any way we were going to get through this recent eclipse without hearing some pretty crazy stories, and well, that blessed us with a Florida woman story of all things. A 22-year-old woman named Talon Nichelle Celestine was staying at a motel in Holmes County on the day of the eclipse. This was when she told motel staff that God had spoken to her and given her the order to go on a shooting spree during the eclipse. This was despite the fact that Florida is located nowhere near where the eclipse actually took place and she wouldn't even be seeing it. Regardless, she hopped into her purple Dodge Challenger and drove out onto Interstate 10. She rolled her window down and began to fire at random cars in Washington County. She shot at one passing car several times. The driver of this car was grazed by one of the bullets on his arm and was hit with glass shards when his window shattered. He pulled over to the shoulder of the highway, but Talon kept driving. She kept driving west on Interstate 10, armed with both a 9mm handgun and an AR-15. She soon opened fire on another passing vehicle. That driver was actually hit in the neck and later rushed to the hospital. Talon continued driving until the highway patrol managed to catch up to her and pull her over. She told the police simply that she did what she did because God had told her to do it. They searched her car, recovering both her rifle and her handgun. Talon was taken into the Holmes County Jail. There she was booked on charges of attempted murder, aggravated battery with a deadly weapon, and improper discharge of a firearm. As of now, the police aren't really sure which gun she was using to do the majority of the shooting. They also aren't sure whether or not her guns were obtained legally. Given that this is very recent, the investigation is still ongoing. And now we've got Fiancé of Man Killed in Staged Robbery Speaks Out. Alright, I cut this headline down a little bit from what it originally said because honestly it just makes an already confusing case just that much more confusing. It's really hard to describe why this one is so weird without telling it, so let's get into it. In January in Houston, a 22-year-old man named Rushaud Scott decided to participate in a little master plan to get a visa for a few people so they could stay in the United States. Apparently, there's a thing called the U visa. According to the Department of Homeland Security, a U visa is granted to victims of certain crimes to aid law enforcement in solving cases. It grants the victim temporary immigration status, including work authorization, temporary immigration status for qualifying family members of the victim, and the possibility of lawful permanent resident status. So basically they can stay in the country if they're currently aiding law enforcement in some way. 2 foreign nationals decided that they would abuse this method. In order to do so, they decided to stage a robbery. This is where the man behind the whole scheme, William X. Winfrey, decided to pay Rushaud Scott to pretend to rob them. Then the fake victims would get to be a part of the investigation. They would pretend to aid the police in solving that robbery and get this visa. In reality, William and Rushaud had actually done this twice before in order to get U visas for several other people. As I'm sure a lot of you can gauge on your own, this plan was a disaster waiting to happen for a myriad of reasons. The night came, January 26th on 4400 Lockwood Drive at the Swift gas station. Once they put the plan into action, a Good Samaritan decided to step in. This man was Jesus Varga, who pulled out a gun and shot Rushaud, assuming he was saving 2 people from a violent robbery as a man held a gun to them. Well, Jesus had a problem. He was on probation. So despite feeling that he was acting in good faith to save some lives, he told them not to tell anyone he was there and fled the scene. He wasn't supposed to be in possession of a gun at all. However, he did eventually meet with the police and admit that he was simply afraid of being arrested for that. Investigating the case, the police found messages on Telegram between Rushaud and William as they coordinated the fake robberies. They found out that they had committed an almost identical fake robbery in order to get some U visas for some other people the night before. In that case, they had actually already succeeded in getting a visa for one of those fake victims. In another case from a year prior, they had managed to get 4 visas for some others. Due to setting this whole thing up, William X. Winfrey is now being charged with murder. Rushaud's wife is now left to raise their 2 kids by herself. She, surprisingly, of all things, blames lax gun laws on what happened that night. She said, "He didn't deserve what happened to him at all. He was making a dumb decision. I'm not defending him, of course, but he didn't deserve to die. Somebody still lost a life at the end of the day. Have some decorum." She added, "It would have eventually caught up to him and he would have had to learn the hard way. He just took him out. He didn't get the chance to fix his mistakes." She also wants to see Jesus Varga put in jail, saying that he is the one who made the decision to kill. The police, though, haven't decided whether or not they're going to charge Jesus at all. By this point, there aren't any records that show he has been. There also aren't any records showing whether or not the fake victims have been charged with anything either. And this one is, priest is jailed after refusing to open the door to an ambulance during his gay orgy during which a man overdosed on erectile pills. Here's a truly bizarre story that starts out in an apartment in Dąbrowa Górnicza in Poland. This is where a priest, Father Thomas Zmarzli from the Church of the Blessed Virgin Mary of the Angels, along with his clergy, were hosting a little party. According to those close to the people involved, quote, "The event was organized by clergy and was purely sexual. Its participants took potency pills." In the early hours of the morning, a male prostitute had taken a lot of boner popper pills and got a little bit sick. Well, a lot bit sick. He was kicked out, taken outside the apartment, and placed on the ground outside while an ambulance was called. The ambulances soon arrived, finding the unconscious man and calling the police. The problem is, they tried to open the door to talk to the people inside the apartment. Father Zmarzli refused to let any of them in. Luckily, the sick man managed to get some medical attention if his erection lasted for more than 4 hours and made a full recovery. Eventually, he discharged himself from the hospital and went home on his own. Well, the police didn't take too kindly to Father Zmarzli refusing to answer any questions. He was eventually arrested on charges of various sexual offenses, supplying drugs, and failing to provide assistance to a person in danger of loss of life or serious bodily harm. The father denied that he had been holding a gay orgy to his superiors, but all of the evidence showed otherwise. After a trial, he was sentenced to 18 months in prison for his crimes. He was also ordered to pay the equivalent of $3,820 to the victim in compensation, along with a little bit more to contribute to a charity benefiting victims of similar crimes. Being the kind of trial it was held behind closed doors. It seems that the decisions are final and there won't be any sort of appeal. The priest was let go from his clergy after this case hit the media. This one is a doozy. Man arrested for allegedly rubbing his buttocks against water tap at Tokyo Park. Well, this is a story that pretty well explains itself with the headline alone, but here we go. The police out in the Suginami ward of Tokyo were informed that a strange man was giving himself a little action by rubbing his booty hole all over the tap of a water fountain in a park. After they were called, they managed to find the suspect, a 56-year-old man riding around in Setagaya on a bicycle with his lower half exposed for all to see. When he was caught, he told the police that this was all done in order to satisfy his sexual desires. He told them that he had used binoculars to make sure nobody was around before he did what he did in order not to expose anyone. The police, searching his phone, found a picture of him rubbing his anus all over the water fountain. So he was arrested on suspicion of property damage. They also found a picture of him completely naked in a public park and hit him with charges of public indecency as well. The park turned off the water fountain and blocked it off from use. They're planning to just throw it out and replace it entirely. This one is Sierra Leone declares emergency over drug Kush, made from human bones. So this is probably the worst drug I've ever heard of since Jankum. They're calling it Kush, but it's very likely not the kind of Kush that you're thinking of. This is more like something straight out of Resident Evil. This case comes up because just recently, the president of Sierra Leone, a country in West Africa, has declared a national emergency because so many people are using the new drug. Kush is described as a psychoactive blend of addictive substances, but it's the ingredients that make it truly terrifying. It includes cannabis to start, but quickly gets more out of hand, also including fentanyl, tramadol, formaldehyde, and real ground-up human bones. Interestingly enough, the drug would have the same effect without the bones, leading people to wonder why the bones are even included at all. In fact, due to the sheer amount of people stealing human bones to make the drug, cemeteries have been forced to tighten up their security within the past few years as people kept getting caught stealing entire skeletons. The president has called the drug a death trap, saying that it posed an all-out existential crisis for the country. The drug causes people to fall asleep or pass out while up and about, causing them to fall over and injure themselves, some even ending up dying. Some space out so badly that they wander out into traffic and get hit by cars. Plenty of people are helplessly addicted and, although there isn't an official death toll, it is said to at least be in the high hundreds within just the last few months. The president said in a nationwide broadcast, Our country is currently faced with an existential threat due to the ravaging impact of drugs and substance abuse, particularly the devastating synthetic drug Kush. He also said that the fatality rate has been steadily rising and only growing worse. He directed officials to set up a task force specifically to deal with the drug. Centers are to be put up in every district with trained staff dealing with addiction symptoms. However, as of right now, the only drug rehab center in the entire country is in Freetown, and it has an occupancy limit of only a few hundred. The facility has been described as less than adequate, with it being compared to more of a holding area than a rehab center. Law enforcement agencies have also been pressured to dismantle the supply chain of the drugs and arrest anyone involved in production or distribution. The police are also now told to crack down much harder on grave robbers. Police have been stationed to watch over cemeteries at night, especially those without fencing. Citizens have criticized the president, saying that, despite his good intentions, he isn't qualified for the job and lacks the drive to keep pursuing the issue. The whole thing has resulted in normal citizens taking the law into their own hands to deal with the issues. Right now, it has been said that roughly 2/3 of patients in some hospitals within the country are there only for Kush-related problems. As of the making of this video, the problem does not seem to be slowing down. Now we've got Iowa witch burns stranger's porch after no one answers door. Here we have the story of who has been called the Iowa witch lately. This woman, 46-year-old Michelle Young, apparently really wanted to talk to a certain friend. She came up to a stranger's home at 4:30 p.m. and stood on the porch, knocking and waiting for a response 3 times. However, nobody answered any of her knocks. So naturally, she decided to set their house on fire by burning a bunch of clothes and other items on the porch. According to later statements, she said that she had been under the impression that her friend was living at this random home at the time, which it seems she wasn't. She stood in front of the house as the fire raged, remaining there, motionless, until firefighters arrived. Luckily, they were able to put the fire out fairly quickly and the house didn't suffer any major damage. The police were called and Michelle frankly admitted to setting the fire, saying that she had scooped up some miscellaneous items on the ground over a period of 2 hours in order to get some kindling for the arson. She told the police that she was a witch herself and she had seen a novelty sign on the home saying "Witches Welcome," assuming it was meant for her. The whole thing was caught on the homeowner's security cameras, so she wouldn't have been able to deny it anyway. In her mugshot, Michelle has a great big grin and wild hair, definitely going for the most insane look she possibly could. The owner of the home has said that she didn't know Michelle and had never seen her before. Michelle has said that she didn't intend to hurt anyone and would have stopped the fire before it got too out of control. Given that she also had a crack pipe, she was charged with reckless use of fire and possession of drug paraphernalia. She's being held on a $5,000 cash-only bond. And this one be, man in wheelchair goes on stabbing spree in Queens. Out in Queens in New York City, a 31-year-old wheelchair-bound man named Kareem Phillips decided to go on a killing spree on the city streets. One Saturday at around noon, he set out with a knife to stab as many people as he could. He rolled over and stabbed one 56-year-old man in the back. This man was able to scramble away into a friend's house where he called 911. Then, Kareem moved over to a 69-year-old woman and chased her in his chair. He punched her in the face, knocking her to the ground, and ended by stabbing her in the torso. Others on the streets called the police and filmed the action as it took place. Soon after, Kareem moved on and stabbed a 35-year-old man in his chest. That man then walked over to the hospital himself. And then finally, Kareem stabbed one more 46-year-old woman in her forearm. 5 officers arrived shortly after and surrounded Kareem. They came to find him swinging 2 different kitchen knives around, one of which he threw at an officer. He was taken into police custody and indicted on 2 counts of attempted murder along with various other crimes, mainly charges of assault and weapon possession. He's facing up to 65 years in prison if convicted. Luckily, all of the victims' injuries were non-life-threatening and they were able to be treated at local hospitals shortly after. Here we have dumpster diving mother sent to prison for toddler son's death. This case all started one morning in October of 2019 when a young mother named Elizabeth Case decided to spend her entire day hitting up some good old Alabama dumpsters across multiple counties looking for anything she might be able to use. Leaving at 9 a.m., she took her toddler along for the ride, leaving him in the car in an unstrapped car seat as she hit up dumpsters all the way up until 5 a.m. the next morning. All day, he sat in the sealed-up car in 97-degree heat. Elizabeth got home at about 5:40 a.m. and crashed, leaving her son alone in his car seat once again. Her son, who she named Case, died that very morning, succumbing to his injuries after having been left in the hot car for so long. Elizabeth's mother, Teresa, came over at about 1:30 p.m. Her deadbeat daughter was still fast asleep, and it took some serious banging on the door to wake her up. Teresa flew into a panic, unable to find her grandson. She had driven 30 miles that day to come out and play with them. She finally managed to wake Elizabeth up, who had forgotten where she put her son. The two tore the house apart looking for him until Elizabeth finally realized that she had forgotten to take him out of the car. When Elizabeth found her son in that condition, she didn't try to get help from the police or paramedics. Instead, she took him back into the house and put him into the shower. Teresa wasn't about to take it so lightly, though, taking the boy into her car and rushing out to the highway to meet with the police and take him to the hospital as fast as they could. Unfortunately, it was far too late for anything to be done. Elizabeth was arrested for the death of her son, first for reckless murder. Later, though, she was indicted on a much heavier charge of felony murder in 2022. She pled not guilty to the charges against her. Legal shenanigans proceeded up until 2023. In the meantime, Elizabeth's sister, Laura, filed a wrongful death suit against her, the Alabama Department of Human Resources, and the director and program director of the Limestone County Department of Human Resources. She said that she had reported her nephew's case to the authorities numerous times and nothing had ever been done. Her lawyer said, "These workers are paid with our tax dollars to protect children like Kaysen, and yet they did nothing. His death is heartbreaking and should never have happened. Instead of fighting in court, we asked DHR to join us and those who love Kaysen to search for the truth and find out how this happened and to prevent a tragedy like this from ever happening to another child." Unfortunately, the lawsuit was later dismissed. Elizabeth remained in police custody the whole time, with her charges being changed around, upgraded, and downgraded over a period of years. Finally, in March 2024, she pled guilty to a charge of manslaughter. She was sentenced to 20 years in prison, with credit for the 4 years she had been in police custody and 150 days for the time she spent in pretrial detention. The very definition of too little, too late. This one is, Kansas murder suspect uses wife's life insurance payout to buy a sex doll. Here's a story that is all elements crazy, tragic, and straight up weird and degenerate. So this one all started back in Halloween of 2019. This was when a man named Colby Trickle called the police to say that his wife had shot herself at their house in Hays, Kansas. The police came out to the home and, after looking around, immediately felt that Colby was a bit suspicious. They wondered if he had something to do with his wife's death based on his demeanor, among other things. Normally, a woman doesn't end their life by injuring their face. The gun that she supposedly used was also pretty large, and she wasn't too big herself. Not only that, but she was wearing nothing but underwear, which people don't typically tend to do when they know that the police will be coming over to examine them. Kristen also had appointments that day and an alarm set. It seemed that she was planning on going out and performing her day as usual. But after the coroner ruled that her death was indeed self-inflicted, there wasn't a whole lot they could do. However, they did keep investigating the case on the sly. Colby went out and cashed in 2 life insurance policies that he had taken out on his wife. Together, they amounted to a bit more than $120,000. Almost immediately after getting his hands on the money, he went out and spent $2,000 on one of those lifelike sex dolls. One detective on the case reacted by saying, "There's a mourning process that I think everyone needs to go through, should go through, when a loved one dies, and to have him ordering this type of doll just months after his wife's death was concerning." Kristen's aunt, Dellen Rice, heard about the doll and was rightfully pretty disgusted. She told the media, "I was just appalled that he would use Kristen's life insurance money for a sex doll. It was like he bought a replacement of her with her money." Within 6 months, Colby had spent the entire life insurance payout, all $120,000, on the doll, video games, and music equipment. He had hopes of becoming a musician and making it big. To his credit, he did use some of the money to pay off his previous debts, so I guess you could say he's slightly financially responsible, if anything. For 2 years, the investigators kept looking into Colby as they tried to build a case against him. The cops would never get over the suspicion that Colby was the murderer here. His odd spending when it came to the life insurance money only raised suspicions that much higher. Colby agreed to talk to the investigators without a lawyer several times. He was in the Army Reserve and told the police all about his work and tours in the Middle East and Central America. However, the investigators were able to find that he had never actually been deployed overseas anywhere. This only made them doubt him even more. Finally, they were able to make a good case and charge him with Kristen's murder. He was hit with charges of both first-degree murder and interfering with law enforcement. At his trial, his mother defended him by saying that the doll he purchased was for warmth and emotional support, not for banging. Kristen's uncle responded, "We have electric blankets for that." The jury found Colby guilty. 4 years after killing his wife, he was sentenced to life in prison. He'll be eligible for parole in 50 years. Now we've got 10-year-old Texas boy linked to 2022 killing. It's not often that we have child criminals on this channel, and when we do, they're usually, in their early teens or so. It's not very often that a 10-year-old confesses to murder, but here we are. In this story, a 10-year-old boy in South Texas was on his school bus, threatening to kill another child. He obviously got into trouble with his teachers, and when he was taken into the office, he admitted to something much more shocking, the fact that he had shot and killed a man 2 years ago. The school, unsure if he was even telling the truth or not, phoned the police just in case. This started a full-scale investigation. The boy admitted that he was hanging out in his grandpa's RV one day when he grabbed a pistol from the glove box of his truck. He then wandered around with it before going over to an RV owned by a man named Brandon Raspberry. While Brandon was sleeping, the boy pushed the gun up to his head and fired. He admitted to the police that he didn't know Brandon and carried out the attack for no reason. Brandon's brother is struggling to come to terms with the fact that his brother's unsolved murder was committed by a child, saying, "Finding out it was a 7-year-old that committed the murder, a senseless murder at that, it's just tragic. It's kind of hard to wrap your head around. Brandon was a loving person. He'd give the shirt off his back for anyone. I feel like the boy knew exactly what he was doing. Why wasn't the child being supervised more?" The investigators were able to find the murder weapon, which had since been sold to a pawn shop in the years after the murder. It seemed the boy was telling the truth. He was already in a detention facility for threatening the other kid, but now he was all set to be taken out to a San Antonio psychiatric hospital as well. Given that he shot the victim a week before he turned 8 years old, he won't be getting charged with the murder. By Texas law, a child can't be responsible for a crime until they're 10 years old. Brandon's family, in disbelief at the injustice, are fighting to have something done. The school released a statement saying that the boy will not be returning to their campus. This one be: man shot, killed by police in Tukwila Hotel believed he was meeting with 2 girls under 12 years old. In the lovely state of Washington, we have the case of a man who is not so lovely. This man was trying to meet up with some young girls online, young girls not even 12 years old. Well, little did he know he was actually talking to the Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force. The police were conducting a sting operation at a hotel in order to capture men just like him. The 67-year-old man showed up to the hotel to meet who he thought were a 7-year-old girl and an 11-year-old girl, but the police were actually lying in wait. To add to the danger, this old man came packing heat, holding a gun in his waistband. At the Doubletree Suites in Tukwila, the police got into an altercation with the man. Body cam footage that was released afterwards showed that the police confronted the man, to catch a predator style, only for him to pull out his gun. The police drew their guns as well, and a brief but violent gun battle then took place. Several shots were fired in rapid succession. One officer was grazed by a bullet from the old man, but the old man took much more damage than that. He died then and there at the scene. The injured officer was treated on scene with only minor injuries. Other hotel guests were shook and barricaded themselves in their rooms for a while, understandably. In the end, though, I doubt anyone will feel any major loss now that this criminal is gone. This one is: French woman found dead in Italian church was searching for ghosts in possible TikTok stunt. Here we have a strange tale from out in Rome, Italy. This is where a 22-year-old French woman was found dead in an abandoned church in the Aosta Valley, completely drained of all of her blood. It is thought that she was looking for ghosts when she passed away, but it's a pretty complicated case. She had told her family that she was planning to go ghost hunting before she left her home in her village of Lyon. The police believed that she was trying to carry out a TikTok stunt, one that was related to a ghost hunting competition in France being held on the platform. She was seen walking around with a young man before heading to the church, one described by witnesses as looking like a vampire, having dark hair and olive skin. The woman was described as looking emaciated, like a walking corpse. A local resident walking around the church found her body there. The police were called and came to investigate. They noted that the woman had no documentation on her and, for some reason, had a bag of pink marshmallows and some groceries near her body. The woman, whose name still hasn't been made public, was apparently stabbed with a camping knife and was made to bleed to death. Not only that, but she had multiple gunshot wounds, 2 to her neck and 1 to her stomach area. It's believed that, oddly enough, the gunshot wounds might have been made after she was already dead. Some of her blood had been scraped up from the floor and removed from the scene. In the end, though, there weren't any signs of any sort of struggle. Given that the police still haven't found the man she was with, people have begun to develop other theories about what had happened to her. Some believe that it might have been some sort of sacrifice or consensual murder. Others believe it was simply a prank or a TikTok stunt that went too far. The police are still searching for the man involved, believing that this case might be linked to 2 other missing person cases in the area. Right now, it seems that the local police are investigating surveillance footage of an area near the scene of the crime and have taken an interest in a certain burgundy-colored van that was seen parked near the abandoned church around that time. As of now, that's all anyone really knows. Update. So after I finished this video, more information came out about this case. The victim was identified as being Oriane Nathalie Laizun. The man she was seen with was her boyfriend, 21-year-old Egyptian-Italian Tema Sohaib. The two were in a relationship that the police described as anything but peaceful. Tema had actually been wanted in France since the end of March for violation of judicial control after committing violence against Oriane. He had been ordered not to approach her, but the two had been traveling around Europe when they were seen asking someone living in a nearby town if there were any abandoned villages where they could camp. Tema was arrested in Lyon on suspicion of murder. Police are still trying to figure out if the death was a consensual murder, some sort of sacrifice, or something else. And here we've got a doozy. Man chases police officer down the road with a chainsaw. On May 6th, it seems that a 27-year-old man in the UK got into a collision with a parked police car. While that's bad enough on its own, it's safe to say that this guy went into a bit of a rage. On this quiet residential street, the man whipped out a whole chainsaw and decided to charge toward the police. He let out a scream as he charged towards them, weapon in hand. Backup was called and nearly a dozen police officers showed up, swarming the whole neighborhood just to subdue and arrest this man. They succeeded, but only after he managed to injure 2 police officers with his weapon. Photos were taken showing his damaged Volkswagen as he was taken away in police custody. As the 2 injured officers got help from an ambulance, the other officers told the public that there was no longer any risk as Chainsaw Man was now in police custody. They said that, in the end, none of the officers were seriously injured, at least. Police remained on scene as people exited their homes and gossiped about the situation, taking pictures all the while. The madman has been charged, and he is due to appear at the Paisley Sheriff Court very soon. And this one is, man arrested at Yellowstone for allegedly kicking bison while drunk. A 40-year-old man named Clarence Yoder from Idaho Falls was out with a woman named McKenna Bass, age 37, as they drove around Yellowstone. They were pretty hammered during this drive. It seems that, at some point, Clarence got out of the car and made his way over to a bison. He then kicked the bison in its leg. The bison didn't react well and, in turn, kicked his ass. For some reason, it's somewhat of a trend for people to come out and harass wildlife in the summer. This case just happened a little bit early. Jared Beaver, an assistant professor and wildlife management specialist at Montana State University, said that it's usually June and July when people really crank up the harassment. He added that out of all the animals in Yellowstone, the bison are the animals most likely to injure visitors. Sometimes people even get gored by their horns, causing them to have to get airlifted to nearby medical centers. Clarence was lucky that he got away with relatively minor injuries. The big-headed bison, like this one, can weigh around 2,000 pounds. They also don't like when their personal space is invaded, and they aren't above resorting to violence when it happens. If you come within 15 feet of one, it may attack you. When a bison is about to attack, it will snort, wave its head around, and pretend it's about to charge. Clarence may have been too drunk to notice. He's now facing charges in the Federal Court District of Wyoming for allegedly approaching and disturbing wildlife, being under the influence of alcohol in a park area, and disorderly conduct. He suffered some injuries during the attack, not as severe as goring luckily, and had to be sent to the hospital before he could be taken into police custody. His cohort McKenna was arrested alongside him for driving under the influence, disturbing wildlife, and failing to yield to an emergency light activation. Both of them have pleaded not guilty, and each were released on a $3,500 bond. Both of them are banned from Yellowstone for the time being. Both will be back in court over the summer, and if they are convicted, they might be hit with a $5,000 fine and possibly up to 6 months in prison. Park rangers have said that harassing animals is at an all-time high thanks to social media like TikTok and Instagram. And boy oh boy, now we have Texas man accused of putting antiques up his kilt-covered butt. Here we have the tale of a man who committed a bizarre crime that I honestly never even really considered to be a possibility. It's a crime that articles online have appropriately labeled asinine. They did the pun for me this time. Well, this 60-year-old man in Spring, Texas decided to put on his best kilt and head over to his nearest antique shop. He then began to walk around their shop for a long time, so long that shop workers felt his presence was becoming uncomfortable. Little did they know how uncomfortable it really was. On this day, our man, Mitchell C. Vest, actually hit up 2 shops, Antique Gallery of Houston and the Curiosity Shop, both on Town Drive in Spring. He walked up and down the aisles, picking up items. He would then shove these items deep into his anus, take them back out, and return them to the shelves. He repeated this numerous times with all sorts of items. This is when the police started to get calls from multiple concerned shoppers not about to purchase any of these juicy goods. The police said that their perp was, quote, observed selecting items from multiple vendors at an antique mall outlet and placing these selected items into his rectum. The male was then observed removing the items and placing them back on the shelves. Some of the items he dipped into his dumper included a bottle opener, a makeup brush, and a tobacco tent can, along with a hardware restoration tool and even more. At one shop, he damaged about $130 worth of goods. At the other, the damage total reached about $74. His booty was not clean either, with an affidavit stating, both complainants advised that they had to throw away the items that were used in the incident due to the feces on them. Both provided the video surveillance of the incidents, and both wished to pursue charges. All of his shitty shenanigans were caught on security camera footage, so the cops had plenty to work with when they came out to arrest him. They took Michael C. Vest into custody on 1 count of criminal mischief. He was later released on a $100 bond. And now we have Catholic priest stole $40,000 of church money to play Candy Crush. I feel like Catholic priests kind of come up a lot in these compilations. You would think that, based on stereotypes, the crimes would be something related to, well, diddling. Usually, though, they've actually been kind of on the weirder side of things, and this is one of those stories. Out in South Coventry, Pennsylvania, a Catholic priest named Lawrence Kozak took a bunch of church donations, a whole bunch, to spend on mobile games, mainly slot machine games and Candy Crush. In total, he spent about $40,000 of the church's money to pay for his microtransaction addiction. It seems that someone within the congregation found out about this suspicious spending and reported it to the police. The police came out to investigate the situation and found numerous charges related to gaming, with the games including Wizard of Oz Slots, Candy Crush Saga, Cash Frenzy, Mario Kart Tour, and Pokemon Go, but most of the proceeds seem to go toward Candy Crush. Given that gambling is a bit frowned upon within his circle, Lawrence told the police that what he paid for wasn't gambling, it was power-ups. He had also used the church's credit card to buy some gifts for his goddaughter, like an Amazon Fire tablet and a chemistry set. A bit wholesome, but still criminal. The congregation released a response to the whole ordeal, saying, Father Lawrence Kozak was placed on administrative leave by the Archdiocese in November of 2022. His administrative leave followed a review of St. Thomas More Parish's financial activity by the Archdiocesan Office for Parish Services and Support. That review resulted in certain expenses and expenditure levels utilizing parish funds being questioned. The Archdiocese then reported the matter to law enforcement. Lawrence was arrested on April 25th and was subsequently charged with theft by unlawful taking, failing to make required disposition of funds, and accessing a device without proper authorization. He is still on administrative leave. Now he has all the time for gaming that he could ever want. He could pick some better games, though. Here's a weird one. Belgian man whose body produces alcohol cleared of drunk driving. Here we have a case that was almost criminal, but actually it's medical. A man in Belgium was pulled over for his driving one day. After having been given a breathalyzer, he was arrested on charges of drunk driving. After all, there was alcohol in his blood. Little did they know, though, the case was much more complicated than they could have predicted. The man told the police that he had what is called auto-brewery system, ABS, an extremely rare condition that causes the body to produce alcohol on its own due to having high levels of ethanol in their blood. The man's lawyer has stated that only about 20 people in the whole world have actually been diagnosed with this condition. The rare condition was first discovered in Japan in the 1970s and is caused by having an unusually large amount of yeast in the stomach. To add to the irony, this man also works at a brewery. The police had just assumed that he had partaken in a few drinks. However, it was found that despite him having a high blood alcohol level, he actually wasn't intoxicated. He just has weird blood. He was acquitted on all of his charges. He was cleared of drunk driving. A clinical biologist stated, "People with ABS produce the same type of alcohol as found in alcoholic drinks, but that they generally felt less of its effects." Despite not feeling as if they are intoxicated, it is possible with people with ABS to suffer the negative effects of drunkenness from time to time, such as slurred speech, stumbling, dizziness, and nausea. Similar cases to this have happened in other areas, such as a case in New York in 2015. Researchers still haven't found out how to stop the condition, but they do feel that it tends to appear after certain infections in the gut. And here we've got one of those good old bonus ones. Monsters in toddler's bedroom, actually massive beehive. Here we have one of those nice bonus stories that isn't necessarily a crime, and this time it isn't even a lawsuit. It's more of just a dark happening that I'm sure will send shivers up some spines out there somewhere. A 3-year-old girl in North Carolina had recently watched Monsters, Inc. and came to the conclusion that she, too, had monsters in her closet. She wasn't basing this off of pure paranoia, though. She had been hearing some noises coming from that direction for a while now. Her parents felt that she was simply influenced by the movie, though, and did the usual parental tactic of trying to console her and by spraying some water around the room, saying that it was anti-monster spray. This was all wholesome, well and good, until the family started to find some bees in their home. More than just a few bees that might have flown in while the door was open. It was a lot. So the mother, Ashley Clast, asked a beekeeper to come check the house out. He inspected the home using a thermal camera to find a massive floor-to-ceiling beehive hidden in the daughter's wall in an empty space. There were more than 50,000 bees and 100 pounds of hive behind the wall that had to be removed. Even still, they can't get rid of all the bees. They've been vacuumed out of the walls 3 times now, and that room has to be sealed off from the rest of the home. Now the whole house is sticky and dead bees are all over the place. Their insurance also won't cover any of this. In the end, it's going to cost them nearly $20,000 to fix. The daughter, for now, has to sleep in a different room that isn't full to the brim with bees. Right here we've got, man rejected by model goes on stabbing spree. A 30-year-old model named Aliona Shikova was working on her new clothing brand doing a modeling shoot in April of 2023. This was when she would come to meet a 26-year-old man named Jared Reviza. Jared managed to convince Aliona to take some pictures with him, whereupon he immediately began hitting on her to an uncomfortable degree. In addition to promising that he would help her brand take off, bragging about his connections in New York, he also told her that he could marry her, saying, "I'm gonna be a good husband, you're gonna be my wife," even saying that they should have some kids. Aliona wasn't really interested, later saying, "I think he liked me and he was used to getting what he wanted." Regardless, the two did take pictures together and they were even uploaded to Instagram. He invited her back to the hotel pool to talk afterwards. Jared continued to brag about how wealthy he was and sent her pics of his vacation spots. He even offered to open up clothing stores for her in several different cities across the United States. Aliona, feeling that this was pretty overwhelming, left the hotel that night. After texting a few times, she continued to get skeevy vibes from the guy and eventually cut off all contact with him. It wasn't too long after that Jared would completely go off the rails. One fateful day, Jared made his way to an AMC movie theater in Boston, Massachusetts at 6 p.m. Entering without a movie ticket, wearing a long trench coat and a blonde wig, he entered into a theater while saying nothing and approached the crowd. There, he would pull out a 10-inch knife and stab 4 girls, aged everywhere from 17 to as young as 9 years old, completely unprovoked. Then he would run out and hop back into his car, driving to a McDonald's about 30 miles away in Plymouth. Wearing nothing under his trench coat apparently, he flashed the restaurant before once again pulling out his knife, slashing a 21-year-old woman and a 29-year-old man. One of the witnesses told the news, "It's so heartbreaking, that's what I'll be thinking about the rest of the night is seeing those kids coming down the steps and just crying. They looked really stunned like they just saw a horror movie, not a kid's movie." Luckily, after being transported to the hospital, it was found that the girls' injuries weren't life-threatening. The same goes for the 2 people at the McDonald's who also survived. The police were able to check CCTV footage and find Jared's license plate number. Spotting his car on the road, they attempted to pull him over. He wasn't about to go down that easy, leading them on a wild car chase. Eventually, though, Jared crashed his Porsche in Sandwich, Massachusetts, where he was caught and taken into custody. He's facing multiple charges of assault with intent to murder. He is also suspected of another murder that had been discovered recently, that of Bruce Feldman, a 70-year-old man who was found dead in his home shortly before the stabbing spree. Aliona is now counting her blessings, happy that she bailed when she did. She said, "I couldn't imagine at that moment what he was capable of. I am still in shock after reading about what he has done. I feel blessed to be alive. There are so many crazy people, we have to be really careful. You never know." Jared was recently arraigned on 1 count of assault to murder, 2 counts of assault and battery, and indecent exposure. He's currently being held in custody for a mental health evaluation. Here we have, Missouri mother tried to sacrifice son before killing him and her daughter. So a while back, a 36-year-old woman named Ashley Parmelli posted to Facebook about her struggles with depression, writing, "I isolated myself. I came off as very timid and unfriendly, and in all reality, I needed a friend more than anything. Always questioning if the kids would be happier or better off without me being their primary caregiver because I knew that they deserved a much better role model." Little did anyone know, those thoughts were more than just mere thoughts. After not too long, Ashley was going to be acting out these dark desires. Friends and family grew more concerned with her apparent mental health problems, taking note that she had changed her profile pictures to nothing but a black screen. That same day, Ashley threw her 2 kids, a 2-year-old son and a 9-year-old daughter, into her car. Ashley has since said that, before getting into the car, she had tried to sacrifice her son, but it's unknown what exactly she meant by that. She drove a ways away from home and stopped the vehicle. This is when witnesses in the area heard gunshots. She had done the unthinkable and shot her 2 kids right there. To her surprise, though, her 2-year-old son was still alive. She drove a little farther north to the Timber Creek Resort, took him out of the car, and drowned him in a fountain. Ashley then drove about 13 miles away and walked into the Festus Police Department and told the officers working there that she had just killed her 2 kids. The police found her daughter, still in the car, unresponsive with a gunshot wound. They then went to search for her son. He was later found floating in a water fountain and pronounced dead at the scene. Initially, she was charged with second-degree murder. However, it wasn't long after that the charges were upped to those of first-degree murder after the police heard more of the details. Both of the kids' fathers were shocked to hear about what had happened, to say the least. They never felt any negativity surrounding the kids or their mother. A candlelight vigil was held that same evening for both of the kids. At what would have been her daughter's softball match, they released a bunch of balloons in the sky in her honor. Friends of the girl never noticed that she seemed unhappy, and she never mentioned having any trouble at home. It seemed that everything happened very suddenly. GoFundMe accounts were set up to pay for both of the kids' funeral expenses. This one is: pregnant mom of 4 with a mostly empty bottle of Crown Royal slams into 16 pedestrians. So out in Michigan, an absolutely plastered pregnant mother decided to hop into her car, Crown Royal bottle and antidepressants in hand, and go for a drive. As you might expect, 35-year-old Ashley Monroe didn't get too far. At 6:30 p.m. that Saturday night in Watertown Township, a town about 15 miles from Lansing, she peeled out and crashed into a small crowd of people. She hit 16 people, and she hit them so hard that the front end of her car suffered massive damage. The carnage at the scene was so extreme that blood, hair, and tissue were embedded into the grille of Ashley's car. With the vehicle somehow still functioning, she continued driving for about 13 more minutes before the police caught up to her and stopped her in her tracks. She was pulled over and found to have a blood alcohol level of 0.183, more than twice the legal limit, along with a now empty bottle of Crown Royal and 2 bottles of antidepressants there in the front seat. 2 of the victims, 30-year-old Jonathan Esch and 42-year-old Daniel Harris, died right there on the scene. Their injuries were simply too severe. 14 other people, with ages ranging from as young as 2 to as old as 61, were also rushed to the hospital. One of them, a 38-year-old woman, was in critical condition. Luckily, these 14 came to survive. Ashley was hit with several charges. She's got 2 counts of operating while intoxicated and failure to stop at the scene of an accident when at fault causing death. This is in addition to 6 counts of operating while intoxicated causing serious injury and 1 count of failure to stop at the scene of an accident resulting in serious impairment or death. She was hit with a bond of $500,000, being deemed a serious risk to society. Ashley's attorney tried to get pity by pointing out that she is the mother of 4 kids, aged 1, 7, 11, and 13, and was pregnant with another child who was soon to be born. He pointed out that she was also a loyal worker at the Michigan Secretary of State's office. It didn't work. The judge actually doubled the bond, setting it at $1 million. The judge said, "What the court knows for sure is we have 2 individuals that died. 2 people have lost their lives prematurely. We're not just talking about a victim, we're talking about multiple victims." Ashley remains in jail, unlikely to ever be able to post that kind of bond. Her hearing has been postponed to August due to the massive amount of evidence that the police are going to have to comb through beforehand. It's very likely that her prison sentence will be no less than heavy. Oh boy, here we have: horror video shows trans woman allegedly run over man, then kiss his body and stab him 9 times. Alright, so here's a story that's guaranteed to piss off everyone on all sides of the political spectrum for wildly different reasons. This comment section is definitely going to be a war zone with a headline like that, but that is actually how a lot of these news sites out there reported the issue, so here we go. Anyway, this story started when a 64-year-old man named Stephen Anderson in Houston was walking down his driveway to his mailbox ready to grab the Daily Mail. This was when a white car came speeding down the road and swerved in order to purposely hit him. The car then flew into reverse to strike Stephen once more, pushing him further back down the street. Several onlookers came out and pulled out their phones to get evidence of the crime while others tended to Stephen's wounds. That is, until the driver of the car, 20-year-old Karen Fisher, hopped out and walked over to the victim. Karen then flipped Stephen over, began to straddle the body, kissed him, and then pulled out a knife before stabbing him 9 times. Karen then, instead of getting back into the car, fled the area on foot. The witnesses were left baffled as they waited for emergency services to arrive. Stephen did not survive, losing his life there on the spot. Karen was caught a while later wearing nothing but a black bra and booty shorts. The case was already crazy enough, but the news media went into even more of a frenzy when Karen was listed as being male on court records but referred to as female by police, bringing a whole new element of shitstorm to an already weird case. Karen, who had already been charged with both prostitution and evading arrest right before this, was now hit with charges of murder, evading arrest with a vehicle, and assaulting hospital personnel. 2 of the witnesses at the scene of the crime said, "It's very disturbing. I have kids here. They could have been out there playing." And broad daylight. It happened right under our noses. This one is Alea Baldwin arrested after allegedly throwing used tampon at bartender. So here we have a really weird and gross story involving none other than the sister-in-law of Justin Bieber, Alea Baldwin. I would like to thank Alea personally for giving me this segment, as it is truly a blessing. Out in Savannah, Georgia, Alea was arrested for assault and battery after a night out on the town. She had went out for a fun night, hitting up Club Elin, a nightclub along the waterfront on River Street. She was having a great time until she started to feel sick, causing her to hit up the bathroom multiple times at the establishment. Given that she was taking up the only bathroom by herself for the majority of the night, she was asked to leave several times. Well, she didn't take too kindly to that. The 31-year-old party girl then ripped out her bloody tampon and chucked it at the bartender before attempting to beat up club bouncers. Well, police officers were on the scene very shortly, with one bouncer informing them that he had been hit in the genitals, while another stated that some of his hair had been ripped out. Seeing evidence of this, the cops threw Alea into cuffs and escorted her from the scene. She was accused of simple assault and battery, criminal trespassing, and battery. She was thrown into the Chatham County Detention Center, where she soon posted bail. She then returned to Los Angeles, continuing life as normal, appearing on social media as if nothing ever happened. The bartender will likely have to attend some therapy after this one. Here's a wild one. Serial dine and dash couple jailed for total of 20 months. Here we've got the story of a couple living out in the UK, 41-year-old Bernard McDonough, a father of 6, and 39-year-old Anne McDonough. The two had each made over 43 fake identities and used 18 different birth dates to pull off their scam of choice, dining and dashing. They were no strangers to crimes such as this, with Bernard having a rap sheet consisting of charges of theft, while Anne similarly had multiple charges relating to fraud, theft, and obstructing a police officer. Usually, the family would go out to eat at restaurants where they would order luxury meals, specifically meals that Anna has said they couldn't normally afford, before handing waitstaff a card that they knew would be declined. They would then say, "Oh, my bad, let me go get my cash and come back," while leaving their kids in the restaurant, making them appear unsuspecting. However, after they left, the kids were told to wait in the restaurant for a few minutes before fleeing themselves. Restaurant owners noted that they would order huge amounts of food for the kids as well, much of which they couldn't even eat, leading to them wasting exorbitant amounts of food as well. They didn't limit their crimes to sit-down restaurants either. On at least one occasion, they ordered food out to their house, where they grabbed the food from the delivery driver's hands, slammed the door in his face, and refused to pay him. The two were finally apprehended when they were caught red-handed on CCTV, stuffing themselves with T-bone steaks and tiramisu at an Italian restaurant before running off. These restaurant owners uploaded the video to social media, getting 12 million views, leading to the couple being identified and caught. They were arrested soon after, quickly admitting to 5 dine and dashes and 4 offenses related to shoplifting after it came to light that they had also stolen from Tommy Hilfiger, Sainsbury, and Tesco stores. Anne was quick to say that eating these meals she couldn't afford without paying made her feel better about herself, somehow. It was found that, at only 5 of the restaurants they had ripped off, they had stolen well over £1,200 worth of food, or about 1,500 freedom bucks. Anne claimed that she was 9 months pregnant and was released from custody on doctor's orders, only for it to come to light that she wasn't actually expecting. The two had to move out of their home when a bunch of angry townspeople, infuriated at their shenanigans, came over to their home and broke all their windows. The couple soon appeared at the Swansea Crown Court, where they were called cynical and brazen fraudsters for what they had done. Anne showed up in a glitter-covered jacket, bursting into tears as she got sentenced to 12 months in prison. Bernard himself showed very little emotion when he was sentenced to 8 months. It appears Anne got the longer sentence because of the shoplifting. The judge, Paul Thomas, said that they both seemed to get a buzz from their crimes, acting out of pure and utter greed, adding that he was mainly jailing them for the way they ruthlessly exploited their kids during their devious plans. The judge said that Anne was the leader of the schemes and, quote, a fluent and practiced liar, while it seemed that Bernard showed remorse for his crimes. Now we've got Florida man wearing women's blouse, no pants, crashes car into jail to kill everyone. Here we have that essential Florida man story that everyone craves, and you'll be happy to see that this is a pretty weird one. In this story, a 40-year-old man named Joseph Leedy threw on a woman's blouse and nothing else, hopped into a truck, and drove it through the wall of the Martin County Jail's lobby. The truck got lodged halfway through the windows and ended up with all of its own doors torn off. Joseph then hobbled out of the car and began to pour motor oil all over the ground, saying that he was going to light it all on fire. He then pulled out some rubber snakes from somewhere and threw them all over the ground to startle the police. He then continued to threaten everyone there, saying that he was there to kill everyone. When the police and fire rescue came to subdue him, he fought back as well as he could. Luckily, nobody was even in the lobby at the time and nobody got hurt. Joseph didn't really do anything but cause thousands of dollars in damage and get himself into a whole lot of trouble. He was taken back into the hospital under the presumption that something was wrong with him, where it was said that he was anything but cooperative. He was charged with 4 counts of aggravated assault on a law enforcement officer and criminal mischief of over $1,000. He was then sent back to that very jail as an inmate. And here we have, Black Lab ingests meth at Gillette Park, wags tail 1,000 miles per hour. This is the story of Tater, a black lab who loves meth. Every day, Tater's owner, Michael, would take him to the Dalby Memorial Park and do a lap around the lake, throwing tennis balls and having a great time. Little did he know that he was going to throw that tennis ball into a drop spot. Tater ran off into the distance to get the ball, but while doing so, he somehow ingested a whole bunch of drugs, with his owner saying, "So I guess when Tater was returning the tennis ball, he somehow ingested methamphetamine," saying that nobody is sure whether Tater ate it, or snorted it, or pulled out a pipe and smoked it. Either way, it was now in the dog. The walk continued for about 40 more minutes until the man and his dog came home like any other day. However, on this day, Tater was acting a bit weird. It was said, his tail was wagging 1,000 miles an hour, thumping on the hardwood floor. While Tater would normally crash and take a nap after a walk, this time he was very excited and staring off into space at the same time. He was happy and restless, swinging his head back and forth. Eventually, his weird behavior was concerning enough for the family to take him to the vet. After a quick check, it was decided that he needed a drug test. It wasn't long before the blood test showed that our favorite dog was a meth fiend. He was then taken to an emergency vet clinic in Rapid City that could watch him overnight. Meanwhile, the police combed the park to find the rest of the drugs, but they never found anything. It's possible that Tater had eaten it all. One of Tater's owners said that at least he got into it and came out fine rather than a little kid getting into it. After getting sedated and getting some food and water, Tater was just perfectly fine. He's now back to normal and hopefully won't need to go to rehab. And this one is, man pleads guilty to making 12,000 harassing calls to Congress members. A man living out in Queens, New York, really didn't like Congress, and he made that pretty evident over time. For 18 months between 2022 and 2023, he made over 12,000 calls to Congress offices, slowly driving them crazy over time. This is when 35-year-old Aid Salim Lilly began this harassment campaign in February of 2022 and never did stop. He made his thousands of phone calls to about 54 different congressional offices all over the United States, half of which were directly made to offices in Washington, D.C. He began to place the calls while he was living in Maryland, but he soon moved out to Puerto Rico. Most of the calls ended up being answered by staff members of the offices or simple interns. He would use various different vulgar words and threats while calling them, threatening to kill them on at least one occasion, apparently. Often, he would threaten to at least injure them in various ways. Some of his calls that have been made public made threats such as, "I will kill you, I am going to run you over, I will kill you with a bomb or a grenade." While there was no evidence that he was actually going to carry any of these threats out, he was still a massive nuisance and tied up phones for months. He would call one single office over 500 times before giving up. When he was told that what he was doing was illegal, he decided to start masking his phone number in different ways. He continued making these calls until he was eventually found and arrested. Eventually, he went on to plead guilty to 1 count of making interstate communications with a threat to kidnap or injure, and 1 of making repeated phone calls. The first charge has him facing 5 years, while the second risks 2 years. Matthew Graves, the U.S. Attorney for D.C., said in a statement, "This case should send a clear message that while people are secure in their rights to express themselves, they are not allowed to threaten people, and those who do will be held accountable." Aide will be sentenced late this August. And boy, this one is, New York City's rat-hating mayor is ticketed for rats again. The mayor of New York City, Eric Adams, is known for his hatred of rats. In fact, he frequently exclaims, "I hate rats," on various occasions. Once he even demonstrated a device that would capture rats and drown them in fluid. He was even called the Rat Czar when he posted ads seeking trained mercenaries who could commit what he called wholesale slaughter of the city's rats. Well, as it turns out, the mayor was once ticketed for a rat infestation at a property he owned in Brooklyn. He challenged those tickets, but they would not be his last. In fact, they weren't nearly his last. He was ticketed 4 separate times for having rat infestations at his properties. Well, now he's been hit with a 5th ticket. Now it has been claimed that his newest property has a classic Tom and Jerry style mouse hole at the front of the staircase with rat turds strewn all about. He now plans to contest this ticket as well. One of his spokespersons, Liz Garcia, has said, "The mayor prides himself on keeping his property clean. He will review the summons and follow all standard procedures." The mayor has said that he has spent over $7,000 trying to get rid of the pests on his property. It's no wonder he hates rats. But in the grand scheme of things, he appears to be losing the war. Here we have, Missouri wife poisoned husband's soda because he didn't appreciate his birthday party. On this channel, I'm really accused of making fun of Florida man a lot, which is pretty valid. Since I am from Missouri, I like to even the playing field a little bit by throwing in a good case from Missouri whenever I happen to come across one. And, well, we've got a pretty crazy one right here. This is the story of Michelle Y. Peters, a 47-year-old woman from Lebanon, Missouri. In Lebanon, she worked as an esthetician at a place called Bodyworks Unlimited. She kept a pretty active Facebook profile that was filled with pictures of her family, especially her kids and grandkids, and shared posts from her local church. She even posted about finding unity and improving relationships. She seemed like a normal, well-put-together lady on the surface. Well, this whole persona dropped like a rock whenever her husband's 50th birthday rolled around. Michelle threw this unnamed husband a nice party, but there's one problem. She felt that he didn't appreciate it very much. It's unknown why she felt that way, as she never provided any specifics, but it was enough to send her far over the edge. She grabbed some Diet Mountain Dew from a fridge that they had in the garage and some Roundup weed killer from the garden and took them both to the kitchen. There she began to concoct a little witch's brew of her own. She then took each respective item back to where it belonged and acted as if nothing had ever happened. The husband came out to grab a can of Mountain Dew from the garage refrigerator, noting that it tasted a little bit weird. He figured it was nothing serious and continued to drink it now and then. However, after a few weeks, he started having problems with a sore throat, nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea. He really began to get worried when he started to cough up some yellowish-brown gunk. Just to check his suspicions, the man began to look back on the footage from a security camera they kept in their garage. There, he could see his wife taking the ingredients out of frame and bringing them back. He told the police that he had even tried replacing all of his cans before, only to see that she kept putting new poison into each new can he would buy. Michelle had gone through so much Roundup that she had to buy a whole new can by the end. The man brought this up to her only to be told that he probably had COVID and that he should stay away from the grandkids. The husband brought the footage and the cans to the police, reporting that he felt his wife was trying to kill him. Hearing the story, they felt that she was at the very least up to something. Michelle was arrested and charged with first-degree assault and armed criminal action. During her interview with the police, she told them that she simply wanted to be mean to her husband because he didn't appreciate the birthday party, with mean being a bit of an understatement. The husband himself said that he had no idea if she was actually having an affair or wanted to collect on his life insurance or what. He had been concerned recently that she had greatly reduced the amount of money she was transferring into their joint personal account. Michelle later told the police that she was simply just trying to create a weed killer that she saw on Pinterest. When shown the footage, she scoffed and said that she should have just divorced her selfish husband. She then continued to complain about his lackluster respect for her birthday bash. Michelle has since pleaded not guilty to both of the charges pressed against her. She's currently being held in jail without bond until her next hearing. And now we've got New Jersey gamer flew to Florida and beat fellow player with hammer. It really has been a pretty long time since I've made a good gaming-related video, so maybe this one will give you a quick fix. This one involves some crazy MMO shenanigans, but this time to a deadly degree. A 20-year-old man named Edward Kang was playing an online game, an MMO specifically called ArcAge. It seems to be a fantasy RPG similar to World of Warcraft. The Korean game is actually all set to go defunct, citing very few active online users. Before that was to happen, Edward was playing online with another user who he ended up locked into some sort of argument with. Edward then told his family that he was going to get out of town for a while and fly out to hang out with a friend that he met online while gaming. He hopped on a plane from Newark, New Jersey and set course for Jacksonville, Florida. He got himself a hotel room somewhat near his destination, his online enemy's house. While it isn't known how he got the man's address, he couldn't get over their fight and was ready to settle it in person. Edward went out to a local hardware store near the hotel and bought both a hammer and a flashlight. He gathered up some gear he brought with him, black clothes, gloves, and a mask. He then went over to his enemy's home and managed to get in through an unlocked door. He peeked around the corner and saw his victim playing games on his PC. He decided to lie in wait until the man got up to take a break. That's when he would ambush him. Edward then did just that. When the man got up to take a bathroom break, Edward started hitting him over the head with the hammer. The victim wrestled Edward to the ground while screaming for help. That's when his stepfather woke up and came downstairs. He managed to take the hammer away and held the attacker down until the police showed up. When the police came out, they found blood both around the home's entrance and in the victim's bedroom. The victim was taken away to the hospital where he was treated for severe head wounds. Meanwhile, Edward was taken into custody and jailed on counts of attempted second-degree murder and armed burglary. When interviewed by the police, Edward told them that he came out to Florida to attack his victim because he believed he was, quote, a bad person online. He then asked them how much prison time he would be facing. While he was likely facing a very hefty sentence, the police didn't tell him that, instead telling him, "It will be a long time before you play video games." Speaking to the public, the Nassau County Sheriff said, "This serves as a stark reminder of the potential real-world consequences of online interaction. I just want to let you know that this is a weird one. Some things make you say, some things you just can't make up. There are some things that make you say, what in the world was he thinking? And there are some things that make you say, you're not going to believe this. Well, this case makes you say all four of those." Edward cried when he faced the judge and his mom watched over Zoom. His attorney tried to get his case downgraded to second-degree attempted murder, but it seems that he will now be getting charged with first-degree attempted murder instead. He's currently awaiting his trial, where he will likely get a long sentence. This one is, 71-year-old Florida woman killed her roommate over messy room. Here we have a good old Florida woman story, this time about a woman named Patricia Whitehead, a 71-year-old woman who was living in Tampa with a roommate. Living on East 26th Avenue, they tended to share expenses, although chores seemed to be an entirely different story. According to Patricia herself, this roommate would often keep the house too messy, something that she could no longer stand. On June 13th, this male roommate was leaving the home after an argument. Patricia had told him that he needed to clean up after himself, but he didn't want to hear it. He slammed the door behind him and left the home instead. Patricia couldn't handle it and scurried off to her bedroom to grab her gun. She chased her roommate out into the yard and shot him in the upper body multiple times. When the shots were fired, the police soon came out to the home. There they found a severely injured man lying outside motionless. He was transferred to the hospital where he was soon pronounced deceased. Patricia was arrested and taken into the Orient Road jail to be held without bond. She was stuck with a public defender, but as of the time of this video, it isn't clear when she'll be heading to court. She's sitting on one count of premeditated murder in the first degree. Hopefully, the jail cell is clean enough to her liking. And here's a wild one. McDonald's cup gets woman arrested for murder. This story really begins on March 23rd of 2020, when a man named Jose Santiago was found dead in his car out in Milwaukee after a jogger looked into his car window and saw him there unresponsive. This was after realizing that his car had been parked there for a few days by that point. When the police came out to investigate, they found that he had passed from a gunshot wound to the back of the head. The only evidence the police could find was a .380 shell casing, a McDonald's receipt, and 2 McDonald's cups. Well, the police had a suspect, Jose's wife. She was the only suspect, in fact. However, they were unable to place her at the scene. Eventually, though, they were able to get a DNA test done on the 2 McDonald's cups, revealing DNA belonging only to Jose and his wife, Cassandra Holt. Cassandra was finally arrested and taken in several years after her husband's murder. She was charged with first-degree reckless homicide. When interviewed by the police, Cassandra told them that she had been married to Jose for about a year and a half, but things weren't going too great. The two argued pretty often, and she felt that Jose had been cheating on her. This all hit a new level one day when she grabbed his phone and found text messages from another woman, although it isn't clear whether they showed definitive signs of cheating. She said that her husband then kicked her out of the car and they simply went their separate ways. However, the cops immediately noticed that her story was inconsistent. It mentioned nothing about going to McDonald's together, eating together at all, or ending up in the place where the car was found and Cassandra's cell phone had last pinged. To make matters even more bleak for Cassandra, it turns out that she had bragged to a few people shortly after the fact that she had killed her husband, and those people came forward. One was a woman that she had been arguing with. That woman was on FaceTime with Cassandra while being threatened, and her daughter heard the whole thing, who also reported it to the police. Cassandra may have fled the state after, but it didn't do much to save her. Another person she confessed to was a man that she was in a relationship with while staying in Las Vegas. She actually confessed to him several times, with him coming to the police and saying that she had some real-life skeletons in her closet, according to her. Cassandra Holt is now in jail on charges of first-degree reckless homicide with a modifier for the use of a dangerous weapon. She's still awaiting her trial. It's likely that she's going to face a very severe punishment, all thanks to the DNA she left on a McDonald's cup. Right here we've got woman steals vehicle with dead body inside and ditches it. Here we have the very strange story of a 36-year-old woman named Valerie Tragler Ellis out in Texas. In the town of Azle, a suburb of Fort Worth, Valerie was trolling around and looking for a car to steal. She saw what she felt was her best bet sitting outside of the John Peter Smith Hospital on South Main Street. She spotted the driver leave the car, fail to lock it, and walk into the hospital. That Tuesday night, she decided to take her chance and hopped into the car, driving off with it. Little did she know that car contained a corpse that was all set to be sent off to a nearby mortuary. While making her getaway, Valerie came to notice the cargo she was carrying in the back. Very likely freaking out, she decided that she didn't need this car too badly after all. She couldn't think of any other course of action than to ditch the car at the perfect place, the zoo. About 2 miles away from the hospital, she pulled over to the street bordering the east side of the Fort Worth Zoo, parked the car, and ran off. Police were called out to the hospital once the driver came outside and realized that his vehicle had been stolen. Given that Valerie only got a couple miles away, it wasn't too long before the car was discovered. Luckily, no damage was done and the body was still in there. The police then went to check surveillance footage from the hospital, seeing their suspect there clear as day. They also found the same woman on surveillance footage from the zoo, seen dumping the car and running away. The police tracked Valerie down a short while after, who hadn't gotten very far. They arrested her on a count of automobile theft as well as one count of abuse of a corpse. She was sent to the Fort Worth City Jail. Meanwhile, the mortuary vehicle and the body were returned to the driver. And here's a doozy. Man charged after he urinated on food at a Woolworths. So, out in the lovely land of Australia, we have a man who was caught doing something that was not so lovely. On July 1st, the Central Metropolitan Police in Sydney got a call about an incident at a Woolworths store just before noon. They were told that someone had come into their George Street store and ruined about $300 worth of produce, although they weren't quite ready to hear how he had done it. A white man who they said looked to be about 20 to 30 with a medium build came into the store wearing all black along with a cap to hide his face. He walked straight over to the meat section, unzipped his pants in front of 4 people, whipped out his own meat, and began to urinate all over the food. The 4 people watched on in horror as he simply walked away with his pants undone. CCTV footage showed that he didn't start to zip up his pants until he was leaving the store. The police appealed to the public to try and find this man, saying that they were investigating, quote, allegations of offensive behavior and malicious damage to food. The police put his picture up everywhere, and he was ultimately arrested on the 14th of July. They tracked him down to his home in Hunters Hill at around 1:40 a.m. They arrested him then and there and took him down to the Gladesville police station. He was hit with a long list of charges including contaminating goods with intent to cause public alarm, enter enclosed land not prescribed premises without lawful excuse, and offensive conduct while upon non-prescribed enclosed lands. At first, the man was refused bail and ordered to appear at the Parramatta Bail Court later on Sunday. However, he was let go for unknown reasons shortly after. He has now been banned from all Woolworths stores in the entire world. To add to that story, we have Philly man accused of ejaculating on woman's leg in Dollar Tree. As if we don't have enough penile depravity for one episode, we have another good one right here, a recent case that just took Twitter by storm. It all started when a woman was shopping at a Dollar Tree in Philadelphia, shopping around and minding her own business, when a man came up behind her and, well, busted a nut all over her leg. Understandably, the woman began to freak out. Thinking quickly, she pulled out her phone to film the man. This caused the guy to start running out of the store, so she started chasing after him. However, when she couldn't catch up to the man, she instead stayed back as the shock set in.
Look, he fucking nutted on my fucking leg! You go to hell, bitch! Oh my god! He nutted on my leg! He nutted on my leg!
The man was seen both on the victim's camera and on CCTV footage wearing a shirt with a candy cane that said, "It's not going to lick itself," which doesn't really make the guy look like any less of a pervert. Apparently, the store employees had seen the guy around before and were able to tell the police where he usually hangs out. People on the internet began an all-out manhunt for the guy, with rapper Meek Mill even chipping in a $2,000 bounty for the guy's info. But it seems that will no longer be necessary. Likely seeing the writing on the wall, the man came to turn himself in. The guy turned out to be 35-year-old Gary A. Miles from South Philadelphia. He surrendered himself to the police one afternoon, was promptly arrested, and soon had his mugshot plastered all over the place. Right now, the exact charges he will face aren't really known, but the police department has said that they're going to book him for indecent assault, indecent exposure, open lewdness, and harassment. And now we have criminals secretly cover victim in itching powder before stealing his bag. Here we have a heist that's definitely unlike any other I've ever heard of, mainly due to how out of the box it really is. It all started with a viral video posted to social media showing a very bizarre incident. A man in Delhi, India ran into a small shop as he vigorously scratched himself all over his neck and shoulders. Saying something to the woman behind the counter, he even goes as far as taking off his shirt and continuing to scratch. Ultimately, he walks to the other side of the store and places his bag on a seat before entering another room. This man was the most recent victim of the Coolgee Street Gang, also known as the Itch Gang. Their MO is to take itching powder and throw it all over their victims. While the victim is distracted by the itching, they then rob them of whatever items they have on hand and make a run for it. Well, that's what happened here. When the guy placed his bag down and went into the other room, the gang then entered the shop. Trying to look as nonchalant as they could, a few of them attempted to block the shopkeeper's field of vision, while one other pretended to browse the other end of the store. He then grabbed the man's bag and left. Then the victim came out of the back room, still scratching, and looked for his bag. He checked all around the seating only to see that it wasn't there. He then spoke to the shopkeeper, who seemed to be at a loss as well. At this point, the Delhi police are still investigating this gang and are urging the public to speak up if they might happen to have any information about them. And here we have Florida man arrested after allegedly trying to withdraw 1 cent from bank. You might remember what I said before when I said that I was accused of bullying Florida man a lot on this channel, and well, we're about to do it again. We couldn't really have one of these compilations without the essential Florida man story, after all. In this story, we have a 41-year-old man named Michael Fleming. Michael made his way into a bank in Sumner County, the Chase Bank on US 441 in Lady Lake to be specific, and walked up to the teller. He filled out a withdrawal slip for a whopping 1 single penny and handed it to her. The teller then told him that he couldn't simply take out 1 penny. Michael then flew into a rage, telling them, "So you want me to say the other word?" It's unknown what he meant by this, but it seems that he was beginning to get violent, as it wasn't at all long before the police were called. During the rest of the rant, the tellers got the gist that he was trying to rob the place somehow. When the police came out to the scene, Michael was still inside the bank. He He was arrested and taken to the Sumner County Sheriff's Office. There he was read his Miranda rights and agreed to speak to the police. While it hasn't been said exactly what they talked about, the police have said that he did violate Florida's robbery laws. Michael was then sent to the Sumner County Detention Center where he remains on a $5,000 bail. And now we have, Dad gave his kids laughing gas during a four-wheeling trip. Now we've got the story of a man who was trying way too hard to be the cool dad. Ryan Belknap was taking his two sons, aged 12 and 13, on an ATV trip and decided to liven up the occasion. He brought a whole bunch of nitrous oxide with him, also known as laughing gas, to get them all good and high while riding around. He sat around with his kids and inhaled the gas repeatedly and continuously for several hours while on their trip. That is, until one of the boys fell unconscious due to the sheer amount of gas that he had been given. But even then, Ryan didn't take his son to the hospital. He decided to just let him sleep it off. As it turns out, Ryan's 16-year-old daughter, who wasn't on the trip, had come across a video that one of the boys had taken on his phone during the huffing session. She showed the video to her mom, which did not make her very happy. She filed a child abuse report to the sheriff's office on June 4th, showing them the video. The police interviewed the mother, the daughter, and the sons about the incident. This led them to tracking Ryan out to his home about an hour from where the ATV trip took place. They searched his home and found a huge number of canisters of nitrous oxide along with the balloons that would have been used to inhale them. Ryan was arrested and charged with a good array of crimes, such as child abuse and endangerment and several drug-related charges. Oddly enough, though, it isn't actually illegal to possess nitrous oxide, likely because it is used legitimately by dentists. However, it is illegal to use it recreationally. It's also illegal to use it before operating any sort of motor vehicle, which only puts Ryan in that much more trouble. So, what do you think about this one? Cool dad? Bad dad? I think I know what the answer is going to be, but, well, let me know anyway. Here we have, boy crushed to death by 340-pound foster mom after she sat on him for misbehaving. Here's a case that really highlights what some may call some big problems with some players within the foster care system. It's a case that just recently has sparked both a lot of outrage and a lot of mockery. Out in Indiana, the story all started when a 10-year-old boy named Dakota Levi Stevens was placed into foster care. He was placed into one family where it seems things went well until being placed into another. This time, he would be under the care of a woman named Jennifer Wilson. Jennifer is a very angry woman who is both small and large, being 4'11" and weighing 340 pounds. That's about 150 centimeters and 154 kilograms to the non-Americans. Despite being so short, she was still an intimidating force for a 10-year-old. Dakota himself was 4'10" and weighed about 90 pounds in comparison. One day, not too long after being placed with Jennifer a month prior, Dakota ran away from home. He ran to a neighbor's house, saying that his new foster mom had punched him in the face. According to Jennifer, he had been acting up and refused to do his chores, so it's likely that is why he was hit. Dakota asked the neighbor to call the police, but she didn't do it. Soon after, Jennifer drove up and started screaming at the neighbor, telling her to mind her own business and demanding that Dakota get back in her car. When they got back to the house, Dakota initially refused to even get out of the car. However, this changed when he decided that he would make another break for it, getting out of the car and screaming that he was leaving. Jennifer then tackled Dakota to the ground, hitting the pavement on the driveway together. She then, saying that she only wanted to hold him down, laid down on top of him. As Dakota was being crushed, she called his caseworker on him, telling him that he was acting up, saying that he wouldn't do his chores. Throughout the call, Dakota continued to scream until his screams gradually got quieter and quieter until he stopped making noise entirely. She immediately accused Dakota of faking it until she rolled him over and saw that he was entirely pale. She then decided to try to perform CPR on him. After that didn't work, she finally decided to call 911. The ambulances arrived on scene shortly and airlifted Dakota out to the hospital. They noted that he was unconscious, not breathing, and had visible bruising all over his neck and chest. While initially alive, he couldn't handle the injuries he sustained and passed away in the hospital 2 days later when the decision was made to take him off of life support. An autopsy was performed and it showed that the cause of death was severe swelling of the brain and prolonged oxygen deprivation. He had also sustained some heavy organ damage as well as bleeding in the liver and lungs. The death was soon ruled as a homicide. When the police came after Jennifer, they said that she told them Dakota had been acting up and seemed visibly distraught. Footage from a Ring camera was taken, showing Jennifer lying on Dakota's neck and head as he screamed. The footage then stopped and returned again as Dakota's screams were fading. Once Jennifer realized he wasn't moving, she started angrily yelling "Dakota!" at him repeatedly. Then she instructed another one of the 3 children in her home to call 911. Jennifer's foster parent license is suspended and currently under review so that it can be revoked entirely. Once the death was determined to be a homicide, a warrant was placed for Jennifer's arrest. She was taken into custody during a traffic stop, charged with reckless homicide, and placed into custody, where, as of the writing of this video, she remains. This one is, man kills 4 relatives, says he was on shrooms. It's not really all too unusual for people to blame their crimes on drugs. In just another recent compilation I've had, I covered the story of a woman who stabbed her boyfriend to death and then blamed the whole thing on marijuana psychosis. This case is fairly similar to that, but a lot more grisly and uses different drugs. Here we have a very strange man, a man that neighbors described as scary and aggressive with a look in his eyes like a crazed bulldog. This man was Shabazz Rajaboev, a guy who was seen as such a loose cannon that his family didn't even let him out of the house too often. One man who knew him said that he used to smoke a lot of weed but had since graduated to harder drugs, adding, "When he smokes and does other things, he can't control his anger." It seems that his family kept him from wandering around his apartment building because he scared the neighbors so much. One neighbor said to the media that Shabazz was called Narco Man, adding, "Very good family. They live together. Mother, father, 2 sons who are brothers, and the brother's wife and their 2 kids. Very good family, but everyone knew him. He is a narco man." He got himself arrested for assault in 2023, but the charges were dropped for reasons unknown. After a while, he started telling people to call him Sensei for reasons that nobody besides him really seems to know, as he gradually lost his mind more and more. One neighbor who did manage to see him said, "You could tell something wasn't right with him. He stopped smiling, stopped saying hi. I asked him if something happened, and he said, yes, something with my dad. He didn't elaborate." One day, Shabazz decided to take a few grams of mushrooms. Afterwards, he went into a complete frenzy within his family home. Neighbors heard screams erupting and children begging for mercy as he took out a knife and stabbed his 56-year-old mother, Fezidva. He then strangled his sister-in-law, 27-year-old Maftuna, and then stabbed her 2 children. He wrapped his mother up into a blanket and threw her down on the ground. He then put the 2 kids into a laundry bag and hid them in the closet. He left his sister-in-law on the ground where she fell. Shabazz then simply walked out of the building. A resident was outside smoking when he saw him leave, seemingly having blood on his face. Then, shortly after, Shabazz's brother showed up, asking the neighbors, "Have you seen my family?" He began to panic, saying, "My mother is on the floor. There is a lot of blood. My family has disappeared." 911 was called, and when the police arrived, the father took them into the apartment. Meanwhile, Shabazz had actually called the authorities to tell them about the corpses in the apartment himself. While the police reviewed the gruesome crime scene, Shabazz actually came back of his own volition. He screamed to the police, "I'm innocent, arrest me, it wasn't me." He frantically told the police that he didn't know what had happened because he had just taken shrooms. Shabazz was taken into jail in order to be held without bail, where he still remains. Shabazz told the police in a video statement that he didn't know what had happened, once again reiterating that he had taken 2 grams of mushrooms. Either way, he was hit with 4 charges of first-degree murder and 4 charges of second-degree murder. He was then sent to jail to await trial. Shabazz's lawyer has refused to comment on the case. Shabazz still claims to be innocent despite his violent reputation and the mountain of both hard and circumstantial evidence against him. This one is, 12-year-old Tennessee girl smothered her 8-year-old cousin over an iPhone. It seems that just recently there have been a lot of cases involving really young kids committing murder for some pretty trivial reasons, and this case is definitely no exception. Out in Humboldt, Tennessee, we have one of those very rare cases where someone who wasn't even 13 years old has been charged with full-on murder. This is due to a fight that occurred on the evening of July 15th involving who got to use an iPhone. The argument was between a 12-year-old girl and her 8-year-old cousin, Demiria Hollingsworth, as they came from out of town to visit their grandmother. Demiria's mother, Rayana Smith, said that their grandmother had sent the two to bed after the argument, where they shared a bunk bed together. After Demiria fell asleep, her 12-year-old cousin sneaked into the top bunk, grabbed a wad of bedding, and aggressively used her whole body weight to smother the young girl as she slept. A security camera inside the house was able to capture the whole thing on tape. Afterwards, the older girl did her best to clean up the scene, arranging everything to make it look like her cousin had merely stopped breathing in her sleep and hadn't just been smothered. She cleaned up the bedding a bit and repositioned her cousin before going back down to her own bunk and acting as if nothing had happened. The girl was arrested and charged with both first-degree murder and tampering with evidence after the authorities saw the video that they called disturbing. The police came to say, "I consider this to be one of the most disturbing violent acts committed by either an adult or juvenile that my office has prosecuted." The police decided to petition the judge to prosecute the girl, who was just under 13 years old, as an adult, which would allow for a much lengthier sentence. Whether this was done through incarceration or through supervised and court-ordered conditions, they felt that she deserved the heaviest sentencing that she could get. The victim's mother agreed, hoping for the maximum punishment possible. She told the news media, "Last time I seen my baby, she was smiling, giving me kisses, telling me she will see me when it's time for her to come back home. She's never coming back home. She's never coming back home." She organized a GoFundMe page to raise money for the unexpected funeral expenses. It quickly raised over $14,000, greatly helping her out with the unexpected loss. She wrote, "I never imagined anything like this would happen, and now I find myself trying to fund a funeral." Now we've got, woman's daughter held her down while grandson strangled her to death. This story involves an elderly 81-year-old woman named Cleo Ann Loizides, who was living at Commonwealth Senior Living in Norfolk, Virginia, a senior living center. For reasons unknown, her daughter Heather Cummings and her grandson Clifton Cummings decided that she needed to die. The two plotted to drive out from Indiana all the way out to Virginia to make this happen. The two entered the old folks' home, where they found Cleo. Heather held her down while Clifton took a strap from a bag he was carrying and began to strangle her. While she struggled, Heather calmly told her, "Just let go, it's for the best." The deed was done, and the two then left the building. Eventually, just before midnight on June 30th, the orderlies came in to find Cleo lying unresponsive and called for an ambulance. The police came out and went over the scene. Cleo had long since died, so there wasn't really much they could do. An obituary for her listed that she was survived by her 53-year-old daughter Heather and 24-year-old grandson Clifton. Little did anyone know they were responsible for the whole thing. It began to come to light when the medical examiner ruled on July 9th that the death was undoubtedly a homicide, seeing marks on her neck consistent with strangulation. Both Heather and Clifton were found to be the most likely suspects in the murder. They were taken in and pretty quickly gave complete confessions. Both of them were thrown into the Norfolk City Jail to be held without bond. Both the mother and son are now being charged with second-degree murder. Heather tried to reverse the decision so that she could get out on bail. She decided to go the pity route, showing up to her first hearing in a wheelchair, with her attorney saying that this was due to arthritis and Crohn's disease. Her attorney asserted that she grew up in Hampton Roads, having no prior criminal record. The judge, Michael Beverly, determined her to be a flight risk and denied her application for bond. Clifton Cummings never did appear in court. His attorney just decided to forego a bond hearing entirely. Instead, they're asking for a sanity and competence evaluation. And now we've got, Dad left his 15-year-old daughter strapped to tree for 3 days for wetting herself. Now let's go out to Oklahoma. This is a really bizarre case that came to unfold when a woman called the police saying that there was a 15-year-old girl strapped to a tree outside and had been there for 3 days. She said that she definitely needed some medical attention, having both a hole in her leg and lesions on her arms. She even added that she had been sneaking food out to the girl for days, and that her family was visiting from Texas, and that she didn't really know what to do about all of this. Questioning why the woman didn't call the cops at any other point during the 3 days, despite being fine with doing it now, they rushed out to the scene. They came out to the house where they saw a red shed and a chicken coop outside. Next to the coupe was a rectangular piece of carpet, and on this piece of carpet was a girl leaning slumped forward with a big bandage below her knee and what they called a ratchet-style tie-down strap. This is the kind of strap that you would use to secure items in the bed of a pickup truck, and it was wrapped around her body. The cops spoke with the woman who had called. At first, she lied about who she was, saying that she didn't know anything about the girl. But eventually she opened up and admitted that she knew what was going on but was afraid of the girl's father, Johnny James. The 15-year-old girl identified the woman as who she called her Nana. The father, James, arrived home shortly after the cops arrived. He told them that he had tied her up because, quote, she cannot be trusted and likes to lie. He said that she wasn't there long, maybe for only an hour while he was gone. When they told him that they had heard she had been there for days, he said that he had tied her up on 2 separate occasions before, but never for that long. The police said, James explained the time she is left outside was to go to the store or church this morning due to her peeing and pooping herself and not wanting it inside, so they sat her outside, that way there is no mess. When James was asked, he stated that this was the only option to keep her restrained because he didn't know what else to do to help her. He said that this was all due to the girl being rebellious and wanting to live with her mother. He then told the deputies that he had realized the error of his ways and would find some other solution other than tying her up. When the police asked James' girlfriend about the girl being tied up, she told them that she was taking a shower and didn't know what was happening, saying that she didn't see her sitting outside when they left for church because she, in her words, was too frazzled. A medical team arrived and took the girl to the hospital. It was soon decided that the Department of Human Resources would take custody of her along with a number of other children who also lived in the home. The Oklahoma police arrested both James and his girlfriend shortly after. Johnny James, 40 years old, is in jail on a charge of aggravated child abuse and neglect, while his girlfriend, Kayla Cherie Clark, age 42, is facing a charge of enabling child neglect. The two were taken out to the Washington County Jail. They were each hit with a $500,000 bond. Their first court hearing is scheduled to happen fairly soon. And here we have, man dies after friend bursts his rectum. This is definitely one of the weirder incidents of murder that has taken place in recent memory. It took place in India, where a 24-year-old named Yogesh and his friend Murali went over to wash a motorcycle. Murali was an employee at the place, the CNS Bike Service Center, and had access to the tools there. The two washed the bike together and began to dry it off. They started playing around with an electric blow dryer, a strong dryer that used hot, compressed air to quickly dry off the bikes. Murali, holding the tool, began to use it to mess with Yogesh, pointing it at his face and blasting him with air. Yogesh then turned around and faced the other direction. This was when Murali shoved the dryer up to his ass and blew out the air. The airflow was so strong that his rectum was filled with hot gas to the point where his entire abdomen expanded and contracted. This burst his insides. Yogesh didn't stand for more than a mere moment before he collapsed to the ground. Murali and a few other friends at the service center, after noticing he was unconscious, took him out to the hospital. The doctor saw that Yogesh had suffered some very severe injuries to his intestines due to the high pressure of the air hose. He was rushed into emergency surgery. He was actually still conscious, even answering a call from his sister when she wanted to hear what was going on. However, afterwards his condition only got worse and he was transferred to a private hospital for better treatment. Yogesh didn't respond very well to the treatments and died shortly after, due to complications from a ruptured colon. Murali has since denied deliberately pushing the air hose up against Yogesh's anus, but the video makes it very clear that it was intentional. The police came out to arrest him. They told the media, "We detained Murali on Wednesday. During interrogation, Murali claimed he didn't take the pipe near Yogesh's anus. He was holding it above the knee and didn't know it would rupture his anus." With Murali being arrested, the police have opened up a case against him. They have charged him with charges related to culpable homicide. He now sits at the Bengaluru Central Prison, awaiting his fate. And now we have, driver runs down fast food worker over missing chicken strip. Here we have another good old Missouri case, and it's one that I can definitely see happening. I mean, if someone were to have told me about this case in person, I probably wouldn't have even doubted its validity. This is the case of a woman named Talani L. Carter, who decided that freaking out about her Jack-in-the-Box order would be a good choice in her life. When sitting at the drive-thru of the Central West End neighborhood of St. Louis, she gave her order. However, when she received her food, she noticed that she was short one chicken strip and missing some dipping sauce. That day, on July 16th, she returned to the restaurant to complain about her order, something many people might do. However, her next steps definitely deviated from the norm. The manager apologized and gave her the extra chicken strip. Talani noted that she wasn't only there for the chicken, she needed to be compensated with some ranch as well. The manager agreed to supply this too, but regardless, Talani flew into a rage and spit in the manager's face. As she fled the restaurant, the manager went outside through a different exit to take note of her license plate number in order to report her. Talani noticed this, ran over to the manager, and barged into her shoulder, screaming, "You're trying to put charges on me?" She then went back to her car, threw it into reverse, and rammed into the manager, hitting her left leg and knocking her down to the ground. Luckily, her license plate number was indeed taken down. Talani was arrested and charged with both second-degree assault and fourth-degree assault. She's currently being held in jail without bond, awaiting a detention hearing. Her next court date is all set to happen any day now. And now we have Extreme Eater dies during live stream of 10-hour mukbang. It wasn't all too long ago that I covered the case of a woman in China who died while trying to lose weight at a fat camp. Well, this case is kind of the polar opposite to that. This is the story of Pan Xiaoting, a famous mukbang live streamer in China. If you somehow don't know what a mukbang video is, it's a video genre that originated in South Korea where someone eats an ungodly amount of food on camera. These videos usually pander to feeder fetishists who love to see someone chow down to an extreme level, or kind of the opposite, people who love food but would rather enjoy it vicariously by watching someone else eat. Given the dangerous nature of these videos, and the shame that China feels from them, the CCP went ahead and banned mukbang videos entirely. However, it wasn't long before people found some ways around this, live streaming their mukbangs instead. This is because it's much easier to find and take down uploaded videos, but it's much harder to monitor ongoing live streams. Pan was one of these people, getting around the new laws and continuing her hobby. Pan was a regular on the mukbang scene and usually garnered a lot of viewers. She was known for being extremely obese and usually eating more unhealthy types of food in extreme excess. The only problem is, when you build your whole online presence on being extreme, you're left with no choice but to somehow top the last extreme each and every time to keep your audience interested. Pan was stuck in this rut. She upped the ante by eating worse and worse food in higher and higher amounts and for even longer periods of time. This was when she decided to eat in such a way for 10 hours straight with no breaks on July 14th. She decided to feast on cake, chicken fingers, and seafood. There on camera, she suddenly collapsed and remained unresponsive. Her viewers tried to get help for her remotely, but it was too late. Little did they know, Pan had just recently been hospitalized for stomach bleeding after another extreme eating binge. It isn't known when exactly she was discharged, but she quickly went back to streaming shortly after. Medical examiners performed an autopsy showing that her stomach was severely deformed and filled with loads of completely undigested food. It became clear that her stomach had burst, leading to the acid leaking out into her organs as she continued to eat, with the new food having no way to be digested. This combination is what led to her death. With mukbang videos being fairly popular in the West as well, doctors are trying to warn people of the dangers of the practice. YouTube has even begun to demonetize a lot of mukbang-related content in order to distance themselves from what many people have called supportive eating disorders. Now get ready for teen bestiality suspect bullied in jail with donkey sounds. Out in Georgia, an 18-year-old man named Jason Weir was literally caught with his pants down when his own family came home to see him in their yard attempting to copulate with their male Great Dane. They first became suspicious when he insisted on taking the dog for a walk, something he rarely ever did and didn't come back for an odd amount of time. When they found him, Jason came up with a convoluted explanation, saying that he was trying to pee when the dog backed into him and tried to knock him down. His own father and sister were pretty fed up with him because, as it turns out, he had taken a donkey into the bone zone not too long prior. They called the cops themselves, telling them he's 18 and should know better, kind of implying that this was something that he had done in his youth that they hoped he would grow out of. Jason was thrown into jail on a felony animal sexual abuse charge. After about 2 months, the other inmates came to learn of the reason as to why he was in their fine establishment. The others in the Monroe County jailhouse began to pick on Jason, laughing at him and making erotic moans and donkey noises. Jason went into an outburst and freaked out, following one of the other inmates back into his cell and punching him in the eye and in the ear, saying that he was greatly offended by the sensual donkey moans. The inmate didn't really fight back and doesn't seem to have been seriously hurt. Regardless, you aren't really allowed to hit people, so Jason was hit with another charge of misdemeanor battery. He's been in jail since May 27th, and now it's looking like he's only going to be there that much longer. This one is titled, Florida Woman Arrested After Drowning Her Roommate's Pet Spider in Ginger Ale. And here we are again with the essential Florida story, this time graced with the presence of none other than Florida Woman. This incident occurred in a city called Crestview, on Pansy Avenue to be specific. This is where a 41-year-old woman named Elena Renee Rasmussen decided to take her roommate's $70 jumping spider and drowned it in ginger ale for some reason. The roommate came home on July 15th, wondering where the spider might be. Both the spider and its entire enclosure were missing. She reached out to her roommate to ask her if she knew anything. Elena then texted her back and frankly admitted to throwing the whole thing into some ginger ale for reasons that are still unclear. The roommate then called the police, who came out and arrested Elena. She was charged with petite theft in the second degree and animal cruelty that torments, deprives, mutilates, or kills any animal. This was a spider, which normally wouldn't really have been a legal matter, but being a purchased pet changes matters. After being arrested, Elena readily admitted to what she had done. Elena was a repeat offender, although she was usually hit with charges like battery and driving under the influence in the past. She doesn't have a lawyer, so it's likely she'll have one appointed to her before her hearing. For the time being, she has been released on bond. And here's a good bonus. Neuralink employee was scratched by monkeys infected with herpes and fired after getting pregnant. Here we have one of those good old cases that isn't necessarily a crime, but is a strange lawsuit, so I'm going to include it anyway. I will admit that I basically did pick this one for the headline alone, because it is very confusing until you actually sit down and dissect it a bit. It seems that a former employee at Elon Musk's brain chip company called Neuralink had a bit of a struggle with a monkey. Lindsay Short, who was employed there as an animal care specialist, said that she was never provided with the right kind of protective gear while dealing with the monkeys. This is why one of them was able to reach out and scratch her right across her face. Unfortunately, this monkey also had the herpes B virus, a pretty dangerous virus that can cause severe brain damage and even death. The lawsuit says that Neuralink has a fairly hostile work environment that had both unrealistic deadlines and severe shaming and bullying of employees. When Lindsay went to get medical attention for her monkey scratch, she was told by her work superiors that she would face severe repercussions if she ever did anything like that again. In addition to the monkey business, she was also promised that they would give her more flexible working hours after she gave birth, something they failed to ever do. She then filed a lawsuit, and her boss retaliated by demoting her, citing poor work performance. Lindsay went to HR, saying that her superiors would often mention that they hated children and that having children would be a mistake as it would only get in the way of their careers. It was only one day after that she was fired, only being told that it was due to performance issues. She is now suing Neuralink for retaliation, wrongful termination, gender discrimination, and a whole slew of more minor accusations. And here we have, Mom lets boyfriend drown her son in the toilet. One morning in December in Arkansas, a grandmother came for a court-appointed visit with her grandchildren. Once she arrived, her problem child daughter told her that her grandson wasn't home. This was pretty confusing, given that the boy was only 5 years old and everyone else seemed to be home. Right after that, her granddaughter walked over to her with a pretty nasty scab across her forehead and seemed like she could barely even walk. The grandma then called the police as she rushed the girl to the hospital. Once she arrived at Forest City Hospital, the doctors were able to determine that she had been severely burned. Their burns were said to have come from their mother, Ashley's boyfriend, Nathan Bridges. Apparently, after the young girl had acted out, Nathan decided to hold her head and upper torso under scalding hot water in the bathtub, something he would apparently often do as punishment. Meanwhile, the police made their way out to Ashley Rollins' house and immediately inquired as to where her son, Blue, was. She responded by telling them that he was possibly dead and hidden somewhere in the house. Not cooperating any further, the police were forced to tear the place apart. Noticing some loose floorboards, they lifted them up and found something wrapped in layers and layers of plastic bags. On what would have been his 6th birthday, they found Blue's body right there. With no way out of this, Ashley told the police the truth. She said that Blue had angered her boyfriend, Nathan, back in September by biting his finger. In a rage, he took the boy and drowned him by shoving his head into the toilet. Ashley entered the bathroom to see her son limp and struggling to breathe, but she simply left the room and let it happen. She told the police that Nathan then buried the boy under the floorboards afterward. The state police soon made a statement saying, "Based on initial findings, it's believed that the boy died from injuries sustained in the home." Rowland reportedly told the police her son died 3 months earlier on September 9th, 2022. Another person interviewed by detectives, however, said Ashley told her that she did not know what to do and had buried Blue under the floorboards after he came out of the bathroom with his face/body swelling and foaming at the mouth before collapsing and dying. The state police added that both Ashley and Nathan were charged with capital murder, abuse of a corpse, tampering with physical evidence, and endangering the welfare of a minor. A friend of the kid's grandmother set up a GoFundMe page for both the grandma and the daughter. On the page, she spoke of the daughter's condition after being seized from her mother, saying that her hair had been haphazardly chopped off, she had cracked ribs, many burns all over her body in various stages of healing, and was clearly malnourished on top of it all. Both Ashley and Nathan appeared in court for a hearing and were ordered to be held without bond. A couple saying that they were Nathan's parents have made a lot of noise, saying that Ashley is the problem and that their son is innocent. When it came time for sentencing, Ashley Rowland was given only a 40-year sentence for her part in the murder. Nathan Bridges pled guilty in July to first-degree murder and first-degree battery. He was sentenced to serve out 60 years in the Arkansas Department of Corrections. Now we've got, repeat felon kills old woman to steal car he didn't keep. Out in Seattle, an 80-year-old woman named Ruth Dalton was known around the city as being a pretty beloved figure. She was a grandma who had a small business walking dogs while also volunteering part-time at a local vet clinic. However, her life would come to a grisly end one Tuesday morning. Shortly before 10 a.m. in the road near East Harrison Street and Martin Luther King Jr. Way East, Ruth was driving around in her car like any other day. With several dogs in her back seat, she was on her way to the park to give them all a good walk as usual. However, this was when someone ran up to her driver's side door and began a carjacking. This man threw Ruth out of the car, onto the ground, where he then hopped into the vehicle himself and ran her over, dragging her for quite a ways before she ultimately passed away in the street. A whole bunch of people were actually nearby, seeing everything happen with their own eyes. They all tried to rush over to help her, but the whole thing really only lasted a few seconds. One bystander was able to use their baseball bat to try and swing it at the attacker, but they ended up missing and only hitting the car a couple of times. Everyone ran over to Ruth and tried to perform CPR on her, but by the time the ambulance finally arrived, she was pronounced dead at the scene. A few hours later, Animal Control was called out to Brighton Field, finding one of the dogs deceased in a trash can. This was Ruth's own dog, who likely lashed out at the criminal to defend her. Another dog was found, seemingly alive, about a mile away from where the carjacking took place. Not too far from the parked trash can, they found Ruth's car abandoned. Given that the side of the vehicle and the front and back windshields were all damaged, the culprit no longer even wanted it. He simply left it and wandered off. At first, the police didn't even get a good description of the criminal aside from the fact that he appeared to be an adult male. Needless to say, that didn't really narrow things down too much. Meanwhile, members of the public came out to express their grief. One of Ruth's friends said, "She is somebody that people really loved, and she's been a neighborhood fixture in the Madison Park neighborhood for a long time. She is going to be so missed, and people really loved her. How can you murder a beloved dog walker? I mean, what is wrong with you? Why do you do those things? An 80-year-old woman, with 6 dogs in the car. Really, how can you do that?" Ruth's cell phone was found abandoned near where the car was found, and luckily the police picked up some fingerprints on it that weren't hers. They ran these fingerprints through the database and found that it was a perfect match for someone on their record with a whopping 8 felonies under his belt. It was now fairly easy to track down their culprit, 48-year-old Ahmed K. Haynes. He had a long rap sheet going back to the early 90s. In fact, this wasn't even his first murder. In 1993, he killed a man with his car and was convicted of vehicular homicide. Somehow, he was let free pretty quickly and continued to rack up charges throughout the 90s, getting a stint in prison for a robbery he committed in 1999. In 2003, while locked up, he attacked 2 officers during a cell inspection and got into even more trouble given that he used a shank to do the job. He was charged with assault in the 2nd degree, but that later got reduced to charges of custodial assault escape. If only that charge hadn't been downgraded, it would have been his 3rd strike and he would have ended up in jail for good. He got out of prison in 2017. When arrested, he inexplicably still had Ruth's car keys on his person despite long abandoning the car. He was also carrying a knife, one that notably still had traces of blood and hair on it. He was charged with 1st-degree murder with a weapon enhancement, 2nd-degree assault with a deadly weapon enhancement, and 1st-degree animal cruelty with a deadly weapon. He was thrown into jail and requested an attorney. The prosecuting attorney in his case has said, "In short, the level of violence the defendant has shown he is capable of, not only within the day the presently charged crimes were committed, but over the course of the last 30 years, demonstrates a propensity for violence that conclusively shows that he is a danger to the community." Jahmed is now in jail, held without bond. It's very likely that he will never be free again. Ruth Dalton's family has told the media that they are going to organize a march to honor her and establish a donation account in her name. This one is titled, "Son Shot Father in the Face Over Argument About His Stinky Feet." While there's no doubt that this case is pretty short and to the point, it is definitely all parts strange and dark, so here we go. This story started when an old man, William Carpenter, was sitting around at home with his 48-year-old son, David. One Sunday night in Fort Madison, Iowa, William, smelling something pretty rank, deduced that it was probably his son's nasty-ass feet. When he told his son that his feet stank, he didn't take it too well at all. In fact, David made a comment about shooting him for what he just said. William, knowing that his son was a bit of a weirdo, didn't really think anything of the comment. However, David stood up and went into the other room. There, he retrieved his gun and brought it back to the living room. He walked over to where his elderly father was sitting in his motorized scooter, watching some TV, and began to yell at him. David then pulled the gun out from where he had been hiding it behind his back, pointed it right at his father's face, and pulled the trigger, something that he says was only an accident. After neighbors heard gunshots, the police were called out to the home. David Carpenter was swiftly arrested and charged with both attempted murder and child endangerment after admitting that he shot his father while his kid was in the room. In fact, 2 kids under the age of 14 were in the house at the time of the shooting, one of them being in the other room. David was thrown into Des Moines County Jail on a $100,000 cash-only bond. William, surprisingly, was alive and taken to the hospital. His injuries were deemed to be non-life-threatening. At the hospital, he told the police all about his argument with his son over his foot stench. David's hearing is all set to happen sometime pretty soon while the police continue to investigate the entire incident. And here's a doozy. Dentist flew 2,000 miles to have sex with mom and her 9-year-old daughter. Here's one that I'll really be surprised if I get away with talking about on YouTube, so I'm going to have to soften up the wording just a little bit, but I'm going to make sure you get the gist. Back in October, Homeland Security decided that they would take a page out of Chris Hansen's playbook and set up some actors to play decoy children online in order to catch some predators. One undercover agent played the part of a mother with an 8-year-old daughter. This actor then went into numerous chat groups for people who discussed their, let's say, enthusiasm for incest and child-related material. It was only a day or two before this actor came in contact with a man who later identified himself as Atha. The agent and the man both discussed intercourse with the mother persona and with the fake child. Atha was more than enthralled with these conversations, continuing the talks for nearly a year up until June 14th. He even suggested that this mother give her daughter erotic toys during playtime in order to get used to everything. Atha began to say, "I would love to find a mother and daughter to play with." This was when the agent suggested that Atha come out to Florida to meet with her and her daughter and, well, take the 2 of them at once. Dr. Jason James Atha, a 50-year-old dentist, was so into the idea that he flew about 2,000 miles out to Florida to get it done. He enthusiastically replied with, "I would so love to be a part of that," before hopping on a plane and heading out. He told the mother to have her daughter ready, wearing an outfit for him that was called inappropriate but was never specified. Shortly after arriving for the planned date in West Palm Beach, the police captured the dentist immediately. In his bags, he was found to have both child-related material and erotic toys. Things got even worse upon investigating the man. While he normally worked for Alpine Dentistry in Boulder, Colorado, they found that he would often travel to North Carolina to do pro bono dental work for both adults and children who couldn't afford dental care. Upon being apprehended by the police, Jason actually grew pretty angry and asked how he could possibly be being arrested and how his conversations with the mother could even be known to the feds. After a bit of pushing, he did admit that he had flown out to Florida in order to watch the mother and the girl together, but denied that he was actually going to do anything himself. The agents got a warrant to search his phone, and there they found out that not only was he a member of much more of these groups than they even knew about, but that he also had more child material on there as well. Jason Atha was charged with attempted enticement of a minor and actually faces a chance of life in prison if convicted, which seems like a sure thing given the evidence. However, Jason has hired himself 2 different expensive law firms in order to get him out of this. It seems that, for the time being, he is free until trial. This is a wild one. Man pulls gun after Burger King worker wouldn't take drugs for payment. Late one October, a man named Eugene Robertson was pulling up to a Burger King drive-thru near the Aurora Mall in Aurora, Colorado, all ready to get his hands on some food. However, there was a catch. He wanted to buy his meal with the good old bartering system. He wanted to hand the cashier some hard drugs as payment for his burger. When this was declined, he got more than a little bit angry. He pulled out a handgun and threatened to shoot the worker if he didn't take his payment. The worker was able to flee, which led to Eugene simply leaving the restaurant. This wouldn't be the only crime he would commit that night in the small Denver suburb, though. Eugene parked his car and went over to a 7-Eleven store across the street. A patron in the store noticed that Eugene was acting pretty weird, saying that he was talking about God and carrying a Bible with a vibrant purple cover. He then went up to the counter and once again pulled his semi-automatic handgun on this clerk for reasons unknown. He fired a few shots and luckily missed the clerk. The shopper who previously saw him ran out to his car to get his own gun. Eugene then noticed the surveillance system in the store. He shot out the monitor, not the camera, and ran away. Eugene then ran into the shopper who had gone outside to retrieve his gun. Eugene fired about 4 shots at the man, who returned fire with 2 of his own. They both missed each other with every single shot as witnesses watched the chaos unfold. In the fray, the shopper had dropped his phone, which Eugene then picked up, stole, and ran off into the night. Eugene ran over to the apartment complex of a woman he knew. Knowing that he was pretty nuts, the woman refused to open the door for him. This angered Eugene once again, and he fired 2 shots through the door. The multiple people in the home at the time were all left uninjured. Eugene then ran down the stairs to the first floor of the complex and fired another shot into the sliding glass door before leaving. Officers came out to the scene to search for Eugene. He hadn't gotten far, actually. In fact, he simply walked over to the side of the parking lot and jumped into the bushes to hide. The cops could see him and shouted out to him. When Eugene came out of the bushes, the cops shot at him, once again completely missing. They arrested him right there, realizing that he was the same man from Burger King and 7-Eleven that they were looking for. While they couldn't find his gun on him, they did find the stolen phone and a bunch of meth. When being arrested, Eugene told the cops that they had hurt his feelings. He also gave them a fake name, Jermaine Rosenberg, while handing them his ID that showed his real name. It also revealed that he lived in the apartment complex he shot up, just a few doors down actually. The police also looked him up in the system and found that he had a felony warrant for a weapon possession charge. When the cops asked him what he did with his gun, Eugene said that he was shocked and had no idea what they were talking about. In April, Eugene finally went to trial. The jury found him guilty of 17 crimes, 8 of which were charges of attempted murder. There were also 4 counts of felony menacing, illegal discharge of a firearm, possession of a controlled substance, harassment, and 2 counts of reckless endangerment, and more. The sentences were all to run consecutively, making for quite the long prison term. While awaiting his sentence, he knew that he was facing up to 400 years in prison for his GTA-style spree that night. On August 9th, a county district judge sentenced the 40-year-old Robertson to 143 years in prison. Most of those years were for the attempted murders. A prosecutor said, "We consider this 143-year sentence justice for the multiple victims he put in fear that night. Jurors recognize the severity of the crimes this defendant committed. We believe the judge imposed an appropriate sentence. Even if he gets out on good behavior, half of a 143-year sentence comes out to be about 71 years. Could someone live to be 111? Potentially, but it's still a lengthy sentence and something we're satisfied with. Let's just be glad that this man's accuracy stat is a flat 0%. And, yeah, this one is, Russian tourist who tried to hump a cow is gored by the animal. Boy, here's another one where I'm going to have to be really careful with my wording for YouTube, and I'm sure you can assume why, given the subject matter. Well, this story took place when a 26-year-old Russian tourist out in Thailand named Yevgeny Kuvshinov was looking for some fun. Heading out to a random field in southern Thailand, he saw a full-size bull and got a really funny feeling in his pants. He immediately stripped off all of his clothing and made his way over to the animal before spotting a much more enticing cow, a female tied to a fence post. He tried to get down to business on this cow's backside, but the cow was not having it. The cow actually flipped around, threw Yevgeny to the ground, and shoved its horn up his butt before attacking him even further. Some locals, already seeing this naked Russian running around their fields, knew something was bound to happen and had already called the police. The police arrived, hearing his cries for help as the cow continued to beat him up. Photos were taken of Yevgeny lying on the ground, completely naked as the cow continued to pummel him, all while the police tried to get him free. They finally managed to get the cow to calm down and got the man onto a stretcher, on his stomach, for pretty obvious reasons. He had to be treated for his now gaping booty hole and various other cuts and bruises all over his body. The police said, "We found cannabis in his car, so maybe he was high? The way we found him, his actions suggest he was trying to do something dirty with the cow, that he was trying to have intercourse with her." The police said that, if they had not arrived, the cow most likely would have killed him. They said, "He kept walking and speaking Russian without any meaning. He had no smell of alcohol. In his car, there was marijuana and his passport torn apart. We sent him to the hospital because he was injured on his bottom, but he went crazy at the hospital and doctors would not admit him, so now he is detained at our police station. Now we are waiting for the tourist police and the immigration police to work on it. Then we can conduct an investigation." And alright, while we're on that subject, let's look at... Woman who was filmed performing an erotic act with a trout faces court. This story is about a very strange middle-aged couple, Ashley David Hallam, 55, and his girlfriend, Catherine June Lee, 58, out in New Zealand. Ashley was a regular fisherman, posting frequently about fishing trips and cooking on several local Facebook groups. In a lot of his photos, he's either holding a fish or offering advice on how to cook them. In one photo, he's seen holding a carp, saying, "Hi all, I just want to introduce myself and share a photo that I took. This guy ate a vibe, pulled like a train." However, these two avid fishers were no stranger to performing some pretty strange, frankly creepy erotic acts. They would record each other doing all sorts of taboo things, like having hardcore relations on top of a stranger's grave. Well, that brings us to this story. The couple were found with a video of them engaging in some of these creepy acts with a trout that they had just caught. Let's just say that Ashley was putting some trout lips to lips. This video somehow leaked online and made its way to the police. The police called the act nothing short of depraved. It wasn't too long before the couple were tracked down and arrested. The two were charged with 2 counts of making or reproducing a bestiality product and 3 counts of possessing a bestiality product. The police had to remind the public that it is indeed illegal to own this kind of material. Both of the couple have since gone to court but haven't entered any sort of plea yet. Catherine Lee has been trying to get an adjournment without entering a plea, actually. This was granted until October. Meanwhile, the couple were also charged over a second video that was found during a search, that of the two engaging in some fun on top of the grave of the famous painter David Hammond Chapman at St. Mark's Anglican Cemetery. At the end of the video, Catherine even mocked the dead in the cemetery after finishing, saying, "To the souls of the faithfully departed, may they rest in peace." To make things even worse, it turns out that Catherine worked at Kingston Animal Hospital. Well, workers at the hospital were very quick to denounce her and fire her. They addressed the whole incident in a statement, saying, "Dear valued clients, pets, and supporters of Kingston Animal Hospital, it has come to my recent attention that an ex-employee of the hospital has recently been the subject of attention by appearing in a video that has been widely circulated on social media. Please understand that this person is no longer a paid employee, has not worked at Kingston Animal Hospital for over 5 years, and over 10 years ago as a full-time employee." And now, while we're on the subject of New Zealand, New Zealand charity unknowingly distributes meth-laced sweets. This strange story started when a charity organization, Auckland City Mission, said that several of their staff members had taken a bite or two of some candy that had been donated, and they all started feeling pretty weird, noting that the candy tasted funny. The chief executive of the charity, Helen Robinson, then took some of the other candies and sent them to the New Zealand Drug Foundation for some testing. This showed that there was so much meth in the candy that it was potentially lethal in some of the pieces with a particularly high concentration. In fact, in one small piece of the candy alone, they found 3 grams. One lollipop contained about 300 average doses of meth in one. The police immediately came out to warn anyone about eating any Rinda's yellow pineapple flavor candy for the time being. They said that this matter was deeply concerning and that they would be cooperating with Interpol on the case, something that could end up taking quite a while. In fact, they still aren't even quite too sure of the spread. They found about 16 packets of the candy so far, with each packet containing about 20 to 30 various pieces of candy, saying that about 400 different people who might have taken the packs have been contacted by the charity and the police so far. All they really know is that the candy was probably donated in mid-July, but they still aren't even too sure where they came from. They were all donated anonymously in sealed retail packages, making them very hard to track. So far, at least 3 people, including one kid, ended up in the hospital after ingesting the candy. Luckily, they're all fine now. What makes this all even more confusing is how expensive this really would have been to pull all this off. With the amount of drugs that they had put into the candy, each single piece of candy could have been about $600 on the US market. Well, street value anyway. Whoever did this must have been pretty motivated, because a rough estimate of all the candies put together comes out to about $240,000 US. And now we've got Illinois school worker gets 9 years for $1.5 million chicken wing heist. Now here's one that you might have seen in the memes pretty recently. I personally didn't believe it was real myself until looking into it because it's just so damn dumb. But here we are. This is the story of a woman named Vera Liddell, a 66-year-old lady who had been working for the Harvey School District 152 out in Illinois for more than 10 years. Vera used her position to carry out an impressively large-scale crime that still wouldn't come to light for quite some time. The school district consists of 6 schools where 80% of the students are described as being below the poverty line. Back when Corona started, the school started implementing distance learning, letting the kids study from home. However, given how much of them depended on the school lunch, they were still allowed to come and pick up a packaged meal every day. This is where Vera, in charge of placing orders with their food supplier, came in. From July 2020 to February 2022, she placed orders for chicken wings for all the students alongside the food they would get normally. But here's the thing. The school district actually had a rule against serving anything with bones still inside to the kids, so this wasn't something they could have even ordered in the first place. Well, those chicken wings weren't going to the kids anyway. Vera would go out and pick up the oodles of chicken in an actual cargo van, never actually delivering a bite of it to the kids as she continued to bill the school for the food only to ultimately keep it for herself. She got away with it too, until the school district realized during an audit that they had gone over $300,000 over budget. Looking into how they managed to overspend this much, the district found invoices for tons and tons of chicken wings. The trail ultimately led back to Vera. She was their meal manager after all. She was arrested and charged with both theft and running a criminal enterprise in January of 2023. And just recently, she finally got her sentence after pleading guilty, 9 years in prison. In total, Vera had stolen 11,000 boxes of chicken wings, worth about $1.5 million in total. The strange thing is, nobody really knows what happened to the wings as they were never found. It seems pretty unlikely that she actually ate all of that herself, given that she isn't as big as a house, and it also seems pretty unlikely that she would find a buyer for that much chicken. Maybe this woman is just simply the Walter White of chicken wings. And hey, not to be content with only talking about one thing shoved up a butt today, man with World War I explosive lodged in his butt sparks bomb scare. A hospital in France faced quite an incident when an 88-year-old military veteran rolled up to their doors saying that something was wrong with his ass. Boy oh boy, he was not lying, as the doctors soon came to see for themselves. After performing an X-ray, they found an entire artillery shell shoved up in there. They didn't even know if this thing was still live, causing them to call the police, who in turn brought the bomb squad out. A spokesman for the hospital said, "An emergency occurred from 9 p.m. to 11:30 p.m. on Saturday evening that required the intervention of bomb disposal personnel, the evacuation of adult and pediatric emergencies, as well as the diversion of incoming emergencies. We had to manage the risk in a reactive framework. When in doubt, we took all the precautions." When the bomb squad arrived on scene, they found out that, luckily, the chances of the shell exploding upon being removed were actually pretty low. They said that the shell was a collector's item from the French military in World War I and was pretty likely no longer live. So, the fearful doctors began the process of excavating the man's booty hole in order to dig out their boom boom. The thing was about 8 inches long and roughly 3 inches wide, making for quite the, spread. It was determined that he stuck it up in there simply for the pleasure of it. The doctors who removed the item said, "An apple, a mango, or even a can of shaving foam, we are used to finding unusual objects inserted where they shouldn't be, but a shell? Never." The man, having to be cut open to even remove the giant object, was left in the hospital to recover. Luckily, he was described as being in good health, and it has since been said that he made a full recovery. And now, nurse claims hospital hypnotized her into farting uncontrollably. And here we have one of those beloved, not really a crime but a lawsuit type stories that a lot of you out there and me really have come to enjoy. Well, this one takes us out to West London, where another woman was also having trouble with her butt. A woman named Zandra Sampson was fired from her job at Ealing Hospital, so she decided to sue for a wrongful dismissal. Her claims were nothing short of bizarre, saying in the lawsuit that she was possessed, her private parts were being attacked, and that she was being gaslighted by low-frequency sound waves. It is unclear if she actually knows what gaslighting is. In the statement, she wrote, "I would like to report an observed pattern of likely inappropriate use of hypnosis/idiometer phenomenon in my National Health Service workplace." She spoke of idiometer phenomenon, which is the technical term for when people move objects subconsciously, like on a Ouija board. She added that, because of this, she had been hypnotized into farting, saying, "In the last 3 months that I have worked in the department, I have experienced odd symptoms which I think is likely related to the above phenomenon. I am a healthy individual and does not have any past medical history, but recently I have had various symptoms including headaches, breathing difficulty, a feeling of getting choked, and gastrointestinal disturbance, borborygmus, spasms, flatulence. This also includes having slurs similar to that of being possessed, as in a paranormal phenomenon. I have also noticed this in some of my patients and colleagues at work. It becomes extremely bothersome and a distraction at work. It also involves a feeling of being attacked in various parts of the body, including that of one's private part, which I feel is very inappropriate." I had to look up what borborygmus, apparently you pronounce it, is, and it's a rumbling noise made by gas in the intestine. She then claimed that the building's heating and ventilation systems left her in an altered state of consciousness. Then she claimed that the hospital was gang-stalking her, adding, "Recently I have seen a van in the parking lot near the area where I work that carries what appears to be audio equipment. This also extends when I am at home. I have had sleep disturbances in the last few months, having waking episodes due to the above symptoms." She added that, anytime she brought these problems up to her supervisors, they said that there was nothing they could do, likely very confused. She said, "I am concerned this is an act of serial bullying and stalking with harassment, and my lack of consent to be made a subject of this practice is a form of assault." The head of nursing at her hospital said this of her claims. The letter was very disturbing because of the way Miss Sampson explained the experiences she was having. It was very difficult to understand what she was saying at some points, and she was expressing some very unusual beliefs within the correspondence. including that she was being subjected to idiometer phenomenon in the AMU. From the letter, it was clear to me that something was not quite right, and I had concerns that Miss Sampson might have been suffering with her psychological and/or physical health. Given that she was a nurse responsible for the care of the critically ill and vulnerable patients in the AMU, there was a risk that if she was not well and was still working clinically, harm could come to the patients on the AMU, or that Miss Sampson's own health could negatively be impacted. While Miss Sampson had indicated that these were legitimate patient safety concerns, my preliminary view was that these events she was discussing were symptoms of ill health. This was because of her comments about hypnosis, and that there was a sense of paranoia throughout the correspondence, and suggestions of hallucinations. Unfortunately for Xandra, she lost her tribunal against the hospital after describing her symptoms. Instead, she was told to get some help. So here we have woman known for casting spells caught with cooked human body parts in her home. One day, a man in Kentucky had been hired to work on a home out in Mount Olivet. Oddly enough, he arrived on scene and couldn't find the homeowner who was supposed to be there. What he did find, though, was a dismembered human body in the backyard. He thought that this very well might be the body of the person he was looking for and called the police. The police quickly made their way out to the home and saw what the worker had seen, a woman's body on top of a stained mattress in the yard. They then approached the home to find a second disgusting mattress that looked like it had been dragged to the back of the home, leaving streaks all the way. This was indeed the body of the homeowner, Trudy Fields. The police came to find that there was a woman that was still inside the house. However, she refused to speak to them or even acknowledge them, let alone open the door. So the cops backed up and secured a perimeter while backup arrived. Getting a search warrant was a pretty speedy task. They found a 32-year-old woman, Torilena Fields, alone in the house. This was the real name of an actress/influencer who went by the name of Naomi Navarre, who had over 154,000 followers on Instagram. She had appeared in the 2019 films The Desert Project and A Dance Story. However, it seems that she was in a motorcycle accident and suffered some sort of traumatic head injury. After that, she completely changed. It seems that she chose to return to her childhood home, where she came across the victim. They gave her multiple orders to leave, but she completely refused to comply. She had blood on her hands, face, and clothing. The cops moved into the kitchen to find a stainless steel pot containing human body parts cooking in the oven. They threw the cuffs on her and dragged her out of the home without much incident. The worker who originally called the police recognized her as a crazy lady that had been attempting to cast spells on his crew over the past couple of days. The police, continuing to investigate, found more body parts that had been removed from the body outside, stuffed inside of a mattress. The police later confirmed that the legs, arms, and head had all been removed from the body, along with various organs. Torilena was first hit with charges of obstructing governmental operations, tampering with physical evidence, and abuse of a corpse. A grand jury added charges of murder and animal torture after it came out that she had allegedly tortured and killed a dog. Afterwards, her bond was set at $1.5 million. For now, she's being held at the Bourbon County Detention Center. Whether or not she'll even be competent for a trial is unclear, but pretty debatable. Now we have man poisoned wife's Coca-Cola so he could marry her daughter. In Indianapolis lived a seemingly pretty normal husband and wife. However, the wife did start having some issues back in 2021. A whole lot of her personal items had been gone missing, little by little over time, so she took to the police to help find out what was going on. Not only that, but there were several occasions where she felt like she might be drugged as well, also going to the police with those concerns. However, for quite a while, not much was really done about it. Things got so bad that the wife ended up in the hospital over 6 times, each time having a bad case of headaches, drowsiness, and diarrhea, along with many other symptoms. At the hospital, she tested positive for MDMA, cocaine, and benzodiazepines. This was immediately strange as she knew she had never taken any of those drugs, but it's safe to say that the hospital staff didn't really believe her all too much. However, things got even more strange when her husband, 71-year-old Alfred W. Ruff, began to feel guilty and, upon being questioned, decided to confess to her that he had been the one poisoning her all this time. He said that he was doing so in order to sleep with her daughter and her daughter's friend. The police were called and came to find that, indeed, he had been poisoning her. They found a pill bottle full of suspicious white powder and a can of Coke with such residue around the edges. The wife was taken to the hospital again, while Alfred was taken down to the police station. He immediately confessed to the crime. He said that he was having sex with his wife's daughter and she had given him the powder. When he gave it to his wife, she would fall asleep for around 13 hours at a time. He had hoped that it would eventually kill her. Each time his wife crashed, the daughter and her friend would come over to give Alfred a happy time. The friend would routinely steal the wife's belongings before leaving. Apparently, the daughter urged Alfred to get rid of her mom so that she could get the life insurance and blow it all. The police said, Ruff stated that he knew the substance would eventually kill his wife, and that it was their ultimate goal to kill her. Alfred ended up going to trial where he pled guilty to aggravated battery posing a risk of death, which is a level 3 felony. He was sentenced to 4 years in prison and 5 months of probation. For a while, the police continued to investigate both the daughter and her friend, but ever since then, no more arrests have been made. It appears that he had poisoned his wife's drink around 12 times. It seems that Alfred is going to take the bulk of the punishment. It's unclear how strained the mother-daughter relationship is at this point, but it can't be doing all that well. This one is titled, Kentucky Judge Randomly Shot in His Chambers by the Sheriff. Back in Kentucky once more, we have a strange case involving a judge, Judge Kevin Mullins. Kevin had been an attorney for over 9 years before finally being appointed by the governor in 2009. He mainly focused on drug-related offenses, giving him access to quite a number of druggies over the years. It seemed that he did this in a good way, though, getting recognition for trying to treat addicts rather than simply lock them up. He started a program that allowed addicts to get inpatient treatment as a condition of release. An associate of Kevin was the local sheriff, Sheriff Mickey Steins. He had been elected the sheriff of Letcher County in 2018 and once again in 2022. Both he and Kevin knew each other very well, even going out to eat lunch together on many occasions. However, on the afternoon of September 19th, 2024, it appears that Mickey got into an argument with Kevin in the judge's chambers. It isn't quite known what they fought about. However, on camera it was seen that Mickey first called his daughter, then again called her from Kevin's phone. It has been said that there was no reason to believe that Kevin had any previous contact with his daughter, though. For whatever reason, Mickey pulled out his gun and aimed it at his old friend. He fired at him repeatedly as Kevin tried to hide behind his desk, but he was done for. Mickey simply exited the judge's chambers and walked out onto the street as a SWAT team rushed up to the courthouse, thinking that there was still some sort of active shooter. Investigators noted that the sheriff seemed oddly calm, never once even unholstering his gun. The medical team arrived and found Kevin Mullins lying on the ground with multiple gunshot wounds. They attempted to revive him several times, but it just couldn't be done. He was pronounced dead on the scene by the coroner's office. It wasn't too long before the investigators were able to get the security camera footage and find that Mickey Steins had clearly shot the victim in plain view. They took him into custody without incident immediately after. While they were taking him away, Mickey said something that still has the investigators confused to this day. "They are trying to kidnap my wife and kid." When they asked him to elaborate, he didn't. Mickey then went on to retire from his job as sheriff, claiming that he is not guilty in the murder. However, he is facing a charge of first-degree murder that he isn't likely to get out of. While the police aren't really too sure what the two were fighting about, they do have a bit of a hint. Just 3 days before the shooting, Mickey had given a deposition in relation to a crime that had occurred previously. One of the sheriff's deputies had coerced a drug-addicted woman into sleeping with him in order to remove her ankle monitor. The woman said that it wasn't so much of a choice as it was an order, with the assault taking place right in those very same judge's chambers. That deputy has pled guilty to the crime, while Mickey has claimed zero knowledge of the entire incident. Mickey took over 10 breaks during the deposition, seeming extremely frazzled. When he was asked if he gave the deputy permission to use the tools related to ankle monitors, he told them, "I don't recall. I'm having an episode. Sorry." While it's unclear if this is related to the shooting, it's really the only lead they have at the moment. This one's a doozy. Chinese man poisons neighbors after they tease him for being single at 39. On September 11th in Tianjin City in China, a local resident called the police after they started having a pretty catastrophic nosebleed after eating some snacks. When the police came out and started to investigate, they found that the snack had been laced with a whole lot of rat poison. It wasn't all too long before they started getting very similar reports from other people living in the nearby area. Once the police found where the snacks had been being picked up, everything led back to a man named Wang. It seems that Wang had been buying rat poison from a local store, putting it into a syringe, and then injecting it into all sorts of food at the supermarket near his home where he worked. He had done this multiple times, seemingly. Once the police began to interrogate him, Wang fully admitted to doing what he did. He said that it was done as payback because the local people in his area would often poke fun at him for still being unmarried at the age of 39. The local Public Security Bureau announced that Wang had been formally arrested on multiple allegations of poisoning. All of the contaminated food was sealed away and recalled. All of the people who were poisoned were fine, only suffering from the nosebleeds and nausea previously. Time will tell whether or not Wang is going to be put away for a long time, but given that this is the CCP, we may never know. And now we've got Panera Bread worker bashes customer with bread pan after he assaults patrons. A local Panera Bread in the city of Glendale, a town about 5 miles out of Denver, was thrown into complete chaos as a crazy man entered into the establishment. He entered into the restaurant before loudly screeching, screaming, and pushing items off of the restaurant's counter, demanding that the workers there return his phone. The workers hadn't found any sort of phone, though, leaving them very confused. They simply, calmly told him, "We don't have your phone." Customers in line also tried to get this man to leave, but it only made him that much angrier. The man, Isaac Ross, only started to screech more, this time shouting racial slurs as well. The customers then screamed, "No one has your phone," as he continued to scramble around the store. Isaac then moved back to the counter, picked up some items still left there, and started throwing them at the staff. One of the customers came up behind Isaac and tried to push him away from the counter, but that was a bad idea as Isaac lashed out and knocked him to the ground. He then attempted to pummel the man on the ground, landing about one good slap before another customer tackled him to the ground and wrestled him to the floor. He tried to hold Isaac down until something could be done. Then, a Panera Bread employee came out from the back room with a large bread pan and began to beat Isaac over the head with it while the customer held him restrained. Once it was clear that people were calling the police, Isaac broke free and fled from the restaurant. However, it seems that he once again returned to Panera Bread and had the same sort of violent temper tantrum all over again. During the second attack, Isaac actually attacked someone that the police described as an at-risk male victim who needed to go to the hospital to be treated for minor injuries. The problem is, nobody can find this guy now, as of the making of this video. The police are looking for anyone with any information about Isaac's whereabouts to come forward. They have said that Isaac also tends to go by Kendall Ross as well. Hopefully they'll end up wrangling him. This one is, Heroic Monkeys Stop Man from Assaulting 6-year-old Girl. So, out in a town near New Delhi in India, a man was seen talking to a 6-year-old girl on CCTV footage. He then took the girl by the arm and proceeded to drag her away into an abandoned house. This is where he removed her clothes and began to put his hands on her. That is, until he was interrupted. As it seems, a large group of monkeys had seen the man kidnapping the girl and, when they saw him assaulting her, they decided to save her. The whole pack of monkeys pounced the man at once, beating him and scratching him until he was so scared that he fled the scene, leaving the girl completely uninjured in the end. The girl ran home to her family and told them the story of the heroic monkeys who had saved her from the kidnapper. Her parents then contacted the police, telling them what had happened. The father later said, "My daughter was playing outside when the accused took her away. The man could be seen in nearby CCTV footage, walking on a narrow lane with my daughter. He has yet to be identified, though. He also threatened my child that he would kill me. My daughter would have been dead by now if the monkeys had not intervened." The local police are still investigating, saying that the suspect has neither been caught or even identified. This is after a good number of high-profile rape cases in the country had taken place within only a few weeks just recently. The perpetrator in this case has been charged under what is called the POSCO Act, but he still hasn't been identified. If he is found, though, he's got a pre-prepared list of charges against him. The monkeys have gone back on patrol. And this one reads as, Man had himself delivered in a box to his ex-girlfriend's house. A couple out in the Netherlands had been having trouble for a little while since they ended their 1-year-long relationship. This is because after the two split, the boyfriend had broken into her house, stolen her car keys and some other items, and even placed a GPS tracker in her home. This all accumulated when he decided to take things in a very strange new direction. It seems that the man put himself into a box and had himself sent to her home. When she took the box inside, the man popped straight out of it, aiming a gun at her. He then grabbed her keys and ran out of the home once again. He then began to create a whole bunch of new emails to bother her and even made some social media accounts in her name. It goes without saying that the guy was arrested. He told the police that his personal delivery was, in his own words, the only way he could get in and get his stuff back. He said that he was given permission to come out to her house all of those other times. However, the judge didn't really believe him given the circumstances. The man was found guilty of stalking and sentenced to 4 months in prison. He has also been given a restraining order that, hopefully, will prevent him from talking to the woman for at least 3 years. And here's a doozy. Piss bandit taunts locals with urine bottles labeled HIV positive. So out in some wealthier areas in Pasadena, California, we have the tale of a mystery man who is only known as the Piss Bandit. Every few days, he decides to spread some of his piss bliss, leaving some bottles of his golden grime all over these neighborhoods. He'll put them on top of anything, like mailboxes or on fences, but he tends to love putting them on one certain utility box. He will fill soda bottles, juice cartons, and even full-on gallon milk jugs with his luscious lemonade. However, one thing that he does to make his specific pee bottles stand out in the lovely state of California is by writing both human urine and HIV positive on them, usually with scribbles and crudely drawn smiley faces here and there as well. Sometimes residents will wake up several times in a single week with these bottles all over the place. In fact, it happens so often that a lot of the utility boxes have round, burned-in rings where the bottles were placed. He does not use coasters. After a while, the city even gave one utility box a pointed, triangular cover in order to prevent things from being left on top of it. However, the Piss Bandit simply broke it and tore it off and placed his bottles down once more. While people online have found entertainment in this, those who live in this wealthy, top-notch neighborhood aren't having so much fun with it. In response to people calling him an artist, one homeowner said, "I found it disgusting. Never did I ever consider it an art form in any way, shape, or form." Another resident left a note for the penile poet, stating, "If I catch you leaving your piss here, I will make you drink every last drop. You have been warned." Some people have tried staking out the area to no avail. When they placed a camera facing PB's favorite utility box one night, all they really saw was a gloved hand reaching over the fence and placing the bottles in the usual spot. Oh, and he stole the camera just to send pictures to the owner's cloud account and taunt them. They left a camera again there with an intercom function, hoping to be able to talk to him, but he also stole that one too, so they gave up. As for now, this particular bandit has not been caught. He'd be right at home with the penis man. And this one is, Wisconsin woman broke into home to cook shrimp and pasta dinner. A woman in Wisconsin named Joanna Kelly Lee broke into a home one night when she was feeling particularly hungry. She went over to the kitchen, rummaged around, and picked up some ingredients. She then began to prepare her meal of choice, shrimp and pasta. However, it was then that the owner of the home returned and found someone inside with all the lights on. They slipped back outside and called the police. The police met up with them there, only to go inside and find Joanna making herself comfortable and eating her dinner. She greeted the police, saying that she knew the owner of the home, who she was able to mention by name, and said that she had permission to be there. The police said, Lee provided a detailed story about how she met the resident at a coffee shop earlier and had been given keys to the house. Lee had been in the house long enough to cook herself a shrimp and pasta dinner. But little did she know, the owner of the home was there to tell the police directly that Joanna had never been given permission to enter the home, saying that she was a complete stranger. It appears that Joanna found the homeowner's name by digging through their mail while lounging around the house. Joanna was arrested and charged with both burglary and criminal trespassing. She was thrown into the Dane County Jail in Madison, Wisconsin. And, wow. Man fatally injured himself trying to separate frozen burgers. In a story that is both parts pretty sad and bizarre, we have the story of a man who was living mostly as a shut-in. Living out in the UK, 57-year-old Barry Griffiths didn't really socialize too much. He lived alone and mainly kept to himself, leading to nobody really hearing from him that often at all. One day, Barry decided to help himself to some frozen burgers, but the burgers were so frozen together that he simply couldn't pry them apart himself. He went over to the kitchen drawers and whipped out a large knife. He then tried to use it to pull the burger patties apart, with the blade facing him. He slipped and plunged the knife straight into his own stomach. Rather than call anyone, though, he simply went to bed and lied down. It was here that, eventually, he passed away. After nobody saw him leave the house for days, the police were called to perform a welfare check. At first, they were just extremely confused. They simply found Barry in bed, fully clothed, with a stab wound. His wallet, computer, and all of his valuables were completely untouched. There was no sign that anyone had broken in either. It wasn't until they found the now thawed-out burger patties along with the knife that they put the pieces of the puzzle together. The investigator said, "The bottom drawer of the freezer had been left open and pulled forward in a position to access food items. On the work surface in the kitchen adjacent to the fridge freezer were 2 uncooked burgers, a knife, and a tea towel. The wound to the abdomen would have been approximately the height of the work surface. My hypothesis at that stage was that Mr. Griffiths was attempting to separate frozen burgers using a knife." The medical examiner eventually ruled that Barry had indeed died from an accident and that this was not intentional. And here's one of the bonus stories. Drunk raccoons are taking over Germany. Now we have one of those good old bonus stories. While it is a crime, it's a crime that wasn't really committed by humans, so it's in a little bit of a gray area. While raccoons aren't a native species to Germany, they found their way into the country and multiplied endlessly over the past 100 years. Now the country has several 100,000 of them, and they're all very thirsty. In a lot of countries, raccoons are called wash bears because they like to wash their food before eating it. Well, these raccoons have found the liquid that they prefer to use: beer. They have been breaking into countless homes, injuring household pets, and stealing food and beer. They even dig into garbage cans just to take out beer bottles and drink the remaining liquid inside. They have really taken a liking to the drink. Now, though, they have a problem with finding drunken raccoons all over the place. Even in the Christmas markets in Erfurt, drunken raccoons were caught stealing wine from cups that had been abandoned and drinking themselves stupid. One of them took a woman's shoes, played with them for a while, and then passed out drunk on a doorstep. The police confirmed that they did not have to use a breathalyzer as the animal was clearly very drunk. Now people are trying to hunt the raccoons to get their numbers back down. However, it seems that the drunken bastards are here to stay. Here we have Mom cooked chicken to cover up smell of Grandma's body. In Hyattsville, a suburb of Washington, D.C., there lived a family of 3. A grandmother named Margaret Craig, a mother named Candace Craig, and a 19-year-old daughter named Celia Hardy. The family was dysfunctional, to put it lightly. Mainly it seems that the mother, Candace, was committing identity fraud. Identity fraud against the grandmother, Margaret. She had been fraudulently using a credit card in her name. When Margaret found out, she wasn't happy. Rather than take the financial hit, she was going to report Candace to the police. One night, Celia heard the two arguing, followed by a loud thud and her grandma screaming. Candace came into the room and told Celia that something had fallen in the basement and to not go into her grandmother's room. The next day, after her mom left, Celia went into her grandma's room to find her body placed into a bin with a trash bag over her head. When she confronted her mom refused to tell her what happened, only telling her that they needed to get rid of the DNA somehow. She coldly told her that she, quote, wanted to use acid, burn the body, or chop it up. Candace went down into the basement with a chainsaw and began segmenting the body into pieces before putting them into trash bags. Several days later, after the body had really started to smell, Candace brought home a can of gasoline and took it out to the barbecue grill. She began to burn the body while throwing chicken onto the fire in a pathetic bid to mask the smell. Using gasoline, the fire quickly got out of hand until the neighbors eventually came over and called the fire department. But even then, the body wasn't discovered. The 2 women waited about a day. Then they took the remaining portions of the body back inside after they felt that they had probably cooled off. That day, someone who knew Margaret called 911, saying that they hadn't been able to get in contact with her for several days now. When the police came out, Candace nonchalantly answered the door and gave police full permission to search the house. When they went into the basement, they immediately noticed the disgusting odor. The police saw both blood and tissue on the floor, along with what appeared to be brain matter. Nearby, they found a knife and chainsaw that seemed to have been used to do the deed. This was when one of the witnesses from the day of the fire came forward to talk to the police. They told them that they had been there while the fire was ongoing, saying that they wondered if the two had been burning human remains. They felt that they must have been crazy for even thinking that. However, now it was all coming together, with the police quickly locating the site of the burn. By the end, the investigators were able to find about 67 different pieces of the body, but admittedly not the entire thing. While the method was listed as undetermined, the death was quickly ruled to be a homicide. Celia came to testify against her mother in court and tell the police everything that had happened. She even waived her Miranda rights to tell the police everything as quickly as possible. Still though, Candace denied any involvement. They were both thrown into jail and held without bond. Candace was put on trial for her mother's murder. Celia has been charged with accessory after the fact to the murder. As part of a plea deal, she continued to testify against her mom. Eventually, Candace was found guilty on all counts despite pleading not guilty. Celia pleaded guilty to being an accessory. While their sentences haven't yet been decided, it's heavily speculated that Candace, at least, is going to end up with life in prison without parole. This one is, neighbor murdered a father for petting a dog. Back between Christmas and New Year's in 2021, tragedy struck for one of the dumbest of reasons. 28-year-old Valentin Gonzalez IV and his wife, Brittany Clark Gonzalez, were walking around outside of their apartment complex when they saw a dog that wasn't on a leash. It seemed friendly enough, so they decided to crouch down and pet it. This was when the dog's owner, 18-year-old Jordan Eaton, approached the two and started berating them. He was frantically screaming, being far too irate for the situation at hand, shouting things like, "You can't touch my dog, I don't fuck with you, I don't fuck with any of you." Jordan then went back inside and a few seconds later returned with a handgun. He aimed it at Brittany, shouting curses at her, but her husband Valentin got in front of her to protect her. When Jordan shot towards her, he lunged towards Jordan and punched him in the face, trying to get the gun away from him, but he was fatally shot in the process. At first, Jordan Eaton completely fled the scene of the crime. However, cell phone video recorded by witnesses made the case against him very open and shut. Once he was caught, he was screwed. While talking to police, he claimed that it was all done in self-defense. He said that he had had some issues with the couple in the past and that he did his very best to ignore them, but he was sent over the edge when he saw them pet his dog. He said, "I just wanted them to leave me alone. I didn't want to shoot nobody." It didn't take too long at all for a jury to find Jordan guilty of the murder. Not only that, but he was charged and convicted of aggravated assault for trying to shoot Brittany as well. Insult was added to injury when Jordan's family came forward in court, begging the judge for leniency so that Jordan could have a second chance at life. Apparently, by now he had a son, and they wanted him to be around as a part of his son's life. In the end, though, Jordan was still sent to prison. However, it did end up being very lenient in the end, given the circumstances. He got 20 years for the murder of Valentin Gonzalez and 10 more for the assault on Brittany, but even that 10-year sentence was downgraded to be served on probation instead. With good behavior, even his 20-year sentence could end up drastically shorter. Either way, it looks like Jordan is going to be serving some time in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice for at least a while. All because his neighbors pet a dog. And now, father teams up with son to murder mom. Charles Martinez and his son Hevan were both made aware that Charles's ex, Crystal, Hevan's mother, was going to try to go to court to get full custody of Hevan's younger brother. This came after she had already been dealing with a lot of trouble from the two, saying that her husband had been abusing her and actually having to get a protective order against her own son after he strangled her and tried to kill her. She said that her own son had been physically beating her for about a year by this time. Charles, while not quite as outright, was doing damage on his own, often threatening to kill her as she slept. Even after the protective order was made, Charles told her that it was only a piece of paper and that nothing was going to stop him. Eventually, she got a restraining order against him as well. Charles and Hevan both separately made one last attempt to get Crystal to change her mind about going to court and filing for full custody, but to no avail. When that didn't work, the two simply decided that she needed to be out of the picture. They began to plot their next move, and they weren't quiet about it. Multiple witnesses came forward to say that they had been planning something drastic, specifically noting that they had threatened to kill Crystal. However, it was too late. One morning at around 2:20 a.m., Crystal's neighbors were awoken by the sound of gunshots coming from Crystal's home. They feared the worst, as the family's issues weren't exactly a secret. It seemed that the two men had driven up to the home and opened fire through one of the windows. After Charles broke in through the front door, Crystal fled back into the master bedroom. Either one or both of the men then confronted her there and shot her multiple times. Still though, after being shot, she managed to call the police. However, by the time that the ambulances arrived, she was already dead. She had been shot in the upper right arm, the upper right side of her chest, and in her right leg. An entire spent cartridge was found on the floor near her. The investigators were able to pretty quickly find surveillance footage from various different places showing Charles and his son driving on various roads around the home both shortly before and after the murder took place. After speaking to both witnesses and friends of the family, including a domestic violence victims advocate that Crystal had been seeing, it was pretty easy to put the pieces of the puzzle together. By pure coincidence, Yvonne was picked up by a police officer for a completely unrelated crime shortly after. This was because he had fired a shot at another car during a 4th of July event in Cortez, Colorado. After a while, both he and his father were arrested and charges were filed against them. It wasn't too hard, as Yvonne was still being held on suspicion of unlawfully possessing a firearm, not to mention firing it at somebody. Yvonne has argued that he should be released from custody so that he can help support his family after the tragic passing of his mother. However, that was not granted. He's being tried separately to his father. Both of them are very likely looking at significant time in prison, if not full-on life sentences. And now we've got father killed man he found with his 14-year-old daughter. Now here's a story that's infuriating for some very different reasons. An Arkansas man named Aaron Spencer and his wife Heather had a daughter that was going through some trouble. Pretty big trouble. A 67-year-old man named Michael Foster had been grooming the then 13-year-old girl. This all culminated with him raping her eventually. This wasn't even only speculation, as he was indeed charged with both the assault and for stalking the girl online. While awaiting trial, he was let free on a $50,000 bond. This would later prove to be a clear mistake. Shortly after he was released on bail, the man started contact with the girl once again, now 14 years old, pretty immediately. However, this was all being done unbeknownst to her parents. Her parents found out the hard way one morning when they woke up in the early hours to the sound of their dog barking frantically, as if it had seen an intruder. When they went to check on their daughter to make sure everything was okay, she was missing from her room. So Aaron got into his truck and immediately set out to go look for her while calling 911 at the same time. It wasn't too long before he saw a truck, Michael Foster's truck, with his daughter inside. Heather has said, "We absolutely called 911 during the entire event. We had no idea this man was in contact with our child again. He was awaiting 6 to 9 felonies for what he did, not 2. He was looking at the rest of his pathetic life in jail, and our daughter was the only witness." Once Michael realized Aaron was behind him, he sped up and tried to run. The car chase ended up with an accident. Aaron hopped out and was able to get his daughter back. But here's where things get a bit fuzzy. It has been said that Michael attempted to attack Aaron. What we do know is that Aaron pulled out his gun and shot him to death. Whether or not he was attacked doesn't really matter to the general public, who fully supports him either way. Aaron was arrested on a preliminary charge of first-degree murder and booked into the Lonoke County Detention Center. Luckily, he was able to post bond and walk out the next day. Heather took to social media to confirm that Michael Foster had a no-contact order with their daughter and that they had every reason to believe that he might kill her, being the only witness in his case. Several lawyers who work on abuse cases such as this have said that there are several ways to move forward. They have said that there are a couple of ways to either significantly reduce or even get rid of prison time entirely. One of these lawyers, Brian Claypool, has said, "Aaron Spencer's legal team will clearly argue what is called a heat of passion. That is a defense in the state of Arkansas. And what that really means is that Spencer committed the alleged murder in the midst of an emotional disturbance. Heat of passion reduces a charge of first-degree or second-degree murder down to manslaughter. This would be a big deal for Aaron Spencer, because that can make the difference between getting convicted and spending 30 years to life in jail or serving 5 to 20 years in jail." He added that if they really did successfully argue from the self-defense angle, they could negate the charges entirely. After posting that $150,000 bond though, the family is pretty low on funds. If you wish to donate to their legal costs and help keep the family afloat, I will be posting their PayPal account in the description or maybe a pinned comment below. And this one is, girl and friends beat elderly disabled man to death because they were bored. While we're on the subject of infuriating cases, I feel like this is one of them that will definitely tick that box. Back in the Washington, D.C. area, the police department responded to an area on the 6200 block of Georgia Avenue just before 1 a.m. on October 17th of 2023. They were told that an elderly man had collapsed in the streets. When the police arrived, they found a 64-year-old man named Reggie Brown on the ground with severe trauma consistent with being beaten. While he was alive, he wouldn't even make it into an ambulance before passing away at the scene. The story of what had happened came to be more clear over the coming days and even more so during the trial. A group of 5 girls between the ages of 12 and 15 were walking down the street at around 11 p.m. when they decided that they wanted something to do. After complaining about being bored, the 15-year-old girl in the group proposed that they find a random person to beat up. So they set out to do just that, and Reggie happened to be their target. Surveillance footage showed the group of girls chasing Reggie through an alley before they cornered him. One of the younger girls recorded as the others began to beat him and taunt him. While Reggie laid on the ground, they made fun of him for bleeding out, with one girl shouting, "Damn, you leaking." A medical examiner found that Reggie had died from blunt force trauma to the head causing bleeding in the brain. The girls were happy with what they had done, with the 15-year-old feeling that he was dead for sure. The girls were all caught and arrested, and at first they tried to deflect. The 15-year-old girl, kind of the ringleader of the group, said that they all came across a man who was already beating the victim. She said that they all simply asked the man if they could help beat him up. Then they chased him down once he began to flee, conveniently before any of them had actually hit him. Needless to say, the police didn't really believe her. The girls all came to testify. The judge asked, "Do you remember what you were thinking when you walked back to the alley?" To which the ringleader responded, "He's dead." It was around then that the truth came to light. The girls admitted that they were simply bored and looking for something to do. Being all minors though, the sentencing would prove to be tricky. So far, the oldest, the 15-year-old, was sentenced to 3 years in prison for assault with a deadly weapon, ultimately pleading guilty. 2 of the other girls pled guilty as well, facing second-degree murder charges. The maximum sentence that any of the girls even could get would be prison until the age of 21. It seems that, more than likely, they're all going to spend a couple of years in jail before being released, completely free with their charges hidden from public view. And this one's kind of a doozy. Drunk grandmother leaves baby in ditch. Now here's one that, while it is indeed infuriating, it is also just pretty weird and doesn't really have an explanation as of yet. One rainy night in Minnesota, a middle-aged woman was seen walking along the side of the road while holding a very young baby. One witness, a driver, slowed down and stopped his car on the shoulder of the road to ask if she was okay. The woman said that she was perfectly fine and proceeded down the road while holding the infant, wearing nothing but a long-sleeve shirt and sweatpants in the 50-degree rainy weather. The witness watched the grandma walk off the road and down into a ditch. She then came back out without the baby in her arms and broke into a sprint, fleeing the scene. The man then went down into the ditch himself to see if the baby had been left there, and lo and behold, it sure was. He then called the local police. It wasn't all too long before the police found the grandma, Anastasia Elizabeth Vaughn, stumbling around through the woods, appearing to be drunk. When they tried to talk to her, her speech was so slurred that she was quite hard to understand, and she reeked of liquor. She said that she was looking for a child, but refused to tell the officers anything else. Soon after, the woman's husband showed up on the scene to speak with the police. He said that they lived fairly close by and that he had no idea when or why she had even left. He said that all he knew was that they were taking care of 2 of their grandkids and that Anastasia had been drinking. The deputies on scene tried to breathalyze her but weren't able to get a proper reading. Even by the time she got to jail, she still blew a .229. She told jail staff that she had been drinking a whole lot of White Claws. She told the police during questioning that she had zero recollection of what had happened. When they asked her how much she had to drink, she refused to even answer. After that point, she refused to volunteer any more information at all. Anastasia has been charged with child endangerment. She's still being held in jail on a $10,000 bond that hasn't been paid. If she is to post bail, she'll be set up with some electronic home monitoring on her own dime, along with being subject to random alcohol and drug testing. If she's convicted, she could be sentenced to up to a year in jail, a $3,000 fine, or possibly both. And now we have woman poisons boyfriend because she thought he was rich. The next story is all parts tragic and stupid, and it all started with a simple scam email. Ina Thea Kenoyer, a 48-year-old woman, was living with her boyfriend, 51-year-old Stephen Riley Jr. in North Dakota. One night, for reasons unknown, she was rifling through Stephen's email when she found one that piqued her interest. An email stating that Stephen was going to receive a $30 million inheritance and claim it. She saw dollar signs in her eyes, feeling that this would be her chance to get rich. Within only a couple of hours, she hatched up a plan. She was going to poison Stephen and get all of the money once he inherited it. She ignored the fact that she wasn't even married to him and any of the prospective money would have gone to his kids. Nevertheless, she went through with the plan and poisoned him. On September 3rd, 2023, Stephen became incredibly ill. The next day, paramedics were called out to the home and took him to the hospital. Unfortunately, he didn't make it and passed away one day later. It was found that he had died from being poisoned with chemicals commonly found in antifreeze. The police were able to link Ina to the murder, taking her in. Both she and Stephen's son were questioned about what had happened. Stephen's son, Ryan, said that there was never any inheritance money. It was clearly a scam email. Ina told the police that she hadn't done anything, saying that Stephen had been drinking all day and had previously suffered heat stroke a few days prior. However, later on she came to admit to everything. She told the police that, at least, she was going to split the inheritance between herself and Stephen's son. The police told her that she wouldn't have even gotten any of the money if it had existed. She argued that the money did exist and that she would receive it due to being a common-law wife. However, they informed her that North Dakota did not recognize common-law relationships in the first place. Her plan would have never worked on any level. The case went to trial and Ina came to be sentenced to only 25 years in prison for what she had done, eventually coming to plead guilty. Stephen's sister said that she was lucky to get off as easily as she did, stating, "As so many other families of victims often feel, the punishment should fit the crime. But lucky for you, the Department of Corrections doesn't serve antifreeze in your iced tea." Ina will also have to serve an additional 10 years of supervised probation and pay $3,455 in restitution to Stephen's family. And this one is Walmart employee found dead in oven. Now here's a case that has taken social media by storm just recently, and while as of the writing of this video it isn't confirmed to be a crime, it's definitely looking that way. This case is that of Gursimran Kaur, a 19-year-old woman from the state of Punjab in India who moved to Canada with her mother after living in the UK for a while. They both came to find jobs at Walmart and worked there for about 2 years before tragedy struck. On the fateful night of October 19, 2024, Gursimran's body was found within the store's industrial walk-in oven in the back of the bakery section, having been severely burned. The one to find her was none other than her mother, who had come to look for her after not seeing her for more than an hour during her shift. The store was quickly closed and locked down as the police were called out to investigate the situation. Things were immediately fishy as the industrial ovens that Walmart uses are built specifically so that one can't accidentally lock themselves inside. It wasn't too long before various other workers in Walmart bakeries took to social media like TikTok and Instagram in order to demonstrate how the ovens work. While they appear to use different models in different stores, they always have some sort of fail-safe that prevents them from being closed and locked from the inside. Either a bar needs to be put in place outside the oven before the oven will start, or some sort of device is on the inside of the door that will let them open it. These videos created a lot of buzz about the case, with people understandably coming to the conclusion that someone must have pushed the victim into the oven and closed it. The police in Halifax haven't released any new statements in relation to the death, saying that the investigation very well may take a significant amount of time to complete. A candlelight vigil was held for Gursimran in the parking lot of her store. Hundreds of people showed up to pay their respects. They even stood in line to offer up some prayers for her. A GoFundMe page was set up to help her family, one organized by the Maritime Sikh Society. The page went on to raise nearly $200,000. A family friend said, "She was always excited. She was discussing a lot of ideas of what she wanted to do once she graduated from school, or something like that. So yeah, I think about her, it's too hard for me to think that she is no more." Walmart released a statement as well, saying that it has been a tragic and difficult time, writing, "Our associates wanted to attend tonight to grieve together and show their support. The investigation is continuing, and as police have shared, it's complex. We will continue to do everything we can to support the police in their investigation. We are working towards understanding how this tragic event occurred. We continue to support our associates during this difficult time." Right now, people are patiently waiting for answers as to what might have happened, or if it really was a murder, who might have done this. This one's kinda out there. Man who wanted to get tied up on the beach got tied up and assaulted on the beach. Well, you know how it goes. Where would we be without Florida man? Or I guess Florida men and women, in this case. One night, a horny man in Florida was talking to a woman, 18-year-old Alana Cagle, online when she seemed to agree to participate in a fantasy he had. That fantasy was being tied up and ravaged on the beach. Seemingly excited, Alana agreed to pick the man up at his place and drive him out to Bicentennial Park. They parked the car and walked out to the beach. While walking down towards the sand, the man began to feel what he called odd vibes, saying that despite coming out there to get it on, she was sitting about 5 feet away from him and not making any contact. However, his concerns lifted as she pulled out a rope and began to tie him up, just like he wanted. However, as the man was being tied up, he came to see another man approaching the two of them. He tried to untie himself, but Alana jumped on top of his legs in an attempt to hold him down. He still managed to knock her off and run away, feeling that his spidey sense had definitely been right all along. However, the other man, 24-year-old Wayne Streeter, chased after him and tackled him down to the ground. Wayne started to choke him while Alana jumped in and started punching him in the face. Alana then pulled out a hatchet and began to strike him with it all over his entire body. Even so, the victim was still able to fight off the both of them and run off to get help. He managed to flag down a police car, completely drenched in blood by this point. Once more police came out, he was able to describe Alana's vehicle to them. They found her and pulled her over not too far away. With her, they found her with the victim's backpack that he had left behind. They tried to speak to Alana, but she quickly demanded that they let her lawyer up first. Wayne was caught as well, confirming that Alana was his girlfriend. He said that he and Alana were the ones who drove out to the beach together and that a strange man, the victim, had pushed Alana down, causing him to rush in and save her. He said that no weapons were used in the attack, but he did admit to grabbing the victim by the throat. However, the police didn't really buy it. Both of the two were arrested and thrown into jail. The police went down to the beach where the attack took place and found a very large pool of blood that better fit the victim's description of the attack that had taken place. Even he was too embarrassed to tell them what had happened at first, though, simply telling the police that he was on the beach when a couple jumped him without giving too many details. Nevertheless, he was treated at a hospital for various axe wounds all over his body, mainly on his abdomen. Alana and Wayne are being held on charges of aggravated battery with a deadly weapon. Both of them have posted their $5,000 bonds and walked out. It seems like the both of them will have court dates at some point before the end of 2024. And last but not least, thieves stole 22,000 kilos of cheddar. After all of that, how about we take a break with a case that's just simply weird? In London, at a cheese specialist called Neal's Yard Dairy to be specific, a major heist has recently taken place. The heist would be that of cheese, over 48,000 pounds of it. It appears that a set of cheese thieves had been presenting themselves as wholesalers, even claiming that they belonged to a firm that didn't even exist. Once they received over 950 giant blocks of cheese from the company, they bolted with the goods and ghosted with them. All of the cheeses were high quality, award-winning brands with a very high monetary value. Some of them go for roughly $10 for only 250 grams. Altogether, the whole heist could have been worth nearly $400,000. In addition to dealing with a massive financial setback, Neal's Yard Dairy is now dealing with some pretty significant trust issues. They have decided to pay the producers of the cheese so that they wouldn't have to deal with the ramifications of the scam themselves. A man named Patrick Holden, who runs the farm where one of the expensive cheeses, Halford Cheddar, has said, "The artisan cheese world is a place where trust is deeply embedded in all transactions. It's a world where one's word is one's bond. It may have caused the company a setback, but the degree of trust that exists within our small industry as a whole is due in no small part to the ethos of Neal's Yard Dairy's founders." Tom Calver, who owns another one of the farms, Westcombe Dairy, has said, "The process of making that cheese started almost 3 years ago, when we planted seeds for the animals' feed. The amount of work that's gone into nurturing the cows, emphasizing best farming practice, and transforming the milk one batch at a time to produce the best possible cheese is beyond estimation. And for that to be stolen, it's absolutely terrible. So far, one 63-year-old man has been arrested in connection to the case. He was taken to a London police station and questioned. After, he was thrown into jail, but he was bailed out. Still, he's been ordered to stick around for further questioning. None of the cheese has been found yet. Experts have noted that it will be incredibly hard to sell all of it, especially if they intend to sell it abroad. It isn't known where the thieves have hidden it or how exactly they plan to move the product. It's still a mystery.